Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part What If Harry Banished by his parents and grew up in a mental institution. Here is short summary. Banished by his own parents for his uncontrollable magic, Harry grows up in a mental institution where doctors study his abilities. When Hogwarts letters arrive, his world changes forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The 5th of August 1991. This time Minerva McGonagall was prepared. In a show of fairness that she hoped did not backfire, she had brochures from the other magical schools in Britain for the children to consider. She had also looked through her photographs and collected a handful showing Lily and James Potter to give to Harry. This time her tweed suit was navy, even though she had been given permission to apparate directly into the same conference room that had been used before. She felt better for trying to blend in just in case she were spotted by someone at the institute. Knowing that she might be heard arriving, Minerva took a moment to compose herself and remember the 3 Ds, deliberation, determination, destination, before vanishing from outside the Hogwarts gate. Her arrival was heralded by a softer pop than usual. The room was empty, but as soon as she appeared the door opened and the same woman who had guided her before entered. Minerva was impressed. The Muggles certainly seemed to be doing their part to maintain the statute of secrecy within the institute. If you'll follow me, Professor, we've moved the children to upstairs rooms nearby for extra privacy, so they can have access to the owls. There's a conference room next to Hermione's room that is set up. Minerva followed her down the hall, impressed again. If these were the steps taken by the staff in their first weeks of awareness of the wizarding world, then she would be able to work with them very easily. She had not had this experience since working with Ted Tonks and his parents. The Tonks family had been very sensible people. They found Patrick and Emily sitting at the table with a pile of books sporting bookmarks. It would seem that they had bought more than just the required textbooks. Now Minerva saw what had prompted Harry's note. She joined them at the table, reaching into her bag for what she had brought. I have here information from the other schools I mentioned. I would truly love for Harry and his friends to come to Hogwarts, but I will understand and support you if decide that a smaller school is best. Patrick took the pamphlets, a bit surprised at the professor's helpful attitude. Thank you. We'll look these over. Did you include anything from Hogwarts? No, we've never had any kind of material to hand out. But there is a book, Hogwarts, a history, if you didn't find a copy already when you visited Diagon Alley. Now, I understand from Harry's letter that he wanted to know more about his parents. Will he be joining us? Today was the usual pool and pizza outing for the children. We knew when we pushed them to take part that they might be laid back, but if they're about to leave for school, wherever said school is, they won't have many more opportunities to swim and play with their friends. That is true. There is a lake on the grounds at Hogwarts, but we are so far to the north that it never gets warm enough for swimming without warming charms. And besides, there's the giant squid and merpeople. Giant squid, merpeople, as in mermaids, Emily interrupted. You mean to say that mermaids are real? Minerva nodded. Naturally they keep to themselves, but our colony has been quite open to working with the occasional student or visitor who wishes to make a study of them. The headmaster has been able to maintain excellent relations with them. Any other unusual beings we should be aware of? Patrick asked, trying to relax the situation with a joke. Minerva began counting on her fingers. There are the goblins, of course, who run Gringotts. There are werewolves, though they stay mostly in the Muggle world. It's rather hard for them to find work, though I've heard rumors of a breakthrough in a potion that helps them keep their minds when they transform at the full moon so they won't attack anyone. Vampires and giants aren't anything to worry about since there are no colonies of them in Britain, but we do have a herd of centaurs that live in the forest next to Hogwarts. Patrick and Emily traded wide-eyed looks, feeling very out of their depth again. Minerva tried to reassure them. Truly, there is very little to fear from the magical races. There's more danger in running across a stray dragon or manticore, but we have a department in the ministry focused on regulating and controlling such creatures. Not very comforted, Patrick tried to steer the conversation back to the intended topic. We were reading through some of the books Hermione bought, trying to get a better picture of your society, and we found these stories of what happened to Harry's parents. He knew nothing of this. He'd been told by his aunt and uncle that his parents died in a car crash. It wasn't until the wand person recognized him that we realized there was more to tell. It turns out that Harry is hugely famous in your world for something that he doesn't even remember happening. Emily flapped a hand at the books. You do understand why we're worried, don't you? Minerva nodded as she eyed modern magical history, grimacing. To her mind, a better title would have been Modern Magical Myths, given its penchant for focusing on the most sensational aspects of the events it recounted. It was the only one to put in print. Albus' idea that he who must not be named might still be around in some form. I've been more and more worried myself as the time for Harry to come to Hogwarts has drawn near. It hasn't been long enough for our world to lose their view of him as some kind of savior or the second coming of Merlin. Children in our world grow up on the idea of the boy who lived. There are whole series of books about him having the most ridiculous adventures. Toymakers have Harry Potter, dolls, wands and brooms. And they haven't had any hint of the reality of Harry himself, thanks to the headmaster hiding him away. She shook her head, a hint of tears gathering in her eyes. I think my biggest regret in life will be not standing up to Albus that night when he said he was going to leave Harry with those people. I told him they were the worst sort of muggles around, but he insisted that they were the only family he had left and that Harry needed to grow up away from such fame. Not a completely unsound idea, Patrick observed. But to leave him with those awful people. And now you tell me that Harry was completely in the dark about his parents. To not know that they were murdered, to not know about you-know-who or Sirius Black or any of it, it's inexcusable. Emily frowned. Who's Sirius Black? Minerva blinked, focusing on her. He's Harry's godfather. He's the one who betrayed James and Lily to you-know-who. Here, Minerva suddenly remembered the packet of photographs and pulled them out. These are for Harry to keep. I found what pictures I could of his parents. She shuffled through them and found one. It was a group photo showing the same couple from the picture the doctors had found with 4 other boys and another girl. They all looked to be around 18 years old and waved merrily, mugging for the camera. The boy with the long dark hair is Sirius Black. He and James Potter were best friends, along with Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. The other couple is the Longbottoms. When Harry was born, Black and Alice Longbottom were named godparents. Naturally, when the Potters had to go into hiding, they entrusted Black with the secret of where they were. But he must have already gone over to Voldemort's side, and because of him the Potters died on that Halloween. He was captured by Aurors and sent to Azkaban prison after being tracked down by Pettigrew. He caused an explosion that killed Pettigrew and a dozen innocent bystanders. Patrick frowned. That sounds like something that should have been in one of these books. The aftermath of their deaths. The arrest and trial. Do you know of another book that would have that information? Minerva opened her mouth, then paused as she considered. There should have been, but I'm not sure he had a trial, now you've said that. Lovely, Patrick growled. Your communications system with new magic users is non-existent until they turn an arbitrary age. You assume far too much when dealing with non-magical people, and now you throw people in prison without proof. No, not at all. Minerva snapped back. We have trials. We collect evidence. We can detect what spells a wand has cast and verify the identity of a body. We also have ways to view a person's memory and a potion that forces a person to speak the truth. But you don't remember this being done for this Sirius Black, Emily said in a gentler tone. No, and that's not right. It should have been done, even for an open and shut case such as his. Even Bellatrix Lestrange got a trial after her attack on the Longbottoms. A sudden sense of urgency took hold and Minerva stood. If I may, I really feel I should talk to someone about this immediately, at least verify whether the trial happened or not. This headmaster of yours. Patrick stood as well. No, he's dreadfully busy with the coming school year. I'll get a quicker answer if I check with our ministry's DMLE, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I know the head there rather well, Amelia Bones. Her niece is entering Hogwarts this year as well as Harry. I can contact her tonight and at least set up an appointment within the next few days. Patrick held out a hand and they shook. As Minerva also shook with Emily, she said, "Please do let us know what you find out. Any information we can get will help us make a decision and better prepare the children for September." "I will." Minerva vanished with a sharp crack. Hearing a few cries of children in the distance, Patrick frowned and turned to Emily. "Have you any idea how much it costs to soundproof a room?" The 6th of August 1991. As she entered her new bedroom, Hermione allowed herself a brief moment to revel in it. The new rooms for all three of them were much larger than those on the ground floor, and she now had an extra bookcase ready and waiting to be filled. She also had a table to spread out the handful of papers she carried. The doctors had finally let her have the information about schools that the professor had brought, and she wanted to go over it closely. She knew Harry and Dean had planned to play some footy, so she would have solitude for a short while. She opened the first brochure, for Wenlock Academy. The cover had a moving illustration of a witch with quite a bit of black hair. She would make notes with a quill on a parchment, then pause and look out over her pince-nez glasses. According to the caption below, she was Bridget Wenlock, famed arithmancer and discoverer of the magical properties of the number 7. Inside, the brochure explained that Wenlock had started the academy in the 13th century after going through Hogwarts and being highly dissatisfied with the quality of arithmancy instruction to be found. As such, arithmancy was a subject taught for 7 years, in contrast to it being an elective for 3rd years and above at Hogwarts. It boasted of having students score consistently higher on the OWL and NEWT exams in the subject when compared to Hogwarts. At this point Hermione seized a sheet of paper and began making a chart. After going through the brochures, she felt she had as reasonable a picture she could get of the 3 schools with what she had. Going by the books they had purchased, it appeared that first-year students at Hogwarts had 8 subjects. She looked down the list, where she had tried to match book to subject. Transfiguration, Beginner's Guide to taught by Professor McGonagall. Potions, Magical Drafts and Potions. History, A History of Magic. Defense, The Dark Forces. Herbology, 1000 Magical Herbs. Charms, Standard Book of Spells or Magical Theory. Astronomy, Book unknown but telescope on list. Zoology or Care of Magical Creatures, Fantastic Beasts. Other topics mentioned in the brochures for the Wenlock Academy and the Clyodna Conservatory were ancient runes, apparition, arithmancy, deportment, divination, healing magic, flight, muggle studies, political studies, scrying, and warding. It appeared that such subjects were electives at Hogwarts, if they were taught at all. The Wenlock Academy made much of its instruction in arithmancy as well as boasting of being the only school in the United Kingdom to give serious attention to warding. The Clyodna Conservatory, located in Ireland, seemed to have an emphasis on herbology, potions, and scrying. It appeared that Hogwarts might have a wider range of topics, but no particular expertise in any of them. As she looked at the lists, Hermione frowned. She stuffed the brochures in a drawer so the boys could have a look later, then folded her notes so no writing showed. She went downstairs, careful to listen before magically unlocking the door to the ground floor and slipping out to relock it and take the stairs down. Of the 3 adults she was looking for, she found Dr. Green first. "Could you help me with something?" The doctor willingly led her to her therapy room and Hermione spread out her charts on the table. "I've been going over those school brochures to try and compare them. Now, I've written down every single course or subject mentioned anywhere in what I had. Do you see what's missing?" She studied Hermione's notes. "Well, I see no maths, unless this arithmancy counts for it. I see no sciences other than this herbology, presumably having some botany and the astronomy. There's a single history course and it doesn't seem to go over any world history or British history, just magic history. No arts, no music. And I don't see a single language or literature course in the lot." Hermione wilted in relief. "So I'm not blind. They really don't teach what you need to know to do your GSCEs, much less A-levels." Dr. Green shook her head. "Not from what I can see. Add that to the things to ask Ms. McGonagall when she comes back. Or at the offices of these other schools when we go back to get our trunks. But, what will we do if they don't teach us what we need to know? How can I possibly get into a top university without my A-levels?" "Hermione, stop. That's your mother talking. If I remember correctly, Ms. McGonagall said something about arrangements for students who want to go on to uni, though she made it sound like it's rarely done. What'll we do? Harry definitely wants to go on to uni, and now that he has money, Dean could as well. I have to go to uni if I'm going to do any of the things that I might want to do. Dr. Green took Hermione's face in her hands and looked in her eyes. I said to stop. We are not going to worry about this yet, not until we know there's something to worry about. If it turns out to be necessary, we can help put together a tutoring program or support your parents in home education so you can get the necessary instruction. And consider, from what we've seen, there's a whole other society out there with its own professions and careers. You might find something on the other side that just captures you heart and soul, in which case you might not need those A-levels or that university. Hermione scowled. And never study Shakespeare, never learn another language, never try chemistry or algebra, never have the chance to be a scientist or an MP or an author. Dr. Green snickered. You're right. What was I thinking? Hermione huffed in indignation. The 7th of August 1991. Harry was stretched out on his bed, flipping through The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. Of the 3 history texts, it gave the most information about what happened to his parents without the drama of modern magical history. Even then, the information was scant. There was no explanation of why his parents had been targeted, other than being members of some organization fighting this Voldemort. There were no details about how the protections they'd used had fallen. And as Dr. Aimler had pointed out, once the authors stopped gushing over how Harry Potter the boy who lived had defeated the evil wizard, there was absolutely no follow-up of any kind. The Death Eaters were by and large not named except for a few arrests and trials, such as the Lestranges in the Longbottom case. Hedwig flew into his open window and landed next to him, dropping a note. Harry sat up. What's this, girl? He opened the folded sheet of notebook paper. Come to my room. We have a surprise for you, Hermione. Harry grinned and stroked the owl. Thanks. He crossed the hall, waving at the pair of men using a stepladder to install the security camera at one end. He stuck his head into Hermione's open door to find both her and Dean sitting at her table, a wrapped present between them. What is it? Happy birthday, they chorused. Not that I'm complaining, but why now? Harry came forward and Hermione pushed the package at him. Because now we knew what to get you, of course, she replied, rocking in anticipation as Harry began pulling the bow off. He unwrapped a large book with a satin cover. He flipped through it, finding thick, slightly sticky blank pages covered in thin sheets of plastic, before it dawned on him. A photo album. Thank you. Now you have someplace to put all those pictures the professor brought, and we can put in some of us and the staff as well, Hermione replied. And here's something to help get it started. Dean took out a piece of artist's paper that he had been hiding behind his back. Harry took it and turned it over, finding a sketch showing the 3 of them, standing in a row with Hermione holding Sir Woof. Wow, Harry had seen plenty of Dean's drawings, but they had mostly been animals or footballers in action, not anyone they knew. He had captured a good likeness of them. This is wonderful. Harry promptly opened the album, peeled back the plastic, and carefully mounted the drawing in the center of the first page. He noticed through the corner of his eye that Hermione was nearly bouncing in her chair and looking eagerly at Dean. When he had the sketch in place, he looked at them both. What's going on? Show him, Hermione demanded. Dean ducked and blushed a little, but reached out and touched the paper. As Harry watched, colors began seeping into the page and spreading, tinting the page until their features and clothes showed a picture that looked exactly as if Dean had gone over it with pencils and paint. Wicked. When did you learn that? Dean touched the paper and reversed the process, draining the colors until the sketch was its original black and white. I was playing with my art pencils, shading them when they weren't quite right, and I just decided to try making the drawing of Picasso turn brown. I've done one that the color lasted from tea time to bedtime, but it was back to just pen by morning. Harry laid the plastic over the drawing and flipped through the rest of the album's empty pages. Hermione asked, "Do you want to bring your photographs in here, spread them out and sort them?" Harry shook his head. Maybe later. Right now I want to make plans for Saturday. We know we need trunks and we need to go to the bookstore again for a copy of Hogwarts, a history and any better history books. Anything else? How about the bank? We can ask who'd have a copy of your parents' will since there wasn't one in the papers they gave you. Good idea. I want to set up some money in an account on this side, just so it's there. Dean shot him a thumbs-up signal. That will be easy if you have an account ready for them. And we should stop by the offices for the Wenlock Academy and the Clyodna Conservatory, just to check everything out fully, Hermione added. The bell for afternoon tea chimed and they halted their conversation in favor of making their way downstairs. The 8th of August 1991. Minerva McGonagall was working her way steadily through the class lists for the new 6th years, now that OWL results were in. She was also expecting other professors to check in and ask for the lists, so the sudden rush of green in her fireplace did not startle her. She did not even look up from her desk. I'll have the lists in half an hour or so. Check back then. Min, it's Amelia. Now she jerked, surprised at the voice. Oh, forgive me, I was expecting. Never mind. Did you find out what happened? Not exactly. May I come through? Of course, of course. Minerva transfigured one of her infamous straight-back wooden chairs into something more comfortable. Amelia Bones appeared, dusting herself off and removing her monocle to wipe the ash from it. She replaced the monocle and sat in the now welcoming plush armchair. Tea, biscuits. I can have an elf bring something. Actually, I'll take a few fingers of whiskey. Minerva's eyebrows rose at that, but she moved to her cabinet and poured out. Handing the glass to her friend, she asked, what happened? I started by sending my assistant to the Hall of Records, asking for anything on Black because with Harry Potter about to start school, I wanted to be familiar with the details on the case. She returned empty-handed, saying she couldn't find any files under Black's name. So I gave her a time frame of up to 3 months after the attack and also suggested she look against it being misfiled, checking all the B's, the S's, the P's and so forth. This time, not only did she not find anything, but the clerk who was there at the time ran her out for larking about and disturbing the records. Amelia took her first swallow of whiskey, savoring the flavor. When she didn't go on, Minerva burst out, well. Amelia gave a sardonic smile. I went down there myself. I was met at the door by Pennick, the lead record keeper. He claimed that Minister Fudge himself had closed access to the records except by request. Minerva stood and poured a drink for herself, trying to give herself time to rein in her anger. And I made the request. It's currently being considered by the Undersecretary Fudge assigned. Amelia gave her friend a significant look over her glass. Umbridge, Minerva declared flatly. Who else? I also went around to ask Barty Crouch, since he was head of the DMLE at the time. He is in Anatolia trying to hammer out some new agreement or other and has no scheduled return date. They drained their glasses together. Minerva banged her empty glass on her desk. So we have Fudge deliberately withholding information, which suggests that my memory is correct and Black never had a trial. Crouch is out of reach and can't confirm one way or another. What about Dumbledore? He was supreme mugwump by then, wasn't he? Minerva sighed. I'd hoped to leave him out of it for as long as possible. I've been trying very hard to keep him distant from the people who have been taking care of Harry because they are certain to question him most severely for putting the boy with his aunt and uncle. Amelia sat up at that. Wait, what's going on, Min? Minerva refilled the glasses. It's quite a story. Best be ready. The 10th of August 1991. On the presumption that if the children ended up at Hogwarts they would be taking a train to it, the doctors and parents made arrangements for everyone to travel into London by rail, then meet at the Leicester Square tube station. While none of the parents knew exactly where the Leaky Cauldron was, Terry Boot's mother remembered the mention of a bookshop and had made a list of the ones on Charing Cross Road from the telephone directory. The Hopkins and Perks families were on holiday. Terry's father and Justin's mother had commitments they could not break. It was a slightly more manageable 12 people who found one another in the underground and moved out to the street. Harry was wearing a baseball cap to help keep his scar covered. As they made their way north, the children chattered about riding the train, Harry for the first time, and drank in the sights of a bustling London. They had passed Cranbourne and Great Newport streets when Dean pointed and called out, "Look, there it is." The group stopped and, with a comical symmetry, the children began moving toward the shabby little door tucked between a bookshop and a record shop while the adults looked about them, befuddled. Hermione moved between her parents and seized them by the hand. "This way." Once she touched them, the Grangers had no trouble seeing the entrance and followed her. The rest of the group followed her example. Once inside, the children again led the way toward the back entrance. Dr. Green glanced around at the various people in hats and robes, mostly wearing their hair longer than the current fashion. She caught sight of one rather hideous old woman with a veil pulled to the side, eating what seemed to be a pile of raw meat. She moved closer to the Grangers, wishing profoundly that she hadn't agreed to accompany the group instead of Dr. Aimler. Remembering that they were not to use their wands, Harry went to the bald man behind the bar. "Excuse me, sir, could someone let us through the gate to the shops?" The man grinned, showing a mouth with very few teeth. "No need. Use your wand. It's the gate recognizing your wand, not you casting with it." Harry thanked him and rejoined the waiting group. "It's all right to use our wands to get through the arch." They crowded into the courtyard as before and the children looked at each other hesitantly. "Who wants to do the honors?" Mr. Thomas asked. Justin stepped forward. "I'll do it." "Which brick was it again?" "This one," Hermione pointed. Justin tapped the brick 3 times and Dr. Green jumped slightly as the wall melted back into its archway. Hermione gave a knowing smile and took her hand. "Amazing, isn't it?" Once through, the adults took a look around and Mr. Granger asked, "Does anyone remember the name of the shop that sold trunks?" "No, Dad, but we can probably ask in Flourish and Blots or Madame Malkin's." "Actually," Mrs. Boots spoke up, "this is probably it." She pointed to a large storefront on the other side of the Cauldron shop with a Gothic script on its windows announcing, "Portman's Portmanteaus." They entered to find a bright room full of trunks, old-fashioned Gladstone bags, and satchels. Several trunks were set on small stages and opened wide, each with a placard on an easel describing the features. Harry noticed one near the front prominently labeled, "Hogwarts," and moved toward it. A tall, thin wizard with mutton chop sideburns and very little hair on his head appeared from a back room. "Welcome, welcome to Portman's. I am Phileas Portman. How may I assist you?" Robert spoke for the group. "We have a group heading to school next month and were advised to consider trunks." The man glanced over the group, counting the 5 children, and clasped his hands together enthusiastically. "Absolutely, we can help you. I see you've already found the standard Hogwarts trunk." He moved to it, adjusting the angle of the sign. "The basic trunk as runs 12 galleons. We suggest the casting of a cushioning charm to protect any fragile items inside for another 5 sickles. From there we have other features involving everything from security to space alteration. And purchasing any 3 charms includes having a nameplate installed and engraved." They took turns looking into the trunk and playing with the removable shelf or experimentally opening and closing it. While she waited on the others, Hermione spotted another trunk, an upright model with a line of 3 locks on it. She wandered over to read the placard and honed in on the line that read, "Perfect for library storage." Portman noticed her interest and came over. "This is a marvelous model, triple the storage. How does it work?" The shopkeeper pulled out an enormous chatelaine from a cloak pocket that must have been quite deep. He hunted through the ribbons of various color and design, each with 1 or more keys on the end. He found the correct one and separated the 3 keys on it. The first chamber is a basic upright, hang robes on one side and other items in drawers. This is the second chamber. He used a key in the middle lock and opened it. Hermione peered in, astonished to see that the space appeared to be the size of a removal van. Portman smiled at her reaction. "It is such a pleasure to show these to someone new. This is designed for any large items that would be damaged by reducing charms. My third cousin, who is a bit mad for Muggle things, likes to keep something he calls a golf buggy in a trunk like this." He closed it and locked it, then opened the third space with another key. This time the space below was about half as deep as the second room, but was lined with empty shelves to well above her head and had 2 more freestanding shelves in the center. Hermione let out an eager little sigh, imagining loading every single one of her books at home into such a space. How much does one of these cost? Well, of course they are dearer given their capacity. A basic 3-chamber trunk starts at 54 galleons. Hermione did the math in her head and swallowed. Maybe in a couple of years. To her surprise, Portman patted her shoulder kindly. It's rare that a student begins with such a trunk, unless they have a hand-me-down from their parents or have more money than sense. I do have a different model over here with 2 chambers, the standard and the library. It begins at 38 galleons. Hermione realized that most of the group had followed her over and heard the last part of Portman's pitch. Her father shook his head. Not yet, Hermione. We'll keep it in mind for later if your book collection gets out of control. Hermione did her best to hide her disappointment, not noticing Harry get Dean's attention for a whispered consultation. All the students opted for a standard student trunk, though they chose different alterations, and Mrs. Boot kept throwing the same longing glances at the library trunk as Hermione did. Portman took down names and made lists of what each student wanted. When Harry gave his name, he paused and looked again. Reluctantly Harry lifted his cap. My word, it's a genuine pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter, a genuine pleasure. Do let me offer you a discount and our entire range of alterations free of charge. No need to do that, sir. I'd prefer to pay my way. But I heard our guide last week say something about blood locks. How do those work? Well, it's an extra layer of security. The owner gives a drop of blood to spell the lock, and thereafter he or she is the only person who can open it. I don't know that you would prefer one or not. You'll be sharing quarters and might find it bothersome that your roommates can't get you something you need. Harry thought about that for a moment, but decided that privacy would be more important. Then another idea occurred to him. Can you have more than one person's blood on a lock? Why, yes, it's a sensible precaution. The spell can usually handle up to 5 different people. I'd like that, then, and add Dean Thomas and Hermione Granger to it. Dean and Hermione echoed him, and Portman looked around. Getting the blood for 3 trunks and spelling all 5 of them will take a little time. Could you give me 2 hours? The adults glanced at one another and Robert replied, I think we have enough errands to run that it won't be a problem. Viola, why don't you all start for Gringotts? I'll stay with Hermione, Harry, and Dean, and we'll meet you there. Viola nodded, and led the others out. Portman had taken advantage of their planning to fetch 3 small glass vials. He pulled out his wand. I'll need to make a small cut on your palm and I'll be able to heal it right away. Harry held out his hand and Portman took several drops of blood. He repeated the process with Hermione and Dean, then went back over his lists with each of the children, verifying that he had all the charms correct. Robert led them out toward Gringotts. They paused when they saw Justin and his father waving from where they stood outside Elop's. Justin explained, Terry's mum had a question about getting something for their owl to sleep on. Seems he's clawed up a pair of chairs. As he spoke, a man and a boy in robes were passing. The boy glanced at them, taking in their street clothes, and looked up at his father to comment loudly, Father, what kind of person would purchase an owl and not have a place for it to roost? The father answered in a drawl, swinging his cane carelessly. That would be a Muggleborn, Draco. The boy looked over at them, a sneer on his face. But even as Harry, Dean, and Terry straightened and scowled, Justin spoke up in his most aristocratic tone, and just who are you? The 10th of August 1991. Hermione had been taken aback by the fair-haired man and boy delivering their cutting remarks, remembering similar derision in school from the popular girls. She was even more surprised at Justin's response. The amiable boy they had begun to know in the last week was acting every inch to the manner born. The look on his face suggested that he had discovered something disagreeable on the sole of his shoe. His expression was mirrored by the man, who tightened his grip on his cane. The boy stared, open-mouthed, for a moment, before shooting back, How dare you? Justin snorted, How dare I? I wasn't the one making ignorant remarks in the hearing of those I intended to insult. Ignorant, you're one to talk, you mew. The man gripped the boy's shoulder to stop him, then looked the entire group over before fastening onto Justin's father. With condescension dripping from his voice, he said, To answer your son's rather rude question, I am Lucius Malfoy. This is my son, Draco. And yourselves, gentlemen. Mr. Finch Fletchley pushed his glasses up his nose after looking them over. Malfoy. That's an unfamiliar surname. How long have you lived in Britain? Hermione exchanged a wide-eyed glance with Harry, sensing the tension building between the adults. Our family has been part of wizarding society since the 15th century. Ah, that explains it twice. Mr. Finch Fletchley looked down at Justin and laid one hand on his shoulder. Twice, yes. First, of course, you're newcomers. Most of the truly notable blood can be traced back to at least the anarchy, if not before the Norman invasion. And second, you're only important in here. He waved vaguely at the street. Not where it matters. The boy had been turning pink as he listened and finally burst out, "What do you mean, where it matters? Wizarding society is the only society that matters." Justin laughed. Truly. Name one wizard in the Queen's court. One wizard in Parliament. One great thing some wizard has done that has benefited the entire population, not just yourselves. Seeing both the Malfoys groping to answer, Hermione added, "Can you lot speak to anyone, anywhere in the world in an instant? Or are you limited to waiting for an owl to fly to you? Do you have magic that can make thousands of calculations in a second, like our computers?" Dean joined in. "'Sright, we've even sent men to the moon." "Impossible. You lie." Draco, the boy, snarled. "No, child," Robert stepped up. "We've done quite well for ourselves without this magic we've heard about. And the fact that you are showing such appalling ignorance about the greater world has me agreeing with my daughter that this Hogwarts of yours offers an incomplete education. I think we should stop by the offices for those other schools and see if they do any better. Otherwise we may have to continue our children's education as normal and supplement their magical abilities with some tutoring." Now Draco laughed. "Go ahead and try it." His father jerked him back by the shoulder, instantly silencing him. Hermione's eyes narrowed at that reaction. Malfoy shrugged his cloak to settle it more comfortably and led Draco away with a cold, "Good day, gentlemen." Hermione watched as they went into the bookstore. At that moment, the rest of the group emerged from Elops. Mrs. Boot brandished a small shopping bag and was exclaiming over the time-shrinking charm that would end in 12 hours, after they had the stand at home. "Dad, I'll catch up to you. All we need from the bookstore is the Hogwarts book, right?" "True, but if you go in alone we'll not see you for hours." "Go with her, Harry. We'll wait for you at the bank." As he watched his daughter and Harry dash toward the bookstore, Robert turned to Justin's father, who had lingered with him. "Mr. Finch Fletchley, may I express how glad I am you haven't turned that aristocratic side onto us?" The other man smiled. "It's Addison. And frankly I find the whole thing a bore most of the time. I can trace my Fletchley side back to Edward the Confessor, if I must, but it's mainly useful for twitting someone like that Malfoy character. Not quite out of the top drawer if they only arrived sometime during the 100 Years' War." Robert shrugged. "That's better than I can manage. I don't think I can go back farther than my great-granddad without resorting to research." Addison laughed. "Robert, what you do have is wit and courage. These days that will take you quite as far as anyone with strawberry leaves hanging over their head. Much more than simply giving into snobbery like those people." With that they followed the others down Diagon Alley. Hermione and Harry slipped into a crowded flourish and blots. She scanned the shop and immediately spotted the Malfoys looking over the Hogwarts textbooks. Seizing Harry's hand, she pulled him along until they were on the other side of the shelves. She pretended to browse and pulled a book out to skim. Harry looked puzzled, but followed her lead. Comprehension dawned when he heard the sniveling tone of the Malfoy boy. "Father, why didn't you let me tell those mudbloods what would happen if they didn't go to one of our schools?" "Information is power, Draco. Always better to spend it carefully. If those people don't know that they'd be obliviated of all knowledge of magic, let them find out after they've committed to that course of action. A few less mudbloods for us to deal with." Hermione frowned, trying to place the unfamiliar term. She shelved her book and moved to an area with some general spell indexes and pulled down the A to Z guide to spells. She flipped to the O's and immediately found the entry. Harry had followed her and paused when she looked up, white-faced. "What is it, Hermione? If we don't go to a magic school, She paused and swallowed. They wipe our memories. Harry stuck close to Hermione as she rapidly bought a copy of Hogwarts, A History in the A to Z Guide to Spells. They entered Gringotts, nodded politely to Trobnor at his station, and found the rest waiting in a group while Dean spoke with Griphook. As they approached, the goblin was shaking his head. Dean spotted them and brightened. "Well, as Harry's here now, you can tell him after all." Griphook turned to Harry. "I do apologize, but I was explaining to Mr. Demercy Thomas, we goblins keep to a strict code of confidentiality. I can only talk about details of your accounts and vaults to you." "We understand. That's very sensible of you," Harry replied. "Thank you for your understanding. Do you wish to move to a private location?" Would that be better? It would ensure confidentiality, which is never a bad thing." "All right, but," Harry looked around at the group. "Could Dr. Green, Mr. Granger and Mr. Finch Fletchley come? I trust them to know about this stuff." The goblin nodded and gestured toward a door. "That is acceptable. This way." He led the three to a sitting room, tastefully appointed with chairs to accommodate a wide variety of heights. Griphook sat in a small chair next to a low table and gestured for Harry to sit across from him. The adults sat to either side of Harry, Dr. Green choosing the one farthest away from Griphook. The goblin waved a hand and a sheaf of papers appeared on the table. "These are copies of the papers we gave you on your last visit. After you sent the owl asking about your parents' will, we investigated. It should have been with the rest of the papers. We have prepared a piece of magic that we rarely use, as it could be seen as an invasion of privacy by some wizards. What it will do is summon and duplicate a copy of the will from someone who has it in their records. In this case it will likely be one of the three witnesses. There should be a copy filed at the ministry, but the spell is disrupted by wards of a certain strength." Mr. Finch Fletchley asked, "Can you tell us who the witnesses were?" "I expect that two were Mr. Potter's godparents, Sirius Black and Alice Longbottom." Grasping desperately for something normal she could do, Dr. Green whipped out a notebook and pen and began taking notes. "We know the story of Sirius Black. Do you know why Harry's godmother never came forward after his parents were killed?" Griphook turned to her. "Unfortunately, I do. Just a few weeks after the deaths of the Potters, Death Eaters attacked the Longbottom family." The adults grimaced and Emily replied, "So they were killed as well?" "Worse by some reckoning, actually. They were tortured until they went insane. They currently reside in St. Mungo's Hospital, completely unresponsive. They don't recognize their own son, a child about Mr. Potter's age." Robert reached over to squeeze Harry's shoulder, seeing how upset the story made him, while Emily frowned and scribbled more notes. Mr. Finch Fletchley cleared his throat. "Be that as it may, we do need to see the Potter will if we can." "Of course." Griphook stood and moved the papers away from the table. He stared at the empty expanse in fierce concentration for a moment, then raised his hands and moved them in a pattern. When nothing happened, he frowned and repeated the action. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. "It would seem that all copies of the will are under strong wards. Of course the copy at the ministry would not be retrievable in this fashion. I suspect the copy with Mrs. Longbottom may be at her mother-in-law's manor, also a heavily warded location. I cannot explain the other two at the moment. We will send requests to the Black and Longbottom estates and to the ministry. If we hear nothing within 6 months or receive answers in the negative, we will change the status of the will to missing. This ensures that, per Gringotts policy, you will come into your full inheritance as the only remaining blood relative of the Potters on your 15th birthday. This is the age that we consider beings to be legal adults. Should a copy of the will be found before then, we will honor any legacies not discharged after your parents' deaths, but you will still receive your inheritance at 15. Until then, you will have full access to your school vault to cover your expenses, as before." Thank you, Griphook." Harry's head was spinning from the speed with which things were moving. "Now that things are as settled as we can make them, shall we return to the rest of your group?" They trooped out of the office for the Clyodna Conservatory clutching copies of the same brochure that Professor McGonagall had given them. The expressions ranged from dazed to incredulous. The presentation in the brochure had seemed straightforward enough, showing the emphasis on nature that might be expected from a school named after a druid. But the representative had lost them the moment she'd come from behind her desk to press her hand to each of theirs and sprinkle them with water and flower petals conjured from her wand. The group was patient as the witch described the classes and school routine, even as Viola Granger's question about postgraduate opportunities drew a blank stare. Now they filed into the office for the Wenlock Academy. This time the representative was a man in neat brown robes, happily scribbling calculations on parchment and consulting an abacus. Justin's father cleared his throat, startling the man. "I say, I do apologize. Euclid Pascal, at your service. These children are of an age to enter magical schools and we wanted to know more about our opportunities." Mr. Finch Fletchley waved at the group. Pascal stood, grasping a stack of copies of a familiar-looking brochure. Hermione held up a hand. "We have that information already, sir, thank you. We wanted to know if your school incorporates non-magical subjects into your curriculum." "Non-magical? Why on earth would we do that?" "To keep up with innovations in mathematics that might affect arithmancy, of course." Hermione's tone was sharp with impatience. "Have you considered discoveries like fractal geometry and the four-color theorem?" "The what geometry? Four colors?" Pascal looked completely lost. Harry whipped off his cap and wiped his brow in frustration. "Even I've heard of fractal geometry and I'm a dunce compared to Hermione. Are you really saying that your school completely ignores the rest of the world?" The man looked at Harry to reply, but fell silent a moment as he stared at the boy's face. He reached out to shake Harry's hand. Harry resisted the urge to wipe his hand on his trousers to get rid of the sudden impression of sliminess. "Harry Potter, we will be glad to accommodate the boy who lived if you wish to make a special study of some area of arithmancy. I think we have one Muggleborn on our staff who could assist if you insisted on working with such information. But sit, let me get you and your companions some tea." "That's all right, we have a lot of errands to run," Harry lied frantically. Dean and Hermione immediately headed toward the door and the others began to follow. "Are you sure? Madame Archimedes says that my tea is ambrosial." Everyone had escaped back into the street and Emily turned to Harry. "Did you have this kind of toting going on last time?" "No, Doctor, not like that. That was horrid." Harry shuddered, remembering the sudden eagerness in the wizard's eyes. Justin nodded in agreement. "Now I completely understand when Dad complains about anyone beeping up to him." Dean looked toward the leaky cauldron passageway. "Let's get out of here before it happens again." The 17th of August 1991. After a careful perusal of Hogwarts, a history, some phone calls between the Muggleborn families, and a flurry of exchanges by Owl, Minerva McGonagall agreed to meet with everyone one more time. This time she decided against dressing like a Muggle. Whether or not the children decided to attend Hogwarts or one of the other schools, they needed to start getting used to how the wizarding world did things. She apparated directly into the conference room to be met by Dr. Aimler. He greeted her cordially enough and opened the door. "There's enough of us that we've set up in what was a parlor back in the day. All the families are here. Do I need to alter my robes?" "No, this floor is locked against the other residents and most of the staff. You'll be fine." He led her down the hall and through a foyer separating one wing of the manor from another. The parlor was full of people sitting on a hodgepodge of chairs and couches brought in from other areas of the institute. Minerva saw all of the children and parents she had met except for the Entwhistles, who had opted for Wenlock Academy. She took an empty chair and greeted the room. "Good afternoon." After the various replies died down, she turned to Aimler. "What more do you wish to know?" "We have a few concerns that we'd like to share. One is the fact that none of your magical schools seem to teach any kind of material for students who plan on living the majority of their lives in our world. You say you provide records for students who want to attend university, but if they haven't had courses in maths or sciences, art history or literature, how can they possibly succeed?" Minerva thought about that for a moment. She knew it was possible to alter records and carefully charm an admissions officer or two. Albus had explained the process to her once. But the doctor's question suggested that they expected students to actually learn Muggle subjects alongside magical ones, and that was a thing that had never been done at Hogwarts. She weighed her answer, debating whether to temporize or not. She looked around and her gaze stopped at Harry, his green eyes focused on her. Lily's eyes looking out from her son's face. That decided her. Lily Evans Potter had prized honesty above almost all else. I do not know if they can. We have never made provisions for Muggle-born students to learn such material. All we offer is Muggle Studies, which is designed for wizards and witches. Unfortunately, I cannot remember the last time we had a student request help in applying to a university. Neither am I aware of any Muggle-born student who has gone back to this world permanently, although there may be a few. She paused to look around and saw the frowns and thinned lips of the parents. Dr. Aimler asked, "Would you support us if we arranged for our students to have access to some of these courses?" I would, though I think it would be extremely difficult for them to essentially double their course loads, especially in the OWL and NEWT years. What if they did some of those studies during holidays? That would be better for them. We do assign summer homework, but a diligent student can complete such work within several days. Several of the parents seemed to relax as they listened. Then Harry Potter traded glances with the little Granger girl and she raised a hand. Minerva looked at her. "Yes, dear. How long must one attend a wizarding school before they may leave without having their memories taken away?" The room erupted. The 17th of August 1991. Andrea Thomas had grown up in a large family and was raising a large family of her own. She had a lifetime of experience in being loud to gain attention, and it served her now. Her voice rose above the clamor of people reacting to Hermione's question. "What do you mean, wipe memories? That's an inexcusable violation of privacy. We don't. We only. Please, will you listen?" Dr. Aimler saw the professor helplessly trying to respond. He stuck his thumb and forefinger into his mouth and let out a shrill whistle. Startled, the others began to quiet down. "Let's give her the chance to explain." McGonagall nodded in gratitude and drew a breath to compose her thoughts. "Honesty. Total honesty, or I lose them all at this point. One of our most important laws is called the Statute of Secrecy. It was enacted in 1692 by an international confederation of wizards, in response to centuries of either persecution by Muggles or demands from heads of state for assistance in keeping their power. It was used to permanently separate the two societies, to hide magic from the rest of the world. In Britain, it gradually evolved into a section of law enforcement known as obliviators, experts in memory charms, who usually work to contain large incidents that happen from time to time, such as a dragon escaping. As part of this separation, should a Muggle-born child choose not to attend one of our schools, we carefully erase all memories of doing magic in our world. Only those things, from that child and anyone in the family who was told. They are then free to continue their lives without our interference. After a moment of silence, as everyone digested McGonagall's words, Hermione spoke. "But, Professor, that child can still do magic." "Yes, that's true. There are potions that can suppress magical ability for short periods, but nothing short of catastrophic injury can permanently remove one's magic. So if Harry, Dean, or I were to choose not to attend a magic school, what would happen to us? We'd still be here, trying to fix our problem of having accidents, and never able to leave." The professor frowned slightly as she considered this. That is true. And is the only thing you do the obliviation charm. What if a child was keeping a diary, writing about their accidents, and then wrote about getting a letter from Hogwarts? Do the obliviators go through a house looking for anything like that? If they don't, what happens if a child goes back and reads about the things they've been made to forget? Now the color drained from McGonagall's face. "Sweet Merlin, I don't know if anyone's ever thought of that. Reintroduction of erased memories takes very skilled and prolonged mind healer, or it can lead to complications." Voicing the frustration that most of the parents were feeling, Viola Granger spoke up. "We're getting off track here. You've told us what's usually done when students don't go to your schools, and we find that unacceptable. No one is touching our memories or our children's memories. That is non-negotiable, so we need to find a better way. Now, you have said you're willing to help our children learn the skills they need to survive in our world. My question is this. In our system, a student may leave school at age 16, which tends to be after finishing their GCSEs. Do you have a similar situation there? Would Hermione or any of the children wanting to attend university be able to finish a certain level of magic education and then move to private tutoring to prepare for university? Even if we resort to Open University for Hermione, she would still be expected to take a certain set of courses at the start to fill in missing qualifications, and that would put her behind. Our students are permitted to leave school after they complete their OWLs, ordinary wizarding levels, in their 5th year. But most students who qualify continue for 2 more years, as a great many professions require certain marks on the NEWTs, or the nastily exhaustive wizarding tests. A few people cracked smiles at the name for the tests. Robert Granger replied, "So, in theory, these children could attend your school for 5 years, perhaps working on regular coursework in the summers, and take that first set of tests. Then they would be free to choose to continue with you or leave without any sort of penalty." That is correct. The only stipulation in that situation is to honor the statute of secrecy. And I promise to do what I can to assist them along the way. We have plenty of spare classrooms. One could be reserved for any of these students to use to work on the MU, the regular side of their education. We could include shelves for any books they need and so forth. Ooh, how about a few computers? Dean's eyes lit up at the possibility. A few what? McGonagall was completely at sea. Computers are an invention, an electronic machine that can perform calculations, store information, and communicate with other computers through telephones, Dr. Aimler replied. Ah, if it is electric, then no. The amount of magical energy in the air around Hogwarts disrupts such devices. We discourage students from bringing wireless sets or television sets or the like. Is that just Hogwarts, or would a place like Diagon Alley have the same problem? Hermione asked. McGonagall beamed at her, already making such connections at her age. She felt a surge of eagerness to teach such a keen mind. Quite right. Any location with a concentration of magic being performed would do, even just a house with a large family of wizards. Basic security wards are often enough to muddle electricity. Dr. Green, who had been taking notes as usual, looked around. Does anyone have other questions at this time? Harry sat up. I do. He pulled out the photo album that Hermione and Dean had given him. I was looking at the pictures you sent, and thank you again for them, and saw that the uniforms have badges on them. The robes we bought don't have them. Why is that? McGonagall held out a hand and Harry brought the album to show her. She looked fondly at the photograph of the group of 7th years. Hogwarts has a house system. Every new student is sorted into one of the houses and takes classes with their house year group. Each house also has a Quidditch team, and the 4 houses compete for the Quidditch Cup every year. Our discipline system includes house points toward a house cup that can be given for good work or good behavior and taken away when a student breaks a rule. Severe misbehavior results in detentions. Anyway, when a student is sorted, the insignia for their house appears on their robes. Who is in charge of these houses? Addison Finch Fletchley asked, remembering his own school days and the regular issues with supervision. Each house is led by a faculty member. I am head of Gryffindor, for example. We have a head boy and head girl and a group of students in 5th through 7th year that serve as prefects. Harry, you can see here that your parents were head boy and head girl their 7th year from these badges, and Remus Lupin was a prefect. McGonagall continued to identify people in the photographs as the other children gathered around her to look. The adults seized the distraction to pull together. Aimler began a quick discussion. I believe it's decision time. Now, we are only legally responsible for Harry, but we have been working with Hermione and Dean as well. Given the information from the professor, we would support the children attending this school for at least the minimum requirement. If we were made to forget what we know, and I don't know that we could stop them, we'd be condemning them to years of their lives being institutionalized while we try and help them with what they can do, afraid the entire time that they might lose control of it. I agree with him, Dr. Green said. Without knowing what it was, we've been able to help our 3 get a reasonable amount of control over magic, at least to the point that accidents are quite rare, but it was still extremely frustrating for all of us not to be able to identify what was happening or fully predict it. As for the other schools, Aimler continued, the Druid one is right out. None of us liked how we were approached there, right? And both it and the Wenlock one seemed to specialize in certain areas rather than a general magic education. And Harry was quite unhappy at the toting reaction of that abacus fellow to him, Dr. Green added. Given the notoriety attached to him in their world, the bigger the school population, the easier it will be for him to blend in after the initial sensation dies down. The Grangers exchanged looks, and Robert spoke. I think our questions have been answered. As long as Hermione isn't going to lose the option for further education if she wants it, we can manage. Mrs. Boot held up a hand. I'd like to know if there's a way to make the professor our contact person even if our children aren't in her house. She's been very frank with us so far. I'd certainly rather deal with her than that fellow in the brass buttons. Most of the other parents were nodding. Mr. Perks added, the only thing we need is more details about options in the States, since it's possible I'll be taking a job there. Dr. Green looked over to see that the professor had stopped speaking and was content to watch the children flip through the album and marvel at the moving figures in the photographs. She motioned at McGonagall, who joined them. The doctor began, we would like to know if it is possible for you to be our official contact at the school, regardless of houses. McGonagall thought about that a moment. Professors Sprout and Flitwick were very easy to work with and would likely not mind. Snape, however, would see it as a mortal insult. Although, how likely is it that any Muggle-born child would be sorted into Slytherin? It certainly hasn't happened in my memory. This would not be a hardship, especially since it would be a reason to keep a close eye on Harry if Dumbledore began meddling again. I believe it can be done. It hasn't before, but as deputy headmistress I am responsible for meeting families in your situation for the first time. It's a logical request. Aimler held out a hand. Then I believe we are agreed. We'll see you in September. McGonagall took his hand and shook warmly. I am very glad to hear it. Please don't hesitate to send an owl if there is anything more I can do. The 1st of September 1991. Harry pushed his trolley with his trunk and Hedwig in her cage while Pippa kept a lookout. Hermione and Dean had gone home for a short holiday before leaving for school and they had agreed to meet at 9:30 at the pastry shop. Harry eyed the bookstore next to it. We'll have to keep Hermione from going in there for just one more thing to read. Pippa laughed at that, then spotted the Thomases and waved. Geoffrey and Dean were lugging Dean's trunk between them while Andrea carried Picasso in his cage. They stopped long enough to fetch a trolley, then joined Harry and Pippa. They began pushing tables together in anticipation of the Grangers. The waitress distracted them, admiring the owls, which enabled Hermione to slip up behind the boys and throw an arm around each of their necks. We're here. It's almost time. They chatted happily through a round of tea and croissants, filling each other in on things that had happened since they had spoken on the telephone. Hermione beeped about having to choose certain books to pack while the Thomases talked about their house hunting and the Grangers tried to convince them to pull up stakes and come to Nottingham. With 40 minutes to spare, the group gathered things up and began moving to the entrance to platform 9 3/4. As they got closer they could see a small crowd milling about as if waiting for a train on either side. Watching closely, they could see the occasional teenager slip into the wall while the accompanying adults drifted away. Harry noticed that the clothes some of the people wore were a bit odd. One woman was in a sundress and a padded anorak and an older man was in an Indian sarong with a deerstalker on his head. They joined the crowd and shifted with the people around them, steadily moving up. Harry itched to pull his ball cap down more firmly, but resisted. And then it was their turn. Pippa gave Harry a tight hug and whispered, "You write often, you hear. Let us know everything." He swallowed hard against a sudden lump in his throat. "I promise. Every week." Hermione and Dean finished hugging their parents and there were handshakes all around. Then Harry steered his trolley toward the portal, checked that he was reasonably hidden by the others, and strode into the wall. The contrast from his previous visit to the platform was stark. The train was parked on the track, a few men going over the engine and couplings. It was a bright, shiny with gold trim. Parents and students were everywhere, checking trunks one more time and hugging goodbye. Harry moved forward carefully, trying to steer through to a car down the line without getting too far ahead of Hermione and Dean. The three of them were almost to the car Harry had chosen when someone shouted, "Oi, Harry, guys." They looked up to see Wayne Hopkins dragging his trolley toward them. Harry also realized that a lot of people around them were suddenly paying closer attention at hearing his name. He waved at Wayne to join them. "Let's get our stuff into a compartment and then keep an eye out for the others." They discovered compartments that looked to hold 6 people and decided to claim 2 and keep an eye out for the others. Hermione agreed to stand guard and hold them while the others got the trunks in. Sally Ann found them as they loaded the owls and instantly ran off again as she and Justin had arrived together and split up to search for the rest. As the time moved toward 11 without a sign of Terry, the others began to get worried. Finally Harry shooed them in. "He could have arrived before us. I'll stay at the steps until we leave, and after we've started we can check the rest of the train." Reluctantly, Hermione and Dean went into their compartment, with the other 3 in the next one. Harry leaned out, watching as the last groups began to board and the train whistle blew. Harry suddenly spied Terry, pushing his trolley through the portal and looking quite grumpy. He waved frantically. "Terry, oi, Terry." He noticed a large group of red-headed people filing in behind his friend. Terry spotted him and Harry jumped down to meet him, taking the owl's cage and handing it up to Justin, who had heard the shout. They quickly shoved Terry's trunk into the car as the conductor began shouting, "All aboard." Terry joined Justin and Wayne, complaining about some pushy red-haired woman who had insisted on explaining the entrance to the platform to him, while Sally Ann moved to sit with Hermione. They all looked eagerly out the windows as the train began to move, exiting the station and chuffing through London. Hermione squealed and bounced on her seat. "We're going." Harry grinned. "We're off to see some wizards." After the first hour of watching London shift into suburbs, swapping seats, and trying to fit all 7 of them in one compartment, Justin gave a frustrated sigh. "I wish we could just make a door between the 2, like that one to the shopping from the pub." Hermione traded looks with Harry, who was next to her. "You think we could?" Harry thought for a moment. "Guess it couldn't hurt to try. And we've been able to put things right after changing them for a while now. Do you want to give it a go?" "All right." Hermione stood and braced herself against the rocking of the train with a hand on his shoulder. Harry put a hand to her back to help. Hermione concentrated on the doorway to Diagon Alley. "We need one of those doors here, just for the train ride." She put a hand against the wall between the compartments. For several minutes nothing happened. Hermione's face twisted up as she focused even more. Then a golden light appeared under her hand. As the others watched in growing pride or awe, it grew, and as it spread below the luggage racks they could see through the expanding hole to the other compartment. It stopped and the light faded, leaving a wide, open space from the compartment doors to the 2 seats next to the windows. Hermione looked at the seats fixedly and they melded together into one bench. "Bloody brilliant," Terry cried, leaping through. They quickly rearranged the owl cages and spread out, everyone beaming that they could sit comfortably as one large group. Sally Ann was the first to ask. "I know you said before that you'd learned a bit about controlling it when weird things happened to you, but that was incredible." Hermione blushed and looked at her feet. "I don't know about incredible, but really all it took was observation and practice. The doctors at Esperanza House were ever so helpful in getting us to notice and feel what was happening when there was a problem and finding ways to redirect it." Justin asked, "Can you show us?" "I think so. Maybe if Professor McGonagall really is able to get us a room for our own use, we can also practice. And of course we can write to the doctors if you have questions." They continued to chat, sharing some of the accidents they had experienced and asking questions about one another. The subject of wands cropped up and everyone dug theirs out of trunks, passing them around and comparing the resulting feelings of right, and a little bit off, and utterly wrong. They grew bored of it and stowed their wands in pockets and sleeves. Dean was about to suggest some poker when there was a knock. One of the compartment doors slid open and a voice began, "I don't suppose there's room to sit in here." "Only my brothers told me to shove off for a bit." The red-haired boy trailed off and his eyes widened as he realized that there was much more room in here than there should be. Oblivious to the slightly guilty expressions of the group, he breathed, "Wicked." The 1st of September 1991. Dean looked the newcomer over. He wore regular clothes, but they had a somewhat out-of-date look to them, like the clothes he'd seen his doll wear in pictures from his childhood. Dean had no memory of the last time he had seen someone his age wearing corduroy trousers, and his jumper appeared handmade, under a threadbare windcheater. Thinking that they might be meeting their first young wizard who was not a git, Dean waved to the remaining empty place. "Sure, We've room. The boy sat, still admiring the spacious double compartment. Thanks. My brothers never said that there was a compartment like this one on the train. Hermione moved to cover for them. It is nice, isn't it? So it's your first time going to Hogwarts school. He nodded. I know a lot about it though. All my brothers have gone and my sister will next year. Ron Weasley, by the way. The others began introducing themselves and Ron nodded politely until they got to Harry. At hearing the name, Ron goggled all over again. Really? The Harry Potter? Harry nodded uncomfortably. Yeah, seems I'm famous for something I don't even remember. But you're the boy who lived. You're the one that killed you-know-who. His eyes grew wide with admiration. Hermione saw Harry's teeth clenching and the suddenly uneasy looks on their friends' faces. While they had mentioned to the others in passing that Harry was famous because somehow he had deflected a deadly curse as a baby, hearing it phrased that way with such glaring hero worship from a stranger was disconcerting. She jumped in to defend Harry. He said he didn't remember it happening. And he didn't kill this Voldemort person. She was stopped when the boy squeaked. Don't say the name. Honestly, you're going to let yourself be afraid of a word. Anyway, Harry didn't kill him. He killed Harry's parents and tried to kill Harry, but his spell backfired on him for some reason that no one's ever figured out. She reached over and took Harry's hand. We know it's nothing Harry did. He wasn't even 2 years old yet. Ron's mumbled apology and Harry's acceptance helped to finish Hermione's attempt to defuse the situation. Knowing that Ron was part of a family of wizards, they began asking him questions. As astonishment grew to comical heights on both sides, they turned it into a game to see who could tell the most unbelievable but true story about wizards or muggles. It turned out Ron was slightly harder to shock than they expected from their experience with the Malfoys. Ron's father was rather interested in all things Muggle but sometimes had his information crossed. Ron knew that Muggles had gone to the moon, for instance, but was under the impression that there were cities there by now. The arrival of the trolley helped break the ice further. Those who had remembered to bring galleons pooled their money and bought a large selection for everyone to share. They listened as Ron explained things like chocolate frog cards and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. The conversation was going well, though Hermione noticed Ron giving Harry glances now and again. They had moved on to sport, with Dean and Justin arguing passionately about football or cricket being better, the other boys chiming in, and Ron trying to follow the conversation. There was a knock at the door and it slid open to reveal a round-faced boy who looked upset. He blinked at the double-sized compartment, but asked, "Sorry to bother you, but have you all seen a toad?" "Mine's gone missing." They all shook their heads. Justin replied, "We'll keep our eyes out, though." The boy left and Hermione noticed Ron sniggering. "Something funny." "Oh, just no one really wants a toad. An owl's the thing." His expression turned grumpy. "Not that I have much better, just my brother's old rat. He got an owl for making prefect." Hermione set her jaw and stood. "I'm going to go help him look. Anyone care to come along?" Sally Ann stood with her. "I will." The two girls left and Hermione gave Sally Ann a quick one-armed hug. "Thanks." "Not at all. It's the right thing to do, even if that Weasley boy doesn't think so." "Where should we start?" "Actually, I think we can find it quickly if we get methodical about it. Let's stop in every car and I'll try to make it come to us." Sally Ann stopped in her tracks with a surprised look. Then she relaxed. "This is like calling your wands, isn't it?" "Sort of. We just called it come here at the Institute but we could do it pretty well." With that, they set off down the corridor. The girls struck gold in the third car and a large toad sailed from a corner into Hermione's hands. She made a face at the feel of its skin, but tucked it into the crook of her arm. "That's the toad, now we need to find the boy." They continued toward the end of the train, glancing in open compartments as they went. They were close to the end of the train when they saw the boy. He was surrounded by 3 other boys. The 2 large, heavy-set boys were strangers, but Hermione recognized the third one from his pale hair and sniveling voice. "You're worthless, Longbottom, and you know it. No better than those filthy mudbloods. You couldn't work a spell if your life depended on it." Hermione put a hand out to stop Sally Ann and narrowed her eyes. She was determined to put a stop to this but wanted to be careful about it. As she watched, the train swayed and all the boys shifted to try and stay upright. "Can you do anything, Longbottom? Anything at all?" As the boy called Longbottom clenched his fists, Hermione acted. With a sweep of her hand the three bullies were thrown back against the corridor walls and found themselves stuck like glue. Hermione pulled Sally Ann back a few paces as Longbottom looked around in surprise. The Malfoy boy began yelling to be let down, struggling to loosen his arms and legs from the wall, and Hermione called out, "Oh, my! That was impressive. Look, we found a toad. Is it yours, Trevor?" The boy ran up to them and took the toad from Hermione. "Thank you. You girls, help us down." Hermione's smile curled up slowly. "Why, you mean someone as upper crust as you can't sort out Mr. Longbottom's spell? I think if you try very hard, you'll manage before we get to school." She spun on her heel, tugging at the sleeves of her companions to follow her. Once they were a few cars away, the boy repeated his thanks. "Don't mention it. I'm Hermione Granger. This is Sally Ann Perks. We're new to Hogwarts and rather new to this whole magic thing. How about you, Neville Longbottom? It's my first time to Hogwarts as well. My family goes back a long way in Wizarding Society, but they didn't think for ages that I'd have enough magic to be let in." "Nonsense," Sally Ann replied, eager to help back up Hermione's intentions. "Look how you handled those nasty bullies. I'd say that's plenty of magic to go on with." Neville reddened and smiled shyly, shifting Trevor to his other arm. With the girls off to find a toad, the boys spread out a bit and continued their talk. Terry turned to Ron and asked about the shop in Diagon Alley that seemed to have sporting equipment, giving him the opening to describe the wizard game Quidditch. He enjoyed being the center of attention, making bigger gestures and raising his voice as he described the rules and play. One of the doors slid open and the girls returned in triumph, shepherding in the round-faced boy and his toad. "Budge up," Hermione insisted, sitting half on Harry's lap to make room. "This is Neville Longbottom, another first year like us." Harry deliberately took charge of introductions, saving himself for last. "And I'm Harry Potter." Instead of falling into stunned silence, Neville gravely held out a hand. "It's nice to finally meet you. I don't know if you know, but our mums asked each other to be godmother to us." Harry's eyes widened, placing the name. "I found out your mum was my godmother at Gringotts. I didn't know my mum was yours." He took Neville's hand and shook. "I see you found the toad," Wayne offered. Sally Ann described how she and Hermione had found it in a corner. "And then we went looking for Neville. When we saw him there were 3 boys being nasty, and Neville pushed them all against the walls and stuck them there with magic. It was marvelous." Harry and Dean glanced at Hermione, who winked. Neville was holding out his toad. "I know he isn't much, but my great-uncle Algy bought him for me after I got my letter from Hogwarts." Ron reached into a pocket. "I've a rat. My brother gave him to me when my dad got him an owl for making prefect. His name's Scabbers. Pathetic, isn't he?" Ron held out the rat, who seemed determined to continue his nap. The others pointed out their owls, sleeping in their cages as they swung gently from hooks under the baggage shelves. Before the conversation could drift from pets, Ron announced, "I tried to turn Scabbers yellow yesterday, to make him more interesting, but it didn't work. Here, I'll show you." He produced a wand rather the worse for wear, with chips in places and one end showing the core of unicorn hair. He cleared his throat. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow. Turn this stupid, fat rat yellow." He finished with a flourish of his wand, but nothing happened. Ron gave a frustrated sigh. "Are you sure that's a real spell?" Hermione asked. "I mean, I've read all our course books and they seem to use incantations based on Latin words. What would a Latin word for change be?" "How about mutato?" Wayne asked. "Like the mutants in the X-Men superhero comics." Harry leaned behind Hermione slightly so his face was hidden. "Dean, you're the artist. Give it a try." He winked at his friend and Dean controlled a grin with an effort. Ron shrugged and handed Scabbers over. Dean put the rat in his lap and pulled his wand from his sleeve, holding it up dramatically. "I want to make this rat turn yellow all over." He let the feeling in his head build a little, then released it, gesturing with the wand and shouting, "Mutado!" Scabbers. Fur took on a distinctly canary tone and his feet, ears, and tail turned a darker yellow. He squeaked and curled into a tighter ball. Ron's mouth dropped open as the others applauded and congratulated Dean. His cheeks turned pink in anger. "Change him back." All right, hold a tick." Dean tried to feel what he'd done with his magic and found it surprisingly difficult. The power shimmering around the rat seemed much stronger than the bit of effort he'd put into it. "All right, nothing for it. Remove all the magic spells around this rat." He had barely begun to wave his wand when Scabbers darkened and started to expand. Dean screeched and shoved him off his lap and into the floor. As all the children looked on in growing shock, the rat morphed into a man. An early tea was laid out in the sitting room reserved for staff, in anticipation of the welcoming feast later that evening. Professor McGonagall was discussing the schedule for flying lessons with Madame Hooch when a deep, echoing bell sounded, shaking the stone walls of the castle. "What on earth?" Hooch leapt to her feet. McGonagall stood as well. "It's the express. Something's gone wrong. Grab some brooms. We'll have to apparate to York and scout by air to find the train. I'll meet you at the gate with everyone I can find." The two witches hiked up their robes and sprinted in opposite directions. Scabbers, now a short fellow with matted hair, a pointed nose, and tatty clothes, looked around wildly. He spied Harry and focused on him. "You." He spared another glance around the compartment, taking in the group of frightened children, and scrambled to his feet. He hesitated for a brief moment, then leapt at Harry. Your fault. It all went wrong because of you." He tried to seize Harry by the throat but only managed one hand as Hermione moved to Harry instead of dodging away. She grabbed his other hand and bit it as hard as she could. The man screamed and let go of Harry to strike her across the face. That produced shouts of anger from several of the other children, jumping to their feet to pummel at him. Harry gasped for air, swallowing painfully from where the man's thumb had pressed against his windpipe. "Dean, help me, we need to make him sleep." The boys clasped hands and focused everything they had on sleep. Everyone else in the compartment dropped like a stone. McGonagall had rounded up enough staff members to fill the armful of brooms Hooch brought. They converged at the main gates and McGonagall began, "You all heard the alarm, there's something wrong on the train. We apparate to Upper Flageley and fly to the train tracks from there. Half of us will go north and half south to locate the train." Dumbledore and Hagrid came rushing down as they exited the gates and mounted brooms. "Minerva, what's happening? Didn't you hear the alarm? Something's happened on the express." "I was with Hagrid at his hut. Are we ready?" "We are. You get a broom and join us in Upper Flageley." With that, the staff disappeared in a series of pops like firecrackers. Harry and Dean worked quickly, ransacking their trunks for socks to knot together and tie the man's hands and feet. They moved to Hermione and Harry's eyes narrowed in anger, seeing the large bruise developing on her cheek. "Wake up, Hermione," he murmured, letting out just a trickle of magic. She stirred and opened her eyes. Harry and Dean helped her to a seat. She focused and looked around. "What happened?" She looked back at Harry and saw the red marks on his throat. "You're hurt. So are you, Hermione. We'll be fine. We just need to wake the others up without waking him up, too." Dean scanned the walls of the compartment. "I don't see an emergency cord for calling for help, do you?" Hermione shook her head. "I didn't see any adults when Sally Ann and I went to find Neville's toad. Just other students." "Let's put the compartments back before we do anything else," Harry said. Hermione nodded. "We'll need Ron and the man on the same side as us. Neville, too, since they were talking about pets. Everyone else on the other side." After a few minutes of tugging and shoving inert bodies, Hermione concentrated and returned the wall between the compartments to its original state. While Harry stood guard, Hermione and Dean went into the other compartment, revived their friends, and explained. Justin shook his head. "So there's no way to stop the train and there doesn't seem to be anyone in charge. How about the owls? Sending one to Professor McGonagall?" "I don't know," Hermione replied. "We don't know how far away we are from school. Justin, you go toward the front and see if you can find anyone in charge. Surely there's a crew at the engine. Terry, You go the other way and look for an adult. The trolley lady at least has to be somewhere. And don't give any details yet other than a rat turned into a man and attacked us. We still have to explain the compartments to Ron and Neville somehow. Hermione re-entered Harry's compartment and Dean stayed in the corridor to keep a lookout. He noticed that a few students at the other end of the car were looking out uncertainly. All right there, Dean called to them. Thought we heard someone scream, a girl with auburn hair responded. Someone started a food fight in our car and got pumpkin everywhere from one of those pasties. Everything's sorted now. Ah, cheers, then. The students retreated behind their doors and Dean took up his position once more. In the compartment, Harry woke Neville first. All right there, mate. Neville looked around, frowning. The compartment got smaller. No, it didn't, Harry lied, looking at Neville pleadingly. Neville gave Harry a long, measuring stare and nodded. All right, we're in a regular compartment. But there's a strange man where Weasley's rat used to be. He faced Harry, daring him to tell another one. Yes, and we have no idea who he is or why he attacked us. Hermione looked closely at the man. Harry, he looks a little familiar. I don't see how. We never met any wizards until Professor McGonagall arrived to explain the letters. Neville's mouth opened in surprise. Wait, explain the letters. You didn't even know you were a wizard. Nope, not a bloody clue. Harry moved over to Ron and reached out a hand to wake him. Neville's eyes widened as he watched Harry revive the other boy without a wand. No wand. Wait, does he have a wand? Neville carefully began checking the unconscious man's robes. Ron woke and began looking around wildly. Scabbers. Scabbers turned into a wizard. Scabbers attacked Harry Potter. Yes, we know. It's all right, he's not going to hurt us now. Hermione tried to soothe him. But he's my rat. He was Percy's rat. How can he be a wizard? As Hermione continued to try and calm Ron down, Terry returned with an older student, a girl with long curly hair and a prefect badge on her robes. I'm Penelope Clearwater, Ravenclaw prefect. What's going on here? The 1st of September 1991. The Ravenclaw prefect looked down at a bound and unconscious man in a group of firsties. The girl was trying to calm down Percy Weasley's little brother. One boy had found 2 wands on the man and was holding them, staring at the man's arm where he had pushed the sleeve up. Penelope saw the dark mark and clapped both hands to her mouth in fear. The dark-haired boy with glasses stepped forward and addressed her. Miss, if something happens on the train, how do we signal that we need help? His straightforward question helped her to focus. Before she answered, she pulled out her wand and pointed it at the man. Incarcerus. Thick, black ropes shot from her wand to wrap around the man, binding him more securely. I never thought I'd really have to use a spell like that. Now, the only adults on the train are the sweets lady and the driver. I only hope one of them can summon someone from Hogwarts or the Ministry. She knelt beside the girl and the Weasley boy. Don, no, Ron, is it? He nodded. Do you know where Percy is? He left me and Fred and George in a compartment. Said he had to attend the prefect's meeting. Right, but he didn't come back. No. Penelope looked frustrated for a moment and stood. Do you think you will be all right long enough for me to go to the driver? The girl spoke up. We sent one of our friends in that direction. She trailed off as they all sensed the train slowing down. Penelope sighed in relief. Good, looks like he managed to get someone's attention. Ron, can you please look for your brother and bring him here? If you see any other prefects, tell them to please stay in the corridors and keep the students inside. As Ron took off, she turned to the others. Can you explain what happened? The tall black boy spoke. We were just talking about things and had gotten to our pets. Ron was showing us his rat and tried to make it change color. It didn't work and he got angry. The rest of us tried to guess what the spell might be and I gave it a go and turned him yellow. Then Ron got angrier and told me to fix it. When I tried to change it back, the rat turned into a man. The girl spoke up. The man seemed to recognize Harry here. Harry, as in Harry Potter. Penelope interrupted. When the boy with glasses nodded, she swallowed hard and turned her attention back to the girl. And he tried to grab Harry. I was next to Harry and got hold of one of the man's arms and bit his hand to make him let go. Then he hit me, but he stood up too far and hit his head on the baggage rack, knocking himself out. Penelope raised an eyebrow at that, but didn't question it. The man was deeply unconscious and the girl did have a darkening bruise on one side of her face. As she was trying to decide what to do, another boy and a man entered from the other end of the car. "Justin," the girl cried in relief. The boy named Justin smiled. "I found the driver. Would you believe the train runs magically? No crew riding along, not even a blinking conductor. Anyway, I got him to stop. See in here, sir. That's the man who changed from a rat." Penelope pointed. "Sir, look, he carries the mark of you-know-who." The driver studied the man, frowned and tugged on his goatee. "And that's not all. If I didn't know better, I'd swear that was a student a few years behind me when I was at Hogwarts. But he's dead, murdered by that dark wizard Black. Harry Potter." The girl and the black boy paid fast attention and Harry asked, "Wait, do you mean Peter Pettigrew?" The girl gasped and cried, "Harry, the pictures of your parents and their friends. The ones from Professor McGonagall. That's why he looks familiar. It is him." Penelope felt her head begin to spin. But, if he was murdered, how can it be that he's here now? Back in her youth, Minerva McGonagall had enjoyed playing Quidditch. She had left off in her early 20s once the group of friends that liked to put a match together now and then dispersed. After that there had been little reason to be on a broomstick. Her bum was reminding her that she was no longer young. In front of her, Madame Hooch began to descend and McGonagall spotted the stopped train. She hovered long enough to concentrate fiercely on the last time Gryffindor had won the Quidditch Cup and sent a silvery Patronus message to Dumbledore. He had gone south with the other team after flashing into Upper Flageley with his phoenix. The group descended quickly, taking advantage of the empty moors around the train. McGonagall dismounted with a groan and Flitwick gave her a commiserating look. They boarded near the front of the train, gathering curious looks from some of the prefects looking out through doors into the corridor. McGonagall called out sternly, "Mr. Dobbins. Miss Langley." The head boy and girl emerged from compartments, looking nervous. "Do you have any idea what has happened? The security alarm sounded at the school." "No, Professor, we were just..." Rapid footsteps interrupted and a red-haired boy burst in from the other end of the car. "Percy. Percy." Making a quick guess, McGonagall stepped forward to stop him. "Mr. Weasley, what is it?" The child panted out. "Rat, changed, man, attacked, us. Show us. Phileas and Pomona, come with me. Rolanda, organize the prefects and have them stand guard in every car." It heartened McGonagall that most of the Muggleborns charged at her like frightened kittens to a mother cat, looking for reassurance. She had earned some of their trust, and by Merlin, she intended to keep it. She hugged each of them, including the Longbottom boy, who shoved 2 wands into her hand. She passed the children to Pomona for more hugs, and listened as they took turns summarizing what had happened. The Clearwater girl was very pale but stood guard, pointing her wand into the open compartment. McGonagall looked into the compartment at the bound figure on the floor. "Miss Clearwater, remind me to award you 25 points for an excellent Incarcerous conjuration. That should serve you well on your OWL. Thank you, Professor. Is he really one of them?" McGonagall looked more closely at the bared arm and back at her new prefect. "Yes, my dear, he is. And is he really Peter Pettigrew?" "What?" McGonagall spun back so fast that her hat slid perilously close to one side. She looked more closely at the face with its sharpish nose and prominent teeth. "Merlin's great ghost, I think it is. But Pettigrew died, killed by Sirius Black," Flitwick protested. Sally Ann was standing in the door to the next compartment. "And how do you know that, sir? Black blew up a Muggle street. Killed a dozen people in Pettigrew. All they found of Pettigrew was a finger," Flitwick responded. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Hang on, wasn't the rat missing a toe?" McGonagall moved into the compartment and used her wand to loosen the prisoner's wrists just enough. She found the hand missing its pinky finger. "Phileas, would you send for the DMLE?" Her colleague did not immediately respond and McGonagall rebound Pettigrew and stepped back into the corridor. There she saw her Muggleborns looking uneasy. Sally Ann and Hermione had drawn behind Flitwick while Sprout had an arm around Justin and Terry on either side of her. McGonagall turned to find that Dumbledore had arrived with Snape, Vector, Quirrell, and Burbage. He stood tall in silver-gray robes that complemented his beard and hair, peering over his glasses at the scene. Dean Thomas broke the sudden silence. "Well, if it isn't Merlin." Albus Dumbledore was dying for a sherbet liquid. He had a Hogwarts Express, stopped for an emergency situation for the first time since the year some of Gellert's minions had taken it upon themselves to attack the train. He had a supposedly dead Order of Merlin winner, somewhat worse for wear but very clearly alive and throwing a giant spanner into a situation that everyone had thought settled a decade ago. He had a deputy headmistress who was showing an alarming streak of independence. Snapping at him in front of half the senior staff was very unlike her. And he had the boy who lived clinging like a burr to her side. He looked at Harry Potter, who stared back at him warily with fistfuls of Minerva's robes in his hands. He then cast his eyes over the large number of first-year students, all of whom seemed to be huddled defensively with each other or one of the teachers with Minerva's group. She cleared her throat and broke the silence that had grown after Dean's exclamation. "Phileas, send for the DMLE, please." Albus tried to head her off. "Now, wait, Minerva. This is Hogwarts jurisdiction. And we have a man who was thought killed in a heroic battle that earned him a posthumous Order of Merlin, hiding out in an animagus form, and attacking our students. How can you possibly justify not calling in the authorities?" Without waiting for his answer, she raised her wand and concentrated. The children looked on with varying degrees of intensity and admiration as her Patronus message took off in a silver streak. Flitwick spoke up. "Shall we get the students settled and the train going again? Won't we need to stay here? The police will need to examine the scene," Hermione protested. "I shouldn't think so. Everything they need to investigate happened in this car, did it not? We just need to find room for you elsewhere, perhaps in the prefect's car. They usually have a compartment or two to spare. Actually, Phileas, we should stay long enough for Director Bones to arrive as I asked her to follow my message back to me. Trying to apparate onto a moving target is not recommended for one's health, after all. Otherwise we wouldn't have had to take brooms here." "So you really do fly on brooms?" The Hopkins boy looked at her with round eyes. "Some people do. Some of us prefer other means of transportation." Minerva decided to take advantage of the situation and introduced all the Muggleborns and young Longbottom to the professors, noting the other heads of houses as well as the headmaster. She didn't miss the speculative look Miss Granger gave him. She could practically see the wheels spinning furiously in the child's mind as she began making connections. Several loud pops and cracks sounded from outside the train, much like a spate of fireworks. The Aurors had arrived. Amelia Bones was dying for a generous nip of Minerva's single malt. She had a murder victim very much alive and sporting a dark mark on his arm. She had a pair of Aurors who were being almost ridiculously yin and yang. Proudfoot was ready to hit Pettigrew with everything short of an unforgivable while Dawlish refused to believe his eyes. The excuses he produced to deny the evidence would have given a contortionist a run for the money. And she could feel Susan's eyes boring into her back from the other end of the car, probably willing her aunt to ask for an autograph from the boy who lived. Even if she hadn't heard from Minerva directly about Dumbledore's mishandling of Harry Potter, Amelia would have picked up immediately that all was not well from the body language displayed. The children had arranged themselves behind Minerva and were wary of Dumbledore. She wasn't surprised to see Minerva ready to challenge him, but she was surprised that little Flitwick and the normally jolly Sprout had their eyes narrowed at the headmaster. Severus Snape looked bored to tears with the entire situation, but there was the slightest tick under one eye. Snape was holding in some strong emotion with all his might. Similarly, Dumbledore was exuding his strongest grandfather aura. "Really, Director, this is a Hogwarts matter. Let us get to the bottom of it and then turn the man over to you." And Amelia placed what was wrong. Dumbledore wasn't twinkling. "Headmaster, Hogwarts may be self-governing when it comes to education. But I have a previously unknown marked Death Eater, one who is an unregistered animagus, whose very existence proves that Sirius Black is innocent of at least one crime that put him in prison, and who attacked children." By now Amelia was roaring. You will get out and let me and my orders do our job, or I will gladly shove you into a cell for interfering in an investigation. She didn't know whether she had got through his thick skull on her own, or if it was 3 heads of house moving to stand behind her in clear support. Whatever it was, Dumbledore backed down. Dawlish was charged with guarding Pettigrew in the next compartment as she and Proudfoot began investigating. After the initial once-over, Amelia's reluctant conclusion was that something wasn't quite right with the stories being told. She had the physical proof that Pettigrew had choked Harry, that Hermione had bitten him, and that he in turn had hit her. But there was no trace of Pettigrew hitting his head on the luggage rack hard enough to knock himself senseless, even if he had been tall enough to do so. If she had to make a guess, she would have thought Pettigrew to be in a bewitched sleep. She decided to investigate the discrepancies later. For now there was a marked Death Eater in custody with a great deal of explaining to do. She levitated him out of the train and wrapped a studded leather band around one wrist. Each stud was a portkey to a specific cell in the Ministry's holding area and could only be activated by the wand of a DMLE member. She tapped a gold stud for the highest security cell available, and Pettigrew vanished. "Gentlemen, go report to Scrimgeour and tell him I'll be there in a few minutes to supervise questioning under Veritaserum." Both men stood to attention, then disapparated with loud cracks. Amelia turned to Minerva, who stepped forward to hand her the wands that the Longbottom child had given her. "Thank you very much for responding personally. Children, may I present Amelia Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." She named each child, and Amelia solemnly shook hands all around, noting that Harry Potter, one of the girls, and the black boy seemed particularly anxious. The girl drew a deep breath and spoke. "Director, what will happen to Sirius Black?" Amelia didn't miss Dumbledore jerk as if he had been jabbed with a pin. "Well, I now have an undisputable reason to recall him from Azkaban prison. I promise I will get the full story from both of them." The girl nodded and took young Potter's hand and squeezed it. Amelia looked around at the small crowd, gave Dumbledore a deliberate stare, then addressed Minerva. "I'll contact you as soon as I have any information worth sharing." She disapparated, feeling a certain glee at obviously snubbing the chief warlock. As they moved to a pair of empty compartments in the first car, Harry looked over the other professors carefully. At this point he felt McGonagall was firmly in their camp, and the woman named Sprout had a good hug, warm but not smothering. The little man named Flitwick also seemed a good sort. Hooch reminded him of Fishman back at the Institute with her not unkindly no-nonsense attitude. He wasn't completely sure about the headmaster and his attempts to undermine the director's authority. He also didn't like how the man with greasy black hair and a hook nose kept glaring at him. Harry glanced at the man, who was still staring at him with glittering black eyes even as he worked with the man in a turban to load their trunks and owls into the new compartments. A sharp, burning pain seared into his forehead briefly, and Harry put a hand to his scar. Hermione noticed and moved to his side, taking his free hand. "All right there, Harry." He turned to her and the pain vanished. "I think so. Let's go get seated." The express began to move again and they could dimly hear the cheers of other students. Harry and Hermione sat together on one seat, with Dean on the other side of Hermione and McGonagall across from them with Neville Longbottom. The others were sitting with Professor Sprout in the next compartment. Most of the teachers had decided to ride with the train and help soothe any worried students, although the headmaster and the unpleasant hook-nosed man had elected to return to the school. Harry absently rubbed at his scar, remembering the jolt of pain and trying to shake off a feeling of foreboding about what Hogwarts might bring. The 1st of September 1991. Hermione stared past a fleet of little boats across a large lake. A castle loomed in the gathering darkness, spilling warm light from every window and crevice and reflecting moonlight from the turrets. It was a marvel straight out of a fairy story. "No more in 4 to a boat. Hermione, come on." The voices broke her out of her thoughts and she picked her way down to the shore. Dean and Harry were holding a place for her in one boat, Dean actually grabbing the arm of the Weasley boy to keep him from climbing in beside Sally Ann. Hermione hurried forward to take her place. The red-haired boy gave her a dirty look and eyed the next boat, but Justin was already climbing in beside Terry, Wayne, and Neville Longbottom. As they sailed across, the true size of the castle became apparent. It loomed over them, blotting out most of the moon in the sky before they approached the shore. Hermione studied it hungrily, picking out details as they drew closer. The great tower rising to the left, a covered bridge with support arches that reminded her of the Roman aqueduct in Segovia, a daunting series of stairs leading up the craggy tor from the little covered dock that seemed to be their destination. Sally Ann squeezed her hand as they went past the dock and into a cove between the two parts of the castle. The huge man that had gathered the first years shouted, "Mind our heads!" And they watched as he ducked under a curtain of trailing ivy. On the other side was a cavern with a large pebbly beach. Each of the boats floated to an assigned spot and drove itself onto shore far enough for the children to get out. As they followed the large man out of the cavern and up a grassy hill, Hermione slipped forward to walk next to Harry and Dean. They mounted a steep set of stone stairs to an enormous oaken door. The man pounded 3 times, announcing their presence. The door opened to reveal a familiar face. "The Furs, years, Professor." "Thank you, Hagrid, I will take them from here." The Muggle-raised group wormed their way forward. McGonagall nodded at them, then led the group up the stairs into an enormous entrance hall. The silent group could hear the murmur of voices on the other side of an imposing pair of doors. The professor opened another door and the children gathered in an anteroom. "Welcome to Hogwarts. We will enter the Great Hall for the start of term banquet momentarily, but before you all can be seated you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is an important step, as your house will be something like your family during your time here. We use a points system at Hogwarts. Good behavior and achievement will be rewarded with points for your house while any rule breaking will lose points. The house with the most points at the end of the year is awarded the House Cup. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has a remarkable history and has produced notable witches and wizards in all fields. You will be sorted by means of the sorting hat. Each of you will put the hat on and it will decide the most appropriate house for you. Please stay here while we make the final preparations. Do take the opportunity to tidy yourselves up. I will return in a few minutes for you." McGonagall's departure produced shifting and murmuring among the first years as some of them straightened cloaks and robes. Hermione leaned over to whisper to Ron Weasley, "You've got dirt on your nose, by the way." He glared at her but scrubbed at his nose with his sleeve. Sally Ann slipped over to Hermione. "I don't suppose we'll be lucky enough to all be together." Hermione looked around the room, counting swiftly. "There's not even 40 of us here. If about the same number of students goes to each house, the odds aren't good for all 7 of us to be in one house. I think I'd be all right with anywhere but Slytherin. Their head of house seemed really unpleasant." Hermione nodded in agreement. "I think after reading Hogwarts, a history I'm most likely for Ravenclaw, which I suppose would be all right. But I'd rather have Professor McGonagall as my head of house." She noticed Harry had been listening in. He nodded his agreement at her. At that moment, McGonagall entered the room once more. "We're ready for you. Please follow me." It quickly became apparent that the first years were being called alphabetically. 2 girls were sorted into Hufflepuff and then Terry was called. Terry sat and his vision was obscured as the 2 large hats slipped down over his eyes. He jumped slightly as a voice spoke. "Let's see here, Mr. Boot, you're a bit of a clever one, aren't you? Brave as well, willing to do your part. But where will you fit best?" An image of his mother's library sprang into Terry's mind and the memory of the little professor who spoke enthusiastically about the collections housed in Hogwarts School and in the Ravenclaw Tower. Knowledge above all else, That's an easy enough decision for Ravenclaw. Terry blinked as the hat was lifted from his head and the students at one table clapped and gestured at him to join them. He met his friends' gazes as they smiled and applauded as well. After a few more students, Justin heard his name and stepped forward to sit on the stool and let McGonagall place the hat on his head. "Well, hello there, Mr. Finch Fletchley. Let's see what you have. Fairly smart, but you'd rather be doing something than studying about it. And not all that ambitious. I tend to see that when we get someone of your background, you're still all about loyalty at this point." Justin immediately pictured Professor Sprout, who had ridden most of the way with them after the incident on the train. He had been quite taken with the friendly, motherly woman. "Well, then, if you have that strong of a preference, I see no problem with Hufflepuff." The Hufflepuff table applauded and the two girls who had been sorted first waved at him to join them. After, Finnegan, Seamus, went to Gryffindor and Goldstein, Anthony, to Ravenclaw. McGonagall called out, Granger, Hermione. Hermione went forward, warmed by the slight smile in the professor's expression as she approached. Welcome, Miss Granger. Let me have a look at you. The hat went silent for a moment and Hermione felt an odd sensation, as if something was rummaging in her mind like a clothes drawer, looking for matching socks. I haven't seen intellectual potential like this in quite some time. But there's also terrific ambition here and bravery and devotion to those you care about. You could be sorted anywhere and have the tools to succeed. I want to be near Professor McGonagall, Hermione whispered. You do seem to have formed an attachment. And she is a bit protective of you from what I saw as she called your name. Well, I did say anywhere would do, and that includes Gryffindor. Harry waited on tenterhooks as more students were sorted. Some seemed to take longer than others. Hermione had sat for nearly 2 minutes and Neville Longbottom needed almost 5 to be sent to Gryffindor, while the Malfoy boy they had met in Diagon Alley was called for Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. Wayne joined Justin at the Hufflepuff table. Sally Ann took a few minutes, a stubborn expression on her face, before the hat declared her a Ravenclaw. Potter, Harry. Instantly a buzz grew among the tables as students confirmed to one another that they had indeed heard the famous name. Harry swallowed hard and stepped forward. The hat slid down, pushing against his glasses. He started at the voice that sounded close to his ears. You're a difficult one, aren't you? Plenty of courage, not a bad mind, not afraid of hard work and so very eager to prove yourself. But where am I going to put you, Mr. Potter? Gryffindor, Harry whispered. Put me in Gryffindor. Oh, now, it's not that easy. Just because Miss Granger is there. It's not just her, Harry thought fiercely. It's Professor McGonagall and my parents and even Neville Longbottom that we met on the train. All right, I see. But truly, you could be great and Slytherin would help you on your way to greatness. Not Slytherin. Harry felt bile rise from an already nervous stomach at the thought of sharing most of his time with Malfoy. If you're sure, then, better be Gryffindor. Hermione squealed and jumped up to hug him, while a pair of red-headed twins began chanting, We got Potter. We got Potter. Harry sat next to Hermione and across from Neville, paying less attention until he heard Dean's name. Dean went so far as to cross his arms as he seemed to argue with the hat until it shouted, Gryffindor. Harry and Hermione jumped up to greet him, relieved. He sat on Harry's other side and shook his head. Daft thing. Kept going on about Hufflepuff but I insisted that I wanted to be with my friends. You insisted. A dusky girl, one of the Pottle twins, looked at him with wide eyes. Yeah, I did. I wanted to be with my mates and I wanted Professor McGonagall as my head of house. Hufflepuff would have been all right, I suppose, but this is better. They were interrupted as the Weasley boy approached them, sitting next to Neville. Good show, mate. Glad we're in Gryffindor together. Imagine being stuck in Slytherin. Hermione's eyes narrowed at the familiarity of this boy toward Harry. And what's wrong with Slytherin? The hat said I could have fit in there. Weasley's eyes grew wide. But Slytherins are evil. There wasn't a wizard or witch who went bad that wasn't a snake. That's not right. Hermione contradicted him instantly, drawing attention from a few of the older students near them. From what Professor McGonagall told us, Sirius Black was supposed to be one of those Death Eaters and betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort. At the chorus of gasps around her, she muttered, honestly. And since we learned today that Peter Pettigrew was a Death Eater and faked being dead, he was obviously cunning enough for Slytherin as well in spite of being a Gryffindor. Harry continued hotly. Seems like there will be plenty of good and bad people in any house. Weasley looked ready to argue, but McGonagall was rolling up the list she had used and the headmaster had stood to address the students. He quickly sat on the other side of Dean, looking cross. Welcome, one and all, to a new year at Hogwarts. Let me say just a few words before we start our feast. Repel. Butter. Periwinkle. Moonbeam. He clapped his hands and the tables suddenly filled with an astonishing variety of piping hot food. Harry and Dean did not hesitate to start filling their plates, while Hermione looked toward the staff table and the headmaster, now happily loading his plate with what appeared to be fish fingers and custard. She turned to the older student who happened to be next to her, yet another red-haired boy. Is he always like that? Who? Professor Dumbledore. Mostly, yes. He's rather mad but quite brilliant, really. With a huff, Hermione began her meal as well. The 2nd of September 1991. Justin and Wayne were cautiously pleased with Hogwarts so far. Of the other boys in their year sharing their quarters, Ernie Macmillan was very friendly and Stebbins seemed a decent sort. Zacharias Smith had been a little offensive, boasting about not having a single spell of accidental magic after the first time when he was 3. He had also woken the others up with a bout of snoring not long before they were due to get up anyway, serving as a most unpleasant alarm clock. As the two entered the great hall for breakfast, they noted that, unlike dinner the night before, breakfast was something of a casual affair. Terry and Sally Ann were sitting near one end of a somewhat empty Ravenclaw table and waved them over. I asked an older student, "There's no rule about sitting at one's house table for meals, but it's generally understood that we should at dinner," Terry told them. Brilliant. Justin sat and blinked as a plate and utensils appeared in front of him. He took the invitation and began loading up on eggs and sausages. Wayne started with some toast. "Seen the others yet?" Sally Ann shook her head. "Not yet. That's why we sat near the doors, so we could watch for you all." Terry asked, "What's it like in your house?" "I've got 3 others with me. Cornfoot and Goldstein. Corner's a bit of an..." He and Goldstein argued about who should have one of the beds near a window. They ended up drawing lots for it, and when Corner lost he got all sulky about it. Sally Ann continued, "The girls seem pleasant enough. Padma Patil was especially nice, telling me about visiting her grandmom in India. Over there they start teaching children magic around age 7, though they mostly still use wands." Justin finished chewing and swallowing before chiming in. "The worst thing so far is we've got someone who snores. Most everyone seems friendly enough, though." Sally Ann waved suddenly. "Hermione, over here." Hermione had entered the hall and smiled at the summons. She practically skipped over to sit with them. "Good morning. Did you all sleep well?" "Well enough. What about Harry and Dean?" "They should be along in a minute." Neville Longbottom, the boy with the toad, was walking with us and got his foot caught. There's a step on the main staircase that you have to remember to skip, otherwise your foot sinks in it. Harry and Dean are trying to help him out, and I'm supposed to tell a professor or prefect if they aren't here soon. Justin smiled as he saw the 3 boys enter. "Looks like they managed it." "Morning, everyone." Dean sat and grabbed a plate. "We've had our bit of adventure for this morning." Neville blushed and accepted the plate that Hermione passed to him. "Must remember not to put a foot on the 13th stair." Wayne shifted from toast to sausage and started the platter around. "How is it in your house?" "We're not too bad other than someone who snores." The Gryffindor boys groaned almost simultaneously and the others laughed. Wayne continued, "I suppose you have the same problem." Harry nodded. "Ron Weasley. Like a ruddy chainsaw, he is." "Hermione, can I borrow that spell index you bought? Maybe there's something in there on how to make a person quiet." "Certainly. I'll fetch it after we eat." A voice broke into their conversation. "I see we've moved a bit afield this morning." As the chorus of, "Good morning, Professor," died down, Terry defended himself. "I asked around and the older students said it was permitted. And so it is, but generally not on the first day. It's a bit difficult to hand out timetables if we have to hunt for our students at all the tables." McGonagall passed forms to her 4 lions and nodded to the others. "You'll need to return to your rooms for your books in time for your first class." Hermione studied her timetable eagerly. "Gryffindor and Hufflepuff share herbology and astronomy. We've history of magic and charms with the Ravenclaws. Potions and defense are with Slytherin, and we seem to be by ourselves for transfiguration. There'll be flying lessons in a couple of weeks with all the houses together." "Did we ever figure out what subject the Fantastic Beasts book was for?" Dean asked. "No, we didn't. I meant to ask Professor McGonagall and I forgot. I'll go ask her now." Hermione jumped up and headed to the far table where a few sleepy Gryffindors were taking their timetables from the professor. Neville glanced after her. "Is she always so energetic?" Harry and Dean chuckled and Harry answered, "Yes, that's our Hermione. The 3rd of September 1991. The first day went smoothly enough. History of magic was quite boring once the novelty of being taught by a ghost wore off. Herbology was rather interesting between the fun of working with the plants and Professor Sprout's steady stream of information. They hadn't got very far in charms, partly due to Professor Flitwick needing to go to the hospital wing. As he was calling roll he had tried to bow to Harry from the stack of books he was standing on and had taken a bad spill. The first class on the second day was double potions with the Slytherins. Harry felt the tension as he entered the room, with the students sporting green badges and ties all sitting to the left, while Weasley dragged Finnegan to the rightmost table. He drew Hermione to sit beside him and Dean and Neville took the table next to them. Harry noted the Malfoy boy, sitting with a dark-haired girl that looked vaguely familiar. It was chilly in the dark dungeon, being surrounded by stone walls and shelves full of containers. The stone jars added to the dreariness while the glass ones contained things that after first glimpse Harry would rather not study closely. The thin, sallow potions professor entered from a side door and began class by calling roll. He paused when he got to Harry's name. Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. Harry's eyes narrowed at the cold tone in Snape's voice. Present, sir. Tell me, Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Hermione's hand shot up but Harry patted her arm and she lowered it. I don't know yet, sir. I see fame clearly isn't everything. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bazaar? Harry frowned, as the word seemed familiar. He could hear it being pronounced and spelled by Pippa as she talked about some of the stranger medical tales that would come up in her classes. It forms in the intestines, sir. HMPH. Specifically in the intestines or stomach of a goat. A bazaar will protect one from most poisons. One more. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry sat up, thinking hard, because monkshood was definitely familiar to him. Hermione brushed her hand against his leg and whispered, Brother Codfile. That's it. The Codfile books. Hermione's mother had an impressive collection of mysteries and had shared them willingly on his visits to the Granger home. They're two names for the same plant, sir, a poisonous one. The professor raised an eyebrow and studied Harry for a moment. Well, then, here's hoping you lot aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. The 2nd of September 1991. Really, Amelia, must it be today? Amelia Bones pinched the bridge of her nose, nearly dislodging her monocle, as she fought to stay patient in the face of the minister's whining. Yes, Cornelius, it must be today. You've seen Pettigrew for yourself, you've read the transcript of the Veritaserum interrogation. It is 100% proven that Black did not kill Pettigrew, which calls into question everything else he was accused of. And the fact that there appears not to have been a trial for Black at all is going to prompt some very harsh questions. But that was during Bagnold's time. Which is exactly why you should be leaping at this. If you want your political capital to rise, you'll move heaven and earth to get Black out of there and get to the bottom of this. Whether he was part of a conspiracy against the Potters or completely innocent, you will look good for making sure that the truth is known. Cornelius Fudge bit his lip, wavering, and Amelia pressed her point. I want to go today because if Black is innocent, he doesn't deserve to be in that hellhole a moment longer. I also want to go today because Dumbledore will be distracted with the first day of classes at Hogwarts. I don't need his signature to get Black out of Azkaban, but I will have to deal with him in getting a trial scheduled. And right now I don't trust Dumbledore. You didn't see his reaction to Pettigrew on the train. Fudge weighed his options and relented, signing the form she was waving around. Ultimately, she was right in that his only option was to publicly investigate the matter and either confirm that Black was where he belonged or vindicate an innocent man. Dumbledore awoke to find that he still had the headache he had developed after yesterday's incident with the train. This was really most upsetting. He had been so distracted with the pain that he'd said some rather short and ridiculous thing before the feast and then proceeded to eat without even noticing what he put on his plate. Whatever it was, it had upset his stomach. He had taken a pair of Poppy's potions and tried to go to sleep. It was quite tempting to send a message to Minerva and let her know he was feeling poorly and staying in bed. However, it would be very bad form to do so on the first day of classes. He did summon a piece of parchment and a quill. Minerva, I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Don't look for me at breakfast, but I will be in my office by the time classes start. D. He rolled up the parchment and held it out. Fox, if you would be so kind. The phoenix took off from his perch and carefully plucked the scroll from his hand before sailing out of the open window. Dumbledore then sat up carefully and rearranged his pillows with a wave of his wand. Maxie. An elderly house elf appeared. Yes, Headmaster Dumbles. I'm having a slow start. Could I ask for a breakfast tray, just some eggs and toast, and for someone to bring me a fairly strong headache potion? Maxie bowed and disappeared. Dumbledore summoned the lists of new first-year students from his desk and began looking it over. He was pleased that Harry had been put in Gryffindor. The Weasley children were there and they could help introduce him to the wizarding world. He was a bit concerned about the other Muggleborns. If he remembered correctly, and with his head aching he wasn't sure he did, the Thomas boy and Granger girl were the other two students who had been at that hospital with Harry. As a matter of fact, it seemed that Harry had been part of a large group of children last night, mostly with unfamiliar names. Dumbledore felt a frisson of unease, but he couldn't place why through the pain in his head. A breakfast tray appeared on his knees, exactly as he had asked, down to the corked bottle in a corner that held one of Snape's remedies. He gulped down the contents and attacked his food, eager to shake off this unwellness. A large black dog, curled up in a corner of a stone room, lifted its ears at the sounds of doors opening above. This was the wrong time of day for anyone to be stirring in this part of Azkaban. Cautiously, the dog stood, shook its fur, and morphed into a man. The man shivered with the sudden absence of fur to insulate him from the cold North Sea wind and gathered the few ragged blankets around him as he lay down on the straw mat that served as a bed. He rolled to face the wall and did his best to imitate a limp dishrag. Footsteps sounded down the corridor. This was most definitely unusual. Even more unusual, there was no impending chill of Dementors accompanying the guards. The footsteps halted and he heard a key rattle in his door. You shouldn't go in, Mum. He's one of our most dangerous criminals. You will follow orders. Sirius Black is being transferred to the Ministry for further questioning as new evidence has come to light. The prisoner fought to appear unresponsive as his hand was lifted. He felt a leather strap wrap around his wrist, binding it together with another person's. Before he could suss out what might be happening, the yanking sensation of a portkey took over. The second Amelia landed in the security cell with Sirius Black, she stunned him and then removed the bracelet from their wrists. Kingsley Shacklebolt, one of her better Aurors, was at the door. He quickly levitated Black to an interrogation chair and wrapped him in chains. Amelia went to the door and waved in two people. Croaker, the unspeakable, produced the vial of Veritaserum. Jerkins was acting as recorder and Amelia frowned at that. The woman had proved to be a bit unreliable at her job while being most efficient at spreading gossip around. She decided to at least try and delay the inevitable. This interrogation is to be kept under a seal of secrecy until I say otherwise. Is that understood? Croaker nodded and moved to Black. Amelia revived the prisoner and Croaker quickly administered the 3 drops of potion. As the familiar glazed look in his eyes took over, Amelia began. What is your name? Sirius Orion Black. How old are you? I've lost track. I was born in 1959. What was your house at Hogwarts? Gryffindor. Brast my parents off completely. Croaker nodded to Amelia that the potion had taken effect. She took a deep breath and began the important questions. Did you kill Peter Pettigrew? No. The vehemence in his tone made everyone jump. A typical side effect of Veritaserum was to keep the person being questioned in a relaxed and dreamy state. What happened? We tried to bluff Voldemort. Everyone would assume I was secret keeper for James and Lily, that he would try to attack them through me. We made Peter secret keeper instead. We thought it would draw out some Death Eaters, maybe even the big man himself. Black paused and Amelia prompted him. What went wrong? We didn't know the little rat had already gone over to Voldemort's side. I was afraid Remus was a spy, because Voldemort was openly courting the werewolves. We never dreamed that Peter would betray us. Tell us what happened the night of the 31st of October 1981. I was uneasy. Things had been very quiet for several days. I went to where Peter was hiding out, but he wasn't there. He wasn't at his home or his mother's home. At that point I was terrified that he'd been caught and tortured and went to Godric's Hollow to get James and Lily to move. When I arrived, it was too late. The cottage had been half destroyed by some kind of magical backlash. James was downstairs, dead. Lily was upstairs in the nursery, also dead. Harry was in his cot, crying. I picked him up and tried to calm him down. I was trying to decide how I could keep Harry safe and go after Peter at the same time when Hagrid arrived. He said Dumbledore had told him to come get Harry, to take him somewhere safe. Amelia filed that bit of information away for later. So you went after Pettigrew? Yes. I finally tracked him down the next day in Muggle London. I was so furious I don't even know what I was shouting at him. Then he screamed back about me being the one to betray James and Lily. He blew up the street and must have transformed into his animagus form. He's a rat, we know. That's how he was discovered. All I remember after that is just staring at the destruction and laughing. Laughing that little lumpy Peter had betrayed us all, had gotten away from me. Sirius' face fell and a few tears began gathering in his eyes. Amelia knew the signs of the Veritaserum weakening. We've got enough. Kingsley, help him get cleaned up and find him some robes. Keep him here for the moment, but put together a comfortable bed and warm meals. Croaker, validate Bertha's transcript and you two can go while I inform Fudge. And none of us is to breathe a word until I say so. Shacklebolt had vanished, the chains around Black, and his hand shot out to seize Amelia's wrist. Harry, where's Harry? Amelia patted his hand. He's safe as houses right now. He arrived at Hogwarts yesterday for his first year. Black brightened at that. He's at Hogwarts. And he's all right. He looked all right to me yesterday. Kingsley can fill you in on the rest. Let me go deliver this to Fudge so we can get you cleared. Amelia waited until 9 o'clock, the curfew at Hogwarts, before calling Minerva through the flow. The first time she found an empty room. The second time she opened the fire just as a tabby cat came in and stretched. Minerva, may I come through? The cat looked at her, then grew in size, morphing into the deputy headmistress. Of course, Amelia. Amelia stepped out, carrying an armful of scrolls. You wouldn't believe the day we had. Well, I suppose the chaos had to go somewhere. We had a remarkably smooth first day here. Amelia held out 3 of the scrolls. I'd like to ask you to pass these to Dumbledore. This one is an official request for a trial to be held within 10 days for one Sirius Orion Black on charges of murder. The second is a request that he recuse himself from the trial once it is scheduled. The third is a summons for him as a witness in the trial. Minerva's eyebrows were reaching for her hairline by the time Amelia finished. I take it that things have happened. This needs to be kept between us until the trial, but we questioned Black under Veritaserum. He's completely innocent. They tried to bluff Voldemort by making everyone think he was the secret keeper and using Pettigrew instead. But Pettigrew had already switched to Voldemort's side. When Black cornered him he caused the explosion and escaped in his animagus form. Minerva stared for a minute, then spun on her heel and made for the whiskey bottle. Sirius Black slept around the clock on his first day out of Azkaban. He was warm, truly warm, in a gloriously soft bed. He was clean, with no itch of straw or bites from insects plaguing his skin. His dreams did not suddenly morph into nightmares as the Dementors made their rounds. He refused to stir the first few times the Auror Shacklebolt tried to rouse him. Finally the scales tipped and his hunger won out over his exhaustion. He sat up in the bed in the cell and looked over the tray. Porridge, eggs, a pile of bacon, and toast with 3 kinds of jam awaited him. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I brought a variety. Now eat. Bones wants you able to stand when you have your trial. A trial. Sirius looked at the Auror with a skeptical expression. Yes, a trial. Madam Bones started looking for the transcripts after Professor McGonagall began asking questions. Seems young Potter wanted some answers about his parents' deaths because his aunt and uncle never told him anything. Sirius froze, the spoonful of porridge halfway to his mouth. Aunt and uncle, you mean he ended up with Lily's sister? That's the last place she wanted him to be. Shacklebolt shrugged. All I know is that Madam Bones, Investigation showed that you never actually had a trial of any kind, and then Pettigrew turned up alive, which shows you're innocent in at least one count. So you will have a trial soon, and in the meantime you are to be treated as kindly as possible in a high-security cell in the ministry." He pointed to a dark square on the pale brick wall near the door. "Press your hand there if you need anything. Any chance of something to read. I'll bring you the last few profits to start." The potions had made a dent, and Dumbledore was feeling better as long as he focused on Hogwarts. When he entered his office after dinner, he discovered a set of scrolls on his desk with seals from the DMLE. He opened the first one with a frown. Upon seeing the name of Sirius Black in the opening text, his headache returned with a vengeance. This was most disturbing. Black was guilty of betraying the Potters and had been rightly sent to Azkaban. Dumbledore had been there as the high emotions swept magical Britain, seen the public's need to punish someone, as Harry Potter had already removed the first target for their anger. With the eyewitness descriptions obtained from the Muggles of Peter Pettigrew's last words, Dumbledore had allowed then-Minister Bagnold to simply throw the man into Azkaban without protest. As soon as the wizarding community had learned of Black's fate, emotions had been soothed and things had calmed down. And now the whole business was being raked up again. Dumbledore opened the second scroll and his eyes widened. "Recuse myself. I'm the chief warlock. Not enough people will trust Madame Longbottom to direct the trial." The third scroll made the request clear. Of course, anyone called as a witness should not be in a position of leadership or judgment in a trial. But even the thought of having to revisit that night set his head almost to throbbing. He tried to remember where he had gotten his last potion. At this rate, Poppy was sure to question his sudden intake, and Severus might even be moved to express concern. A sudden burst of flames in front of him made him shy back before he realized that it was Fawkes. The Phoenix clutched a familiar bottle in its claws. Dumbledore took it gratefully. "Thank you, my friend." Fawkes' trilling song of response helped bring the headache down to manageable levels before he got the stopper out. The 9th of September 1991. Amelia surveyed the courtroom, noting that almost every seat was filled. Cornelius had arranged a press conference to announce the discovery that Sirius Black had never been formally tried and his intentions to rectify that oversight. He had taken the stance that justice must be served fairly to one and all, even to the Potter's betrayer, and that a complete accounting of the night was long overdue. They had purposely not set a date before the press conference. Amelia's intention was to have a closed trial with only the Wizengamot present. The summons had been bespelled to be readable only by the members, with strict instructions not to share the information until after the trial in order to preserve legal integrity. Judging from the faces she saw, the instructions had been taken seriously. Fudge, Umbridge, Augusta Longbottom, Tiberius Lancaster, and Crispin York entered from a side door to take their positions. Lancaster was acting as prosecutor for the case while York was defending Black. Both lawyers had gone over the transcript from the questioning under Veritaserum and had planned the approach accordingly. Madame Longbottom took the raised chair designated for the chief warlock and raised the gavel to signal the beginning of the trial. "Aurors, please bring in the accused." The Aurors, Shacklebolt and Robards, did so, causing a ripple of unease through the assembled crowd as they walked with Sirius Black between them with no sign of any bindings. The week away from Azkaban had helped. Black's hair and beard had been neatly trimmed and he was dressed in formal robes bearing the crest of the House of Black. But his skin was still deadly pale from over a decade in a cell, and he had barely begun to put on some much-needed weight. The Aurors led him to his place and he sat beside York, who shook his hand. When no chains of any kind appeared to secure him, the murmurs of the crowd grew louder. Madame Longbottom spoke again. "Witnesses are to come forward." Black sat up suddenly, looking very intent, and Amelia frowned. Her first instinct was to palm her wand, but the Veritaserum testimony had been clear. Black was innocent. Dumbledore entered, leading the remaining hit wizards of the group that had arrested Black. They took seats and Black leaned forward, staring at Dumbledore. Amelia noted that the headmaster had a hand across his eyes, rubbing his temples with thumb and forefinger, as if his head ached. Finally Robards gently pulled Black back into his seat. Amelia saw the frustration in his expression, which shifted into resignation. Just as Madame Longbottom raised the gavel to open the trial, Black drew a deep breath and shouted, "Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country." Dumbledore keeled over and chaos erupted in the courtroom. The 9th of September 1991. Sirius was immediately covered by 3 wands. Both Shacklebolt and Robards had theirs pressed to either side of his neck, and Bones was across the room in a shot to add hers. "What the hell, Black?" He held his peace, hands spread out and not daring to move. "You have my testimony under truth serum, Director. If I could have managed to do this in private, I would have. But I asked for a meeting with Albus twice and received no response." Whatever the director planned to say next was lost as a familiar voice rang out behind her. "Madam Bones, please have your orders stand down." She shook her head at Shacklebolt and he kept his wand in place as she turned to face the headmaster. He was sitting up and being helped to his feet by Lancaster. He was pale and sweating, rearranging his robes fussily. The Wizengamot members in the gallery began to relax. "I asked the prosecution and Madam Longbottom to be allowed to take the stand first." The acting chief witch frowned in concern. "Is that wise, Albus? You look quite ill. I think we should summon a healer." No need for that. I promise to see Madame Pomfrey as soon as I return to Hogwarts, if it will put your mind at ease, but what I have to say should not wait a moment longer." He gave Madame Longbottom a reassuring smile, his eyes twinkling madly, and she relented. Sirius felt hands on his shoulders and obeyed the unspoken command to sit. People returned to their places as Dumbledore climbed to the witness stand. He took out his wand and used it to freshen himself up. With one final massage to his temples, he leaned on the railing for support and looked at Lancaster expectantly. The prosecuting wizard shuffled frantically for the list of questions that had been prepared, obviously rattled. Please state your name for the court." "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." "What is your relationship to the accused?" Sirius was a student at Hogwarts from 1971 to 1978. After graduation he began Auror training and worked with me to help fight Voldemort and his ranks of Death Eaters. Sirius noticed the shiver of fear in the room at Voldemort's name and could not keep his eyes from rolling. "The man's been dead almost 10 years. What can you tell us about the events on the 31st of October 1981? Dumbledore straightened and smiled over at Sirius. "I can tell you that Sirius was most definitely not the secret keeper for the Potters." The crowd began to buzz as people reacted to the news with their neighbors. Madame Longbottom pounded on her gavel to restore order. "Quiet, please continue, Lancaster." "Thank you, Madam." "Mr. Dumbledore, why did you not make this statement at the time of Black's arrest?" "Because I allowed myself to be obliviated of the knowledge as an extra measure of security. I performed the Fidelius to hide the Potters away and was part of the discussion to give the public the impression that Sirius was secret keeper when in reality we chose Peter Pettigrew in an attempt to bluff Voldemort. My former students were incorrigible pranksters at school and this was just the kind of thing they would think of. I allowed Lily Potter to perform the memory charms so I would not give the plan away." A number of people brightened, putting the pieces together. Dumbledore nodded, noticing the comprehension dawning. Mrs. Potter was most proficient with charms. In other circumstances she would surely have gone for her mastery and might have ended up taking Professor Flitwick's place upon his retirement. But I digress. We arranged that any of the 4 involved, James, Lily, Sirius and Peter, would be able to break the memory charm with the code phrase, "Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of their country." It was something Lily had heard from her sister, something to do with Muggle schooling. And because Bagnold and Crouch sent Black to Azkaban without a trial, he was never able to cancel the charm, Lancaster observed. "Precisely. Because of the memory charm, I made the same assumptions as everyone else, much to my shame, and never sought a trial for Sirius. The public's need for a scapegoat was so great that it threatened to destabilize our society just at the point where the worst danger had passed." Dumbledore turned to look at Sirius directly. "I apologize for that. I apologize for taking the easy path instead of seeing things through properly." Sirius nodded at him. With the memory charm in place, Sirius didn't blame him for what he believed. For not fulfilling his duty, for following Crouch's lead, Sirius blamed him very much. But now was not the time to dig into that. "It explains everything now. My headaches and attempts to avoid even mentioning Sirius since Pettigrew was discovered. The pressure on the hidden memory was quite strong. Lancaster looked at Madame Longbottom. The prosecution rests its case. Rightly so. York, do you have anything to add? York stood. Only the submitted evidence of Peter Pettigrew being alive and in or custody along with the veritaserum testimony of both Pettigrew and the defendant. He sat back down. The acting chief which waved Dumbledore to his chair and looked around the room. Wands out and ready, please. Lit for guilty and unlit for not. On the charge of betrayal of James and Lily Potter and being a Death Eater. A few wands lit up and Sirius saw Bones nearly put her face in her hands. But the vote was indisputably, not guilty. On the charge of murdering Peter Pettigrew. This time not a single wand was lit. By the evidence presented and the decision of his peers, Sirius Black is found not guilty of the crimes for which he stood accused and is free to leave the court without a stain on his character. Madame Longbottom pounded the gavel for the last time. You are hereby free to go, Mr. Black. After collecting a copy of Amelia's report on Black's trial, Minerva went down to the gates of Hogwarts to keep her appointment with the Esperanza House doctors. She had communicated with them by all the evening of the train's arrival, assuming that the children would send their own letters. Once the trial date had been set, she had arranged to meet them the same evening. She apparated to the same upstairs conference room as before, finding the red-haired nurse waiting for her. Good evening, Professor. If you'll wait here I'll let Dr. Green and Dr. Aimler know you're here. She waved a hand at a tea set. Help yourself while you wait. Minerva investigated and found the tea to still be warm, but not piping hot. She cast a warming charm on it and poured for herself. She poked her head into the other rooms, finding them still furnished as bedrooms but empty of the children's belongings. She returned to her seat and pulled out the parchments that Amelia had prepared. A few minutes later, Dr. Aimler entered. Good evening, Professor. I apologize, but Dr. Green is delayed. We have an issue involving one of our new residents and the fact that we frown upon biting our aides. Minerva chuckled at that. I would most certainly support that. In my school days we might have transfigured the offender into a beaver for a few hours of non-stop chewing to make our point. We don't allow such punishments anymore. Pity. It strikes me as effective. The doctor poured a cup of tea and sat down. Now, do you have all the information needed to tell us what has happened? She passed over the parchments. You may keep this report. It is by Director Bones, our top official when it comes to police and criminal matters. He eyed the sheaf of uneven, buff-colored paper. I don't suppose you could make that look like a printed report. Show me. He opened a folder in a stack he carried with him and showed her the crisp, white pages with neat black lettering. With a wave of her wand, the report turned into a similar handful of pages. She continued, the short version is that I remembered correctly. Sirius Black was never tried for his crimes in 1981. That has now happened and Black was found to be innocent of all charges against him. How was it proven, besides the fact that the murder victim turned up alive? Director Bones conducted questioning of Black with veritaserum, a potion that forces a person to speak the truth for a short while. She learned that Harry's father and Black tried to bluff the Death Eaters, making them think that Black would be the one to hold the knowledge of where the Potters were hiding. They actually used Pettigrew instead, unaware that he had already defected to the other side. Aimler nodded. I see. So what does this mean for Harry going forward? Well, Black is Harry's godfather, so it's possible he'll ask for custody of Harry once he's sorted out his own affairs after being imprisoned. Aimler sat back, tugging on his mustache. We'd need to discuss it with Dr. Green, but I think we'd be open to the possibility of visitation and such. Let Harry get to know the man in advance of a slow transition. A sudden switch in living arrangements on top of everything else would be a great deal to ask of Harry, not to mention the need to provide enough documentation on this side for there to suddenly be a new guardian after so many years. Minerva nodded, thinking about the exasperating man-child that Sirius Black had been before the Potters' murders. I agree that any transition should be taken slowly. Now, tell me how the kids are settling in. We've had letters from Harry and Hermione so far and they sound excited about everything. Dean wrote one short note to his parents, but didn't give many details. How do you think they are doing? Minerva did a quick spell to add tea from the pot to her cup and warmed it again. They're doing very well, much better than we usually see with our Muggle-born pupils. The whole lot of them stick together, though they're friendly enough with the other students. They've even added one child to their ranks, a boy named Neville Longbottom, and it might be the making of him. I do see them having some issues with the actual magic, getting it to focus through their wands and behave accordingly, but that isn't unusual with Muggleborns. What she did not share, what she was not going to share with anyone just yet, was her suspicion that the three who had stayed at Esperanza House might have a tremendously difficult time adjusting to wands. Nothing had been declared in the open and her only evidence was the amazing display of wandless magic at the first meeting. Yet she felt sure that between the methodical atmosphere of the institution, Hermione's thirst for knowledge, and the likelihood of Harry having his father's curious nature, there had been experimenting going on. The classroom that we talked about setting aside for the children to work on their non-magical education is almost ready. I'll have the children send an owl when they're ready for the first round of books needed. Space will be somewhat limited, but we'll do what we can. The doctor grinned. Actually, space may not be a tremendous issue after all. Let me show you what Harry and Dean are giving Hermione for her birthday. The 19th of September 1991. Please, Hermione. It's just back down the stairs. She grumbled but began following Harry back to the staircase. How on earth did you manage to leave your charms homework in our schoolroom in the first place? We hardly ever unpack our magical homework in there. They were returning to what they had begun calling the schoolroom, to separate it from the various classrooms for their magical subjects. In the weeks since Professor McGonagall had shown the Muggleborn group their space, the children had rearranged the furniture and shelves to their liking and even decorated it a bit. They had tacked posters up, looking incongruous against the stone walls, a West Ham poster from Dean, Terry's poster from the movie The Empire Strikes Back, and Sally Ann's poster of a boy band called New Kids on the Block. Hermione had carefully labeled each bookshelf in anticipation of the subjects they would study, leaving space for fiction and magazines. Professor McGonagall had sealed the room for them and given them a password to prevent magical students from entering without permission. She was jerked from her thoughts as the staircase suddenly moved under her feet. They had been told, along with the other firsties, that the staircases could shift without warning, but this was the first time she had seen it. Harry gripped the banister above her and growled, "Why now? Come on, shift back." She could see him straining to try and reverse their course, but they swung around until the bottom of the stairs met a hallway they hadn't visited before. They scrambled down to the landing. Harry was sweating from his efforts to divert the stairs and Hermione offered him a handkerchief. She had found the long, loose sleeves of the Hogwarts robes to be quite handy for storing extras. They looked around, trying to sort where they were now, and Harry spotted a doorway at the end of the hall. "Isn't that the defense classroom?" As he ran down to open it, Hermione frowned. "Harry, I think we're on the wrong floor." He ignored her, intent on checking for himself. The door refused to open and Harry tugged at it again. "Come on, open." Hermione felt him add his magic to the order and the lock clicked, allowing the door to swing open. Harry ducked inside to see which room it was and Hermione followed him. He halted and she bumped into him. For an instant she thought he was groping for the lights before remembering that they were in a magical castle, not a house with electric switches. Then she heard the growls. The light from the corridor showed her two heads and two enormous paws standing on a trap door in the floor before she seized Harry's arm and yanked him beyond the reach of huge teeth. The heads began barking as they slammed the door shut. They ran back to the staircase and mounted it in leaps to the next floor. Once they were on the landing, the staircase began to move once more, returning to its original position. Gasping for breath, Hermione threw her arms around Harry, who clung to her in return. What was that thing? She buried her face in his shoulder. Obviously it was a two-headed dog. "3. What?" She lifted her head to look at him. "It had 3 heads, not 2, as if it makes a difference." "What is a 3-headed dog doing inside the castle?" Hermione pulled back and gave him a look. 1. If it had 3 heads, that makes it a Cerberus. They're listed in the Fantastic Beasts book. And 2, didn't you see the trap door at its feet? Harry glared back. "I was paying more attention to its teeth. Anyway, it's guarding something." That's what a Cerberus is for. They guarded the gateway to the underworld in old Greek mythology. Harry frowned, as if he had remembered something, and held up his hands. Okay, I'm sorry, we should leave it alone. And we need to get back to the schoolroom. Hermione nodded, accepting the apology. I'm sorry, too. They ran back down the stairs before they could be redirected yet again and headed for the schoolroom. They were nearly there when Harry shouted, "Come on, Hermione." She looked at him, bemused, as he opened the door and held it for her. Surprise. Hermione basked in the attention, the perfect remedy after the adventure with the dog. Harry and Dean had gathered the rest of the Muggleborns and a few of the other students they'd begun to make friends with. There was a small pile of cards and a few presents on top of a very big wrapped box. The Weasley twins arrived, levitating a large cake and 2 buckets of bottles. She saw Ron glance over at Harry and give a thumbs up, which Harry returned. Dean leaned over to her. When Harry asked about how one got food other than mealtimes, Ron said his brothers could take care of it. The twins also demonstrated basic conjuring and produced party plates, forks, and hats for everyone. When Neville put his hat on, it gave a loud bang and shot out sparks through the tip. Hermione sorted her cards during the next few minutes of chaos as everyone else tried a hat. She laid the letters from her parents and the doctors aside for later. When things calmed down, she quickly opened and read the cards, then the small packages. Every package was a book and she smiled at the mix of Muggle and magical titles, laughing out loud at a children's book titled Harry Potter and the Clever Chlorocorn. Seriously, she held up the book for Harry to see. He covered his face with his hands. Seamus Finnegan nodded. There's a whole series of them, A to Z. Most wizarding children grew up with them. I like this one since it takes place in Ireland. I thought it would be a good joke. Ron chimed in. My sister has them all. Rereads them until Mum had to put repairos on them, they were falling apart. Hermione set it to the side. Well, at least it gives us an idea what kids here think of Harry, if this is how they know him. She stood. That just leaves this thing. She looked at the tag that said from Harry and Dean, we dare you to fill it all the way. Her eyes lit up as she speculated what might be under the paper and began tearing it off. She squealed as her efforts revealed the upright storage trunk she had begged her parents for on their second trip to Diagon Alley. Thank you, thank you. Padma Patil perked up. Is that a library trunk? Sure is. Terry stepped forward to help Hermione open it. My mum told my dad that she wants one for Christmas. Once it stood open, Hermione let everyone step in and explore the small shelved room it contained. She was further awed that the boys had managed to get all her books from Nottingham into the trunk, arranged in the exact same way that they had been in her room, filling over half of one wall of shelves. The wizarding children looked at the collection with interest, asking about various titles. This is perfect, Hermione gushed. We can keep it in here and we'll have enough room for all our course books. Ron shook his head. I don't get it. Why would you want to do more studying? She glared at him. Because we want to keep our options open. If we want to go on to university after Hogwarts, the best way to be prepared is to keep doing our normal courses. Why would you want to keep going to school? 7 years of Hogwarts is plenty. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I want a career that isn't part of the wizarding world, like being an astronaut or an architect or a pilot or a member of parliament. What's an astronaut? Neville piped up, preventing the fight from escalating. Harry began to explain it to the rest while Dean guided Hermione over to the cake so she could cut it and share it out. As conversation died down in favor of enjoying the cake, Hermione's thoughts went back to the Cerberus in the corridor. She glanced at Harry, seeing him also quiet and thoughtful. What in the world could be so important as to have that beast protecting it? And if it's that important, why on earth is it in a school? The 5th of October 1991. Minerva McGonagall was a witch on a mission. A fortnight ago, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger had come to her to tell her about the 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor. She confirmed that it had been put there on purpose to guard something, but that she was going to try and get both moved out. They were to please not say a word and stay away from that part of the castle. The children had agreed, but had glanced at one another in a way that told her they were uncertain about keeping the secret from Mr. Thomas. She offered them the option of obliviation very carefully, knowing it was a sore spot for the children. As expected, they refused but promised to keep the secret. The conversation woke Minerva up from the habits she had fallen into with the beginning of the school year. Once the sensation of Harry Potter being at Hogwarts had died down, she had let routine take over rather than keep a close eye on things as she had promised the parents of the Muggleborns. Even setting up the room for their study of non-magical subjects had not shaken her out of her typical schedule. Given all of that, she was rather surprised and quite grateful that the children had confided in her. She also knew that if she charged in now to try and correct where she had gone wrong, they would very likely see right through her and she would lose much of their trust. So she waited, patiently, keeping an eye on the little group that had formed around the 3 students from Esperanza House. She noticed very quickly that they seemed to do well in the classes with less focus on wandwork and to struggle with wands. When asked to complete essays, their grasp of the lectures and readings was sound, but when it came to the practical demonstrations they faltered. After confirming with Phileas that he was seeing the same pattern in charms, she began shadowing them a little more closely. In her animagus form, she watched the first flying lesson and how all the Muggleborns picked up on the concept after a brief struggle, though within their own comfort zones. Miss Granger had stayed close to the ground, keeping an eye on Mr. Longbottom, while toward the end Mr. Potter led a group on something of a follow-my-leader game. Her eyes lit up at the way Potter weaved around the Quidditch goals with the grace of a natural flyer. Perhaps he could be persuaded to try out for the team next year. The Muggleborns all showed progress in herbology and astronomy, and even Snape was hard-pressed to find something of consequence to complain about. Quirrell stammered so hard when asked that she finally asked him to write it down, but his impression was positive as well. She did not waste time with Binns. The most he could possibly say was whether they managed to stay awake in his classes, presuming he even noticed. Now she was in her cat form again, nosing around the classroom that had been set aside for them. The latest additions included a knitted afghan in Gryffindor red and gold across one of the window seats from Miss Granger's needles. She had heard that a black and yellow one for Hufflepuff was in progress. There were plants here and there thanks to Mr. Longbottom. She rounded a set of shelves to discover that the room was occupied. Transforming out of her feline guise, the professor cleared her throat. "Hello, Harry." He looked up from a letter in his hand. "Hello, Professor. I'm surprised to see you here alone. It's such a lovely day and we won't have many more of them this far north. I needed to think. I have to show this letter to the others and it'll probably upset Hermione. May I?" She moved to sit beside him. Harry handed the neat white paper to her. "It's from Kevin Entwistle. He went to Wenlock Academy. They alerted us when he enrolled." She glanced at the letter, then focused to read more carefully as its message sank in. "Dear Harry, I hope you and everyone else are well. Please tell them I'll write a different person each time, but I wanted to start with you. I wanted to thank you again for your offer. Now I rather wish I could have taken it, but I have got to think of Mum as well. Being able to go home when classes end is about the best part of being here. Are any of you feeling really homesick? I can get along in the theory classes and potions, and the basic arithmancy class is interesting. Charms and transfiguration are harder, but I'm managing. The teachers are all nice enough and so are some of the other students. But there is this group of students that call themselves pureblood, meaning that everyone in their family is magical and has been for several generations. They stick together and generally make things as unpleasant for the rest of us as possible. One of the older students explained to me that except for a few who are really interested in arithmancy or warding, most of the purebloods here want to be at Hogwarts but can't because of money. So they spend all their time making sure that they feel superior to the rest of us. Is it any better there for you? I also made the mistake of mentioning that I met you. Now not a day goes by without someone asking questions about you or wanting me to get your autograph, even a few of the teachers. I've had 2 pureblood girls wanting to know whether you're betrothed yet. I hope you aren't getting hounded there like this. Tell Hermione that I'll send her copies of my arithmancy notes. Nancy McIntyre, one of the school prefects, said she'll do a duplication charm on them. I'll write her next and include the notes. Kevin. Minerva thought she knew, but decided to ask anyway. Why do you think this will upset Miss Granger? He's offering her a leg up on a course that won't be available to you until 3rd year. She encouraged Kevin to go to Wenlock. At least, she didn't try to change their minds. I offered to cover tuition for him, but he was concerned about leaving his mum alone for the whole term. Now that Kevin isn't happy there, she'll feel guilty about it. I see. Is it possible for students to transfer from one school to the other? It is possible, but very rarely done. More often a student stays for the 7 years and addresses any deficiencies in their education with apprenticeships or other study. Most often if a student transfers, it's because the family moves to another country or they can no longer afford Hogwarts. She reached over and placed a comforting hand on his back. When he didn't flinch from her touch, she rubbed her hand in small circles. After a few minutes, he looked up. Professor, are there students like that here? Students who look down on us because we didn't grow up knowing about magic? I really haven't seen anything like that here, just a few people when we were in Diagon Alley. But we've been sticking together as much as possible. A group of 8 or 10 is harder to pick on that than just one kid. I'm afraid so. There is a population here like that, though they tend to end up sorted into Slytherin. If they ever do anything to bother you, name-calling or bullying, please let me know and I will deal with it. Yes, ma'am. Harry smiled a little. Thank you. Now, are you sure you don't want to go find your friends? If you haven't walked down to the lake, you should. The giant squid usually surfaces around this time for a little sun. Yes, ma'am. Harry tucked the letter into his sleeve and left. Harry found the girls first. Hermione and Sally Ann were sitting on a stone bench overlooking a hut. Hermione spotted him and patted the seat next to her. We were just talking about the Potter twins and how different they are. Padma, the one in Ravenclaw, is very studious, but Parvati has nothing in her head but clothes and boys. They even. She broke off and Harry raised his eyebrows. Yes. Hermione's cheeks turned pink. She and Lavender keep asking questions about you, wanting to know what kind of girl you'd like. I've tried to put them off but they're being terribly nosy. They aren't making fun of you or anything, are they? Hermione frowned, considering the question. Well, no, at least, not where I can hear it. They're nice enough about answering questions or telling me something when they realize I don't know. And the girls from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw are nice enough as well. It's only the Slytherins that won't talk to us. Harry nodded, about to share the conversation with McGonagall, when a huge black boarhound came bounding up the hill, barking eagerly. Harry stood and moved in front of the girls and the dog skidded to a stop, barked once more, and darted forward to lick Harry across the face. Ew! The girls chorused, giggling as Harry tried to pet the dog with one hand and wipe his face with the other. As Hermione plucked a handkerchief from her sleeve, a huge man that Harry remembered from Gringotts appeared from behind the hut and began running toward them. Fang, you useless beast. Down, down, I say. Fluffy's easier to handle that than you and he's got 3 heads. Hermione's and Harry's heads snapped around at that. Hermione remembered Sally Ann's presence first and began wiping at Harry's face. He whispered in disbelief, Fluffy. Hermione shook her head at him, but Sally Ann was already petting the great boarhound. Aren't you a good fellow? Aren't you? The man came up and made as if to cuff the dog. Fang, you blithering idiot. That's not the way to introduce yourself. Hermione finished polishing Harry's glasses and handed them back to him. No harm done. I'm sure Harry needed his face washed. He mock glared at her and put his glasses on. The man chuckled as he got a firm grip on the dog's collar. Hello again, Harry. Ladies, Rubius Hagrid at your service. Keeper o' keys and grounds here at Hogwarts. Harry let them fall into conversation for a moment about how new and exciting Hogwarts was for the girls before tossing his question in. So why is this Fluffy easier to handle even with 3 heads? Hagrid was pulling at Fang, trying to make him sit. Oh, Fluffy's easy. Play a bit of music and he goes right to sleep. But this one has no habit to him at all. Sometimes it's food he wants. Sometimes it's petting. Sometimes it's exercise. Bloody useless thing. Sally Ann giggled, still petting Fang, and Hagrid blinked. Pardon, shouldn't have been so blunt in my language. Would you 3 like a cup Odia? Been meaning to invite ye for a while, Harry. Don't know how much those Dursleys told you about your mum and dad, but I have a few stories I could share. Even as Harry's eyes lit up at that, Hermione answered, "We'd love to." "Come on, Fang. You want tea, don't you?" The 16th of October 1991. Many Wednesday afternoons, with astronomy scheduled for midnight, the first years used the free time for study or grabbing a nap before dinner. The Muggle-based group had taken to gathering in the schoolroom for company, working on any pressing magical work, or studying up on regular subjects. They often invited others, but of the wizarding students, only Neville was a frequent participant. Ron Weasley had come a couple of times, but claimed that the posters frozen in place were just too weird, and most of the others who accepted an invitation had quickly become bored with the lack of magical focus or, in many of the girls' cases, frustrated with how efficiently Hermione and Sally Ann kept them from getting too cozy with Harry. Hermione was in one of the squashy chairs, working on the last rows of the Hufflepuff Afghan. Dean was working on a drawing of the Great Hall. He had begun to sketch out things to better show his parents and the Esperanza House doctors their life at Hogwarts. Justin and Sally Ann were working on French. Harry, Terry, and Wayne tried yet again to change matchsticks into needles with wands. Harry growled in frustration, poking at the matchstick with his wand and only managing to make it slightly silver-colored. He slapped his free hand over the matchstick and after a moment's concentration, lifted it to reveal the shiny sharp needle. "What are we doing wrong? We can feel the power in the air here, it's so thick. Just like Diagon Alley. Why can we direct it just like that, but not with our wands?" "At least you can control it," Wayne snapped back. He imitated Harry, but his result was a completely silver matchstick rather than a needle. Dean looked over. "Keep your hair on, Wayne. We've just had more practice, is all." Terry sat up straighter. "Yeah, about that. How did that happen? I know Hermione said something about you all being in a psych ward when she talked us through calling our wands. But what happened?" Harry and Dean looked at each other uncertainly, while Hermione set her knitting in her lap and went into lecture mode. "It wasn't a psych ward. It was an institution for children with problems. Mostly emotional problems, some learning problems, but it was meant for kids to live there and get help, then return home. My parents brought me there as a last resort because things kept happening around me when I was angry or upset, things they couldn't explain. Same with me. My doctor met their doctors at a conference and realized that we all had the same problem," Dean added. "My aunt and uncle abandoned me there when I was 5. I think I did that apparition thing and moved from the bathroom to the kitchen and scared them too much. The doctors started by just helping me sort out my emotions, and then we started observing what happened, when or why it happened, and how I felt. I eventually learned to control the energy I was feeling in my head. It's the same energy that's so thick in the air around here, around the shopping district." Justin and Sally Ann had left off to listen. Justin nodded toward Hermione, who had begun knitting again. "I remember how Hermione described it and it suddenly made sense. But trying to wave our wands through it just feels sludgy, like waving through water." "I kind of expected the brooms to feel the same as wands," Harry said. "And they did feel sort of warm and alive. But it was like they already knew what to do and just needed us to tell them to do it. Potions are kind of the same. Once you get the mix made and going, it's like you've put the energy together in a way that will complete what it's meant to do. The wands just feel unfocused." Terry had begun looking off in the distance as he listened, which was a habit the others had got used to. He watched as Hermione moved her needles, using the points to loop the yarn together into the proper stitches. "Half a mo. What if that's the whole point of a wand? To focus the power so we can use it better." The others paid fast attention. Harry pulled his wand from his sleeve. Ignoring Professor McGonagall's instructions for the moment, he simply concentrated, trying to pull in energy and send it through the wand. The same little fountain of red and gold sparks from Ollivander's shop burst from the tip. Harry kept it going, paying attention to how it felt to have that old swelling balloon feeling change and follow the path from his head through his chest and arm and into the warm wood of the wand. Then, just as he had in his sessions with the doctors, he tried to channel the feeling away from random destruction and into something positive. Then he pointed the wand at a matchstick. It shimmered and morphed into a gold needle. Most of the other children cheered and clapped. Hermione picked it up, her eyes dancing with humor. I don't know, it's rather blunt for a needle, you know. Harry stuck his tongue out at her and put another matchstick from the box onto the table. Come on, everyone give it a go. The 19th of October 1991. Sirius Black looked around the clearing. Minerva had brought him here with side-along apparition, a shrunken trunk of Muggle-style clothes in his pocket. He turned his face to the warm autumn sunshine. The manor house in their view was a handsome enough example, certainly more inviting than the Black family home in London. When his cousin Andromeda had realized that Sirius had been within inches of slaughtering the last remaining house elf in the family, provoked, yes, but Andy was not willing to let Sirius wallow in bitterness and fury, she had approached Minerva. And the first thought that came to Minerva's mind was a pair of doctors who had helped to heal a badly abused little boy. Minerva, her robes transfigured into a set of sensible tweeds, took him by the arm and led him to the door. Inside, she went to the welcome area with a dusky, rather attractive woman who smiled at them. Minerva McGonagall to speak to either Dr. Green, Dr. Aimler, or Miss Pippa, please. Certainly. The woman picked up a handset and spoke into it. Sirius thought it might be something Lily had described once, wishing for it after a prolonged session on her knees with a flow call. A tellering, telly something, anyway. A few minutes later, another woman approached, one with a brisk professional air that made it necessary to look harder for her lovely blue eyes. She shook hands with Minerva, who asked if they might go upstairs. The upstairs, achieved through a discreet locked door, had once been a set of bedrooms for manor guests. They were currently furnished as 3 simple bedrooms, one with a bit more pink and flowers, and a meeting room. The woman waved at them to sit at the table in the meeting room. Doctor, I would like to introduce Sirius Black. Sirius, this is Emily Green, one of the doctors who helped essentially raise Harry and teach him to control his accidental magic. Sirius shook hands. I must thank you for that, since I managed to land myself in prison and wasn't able to be a proper godfather to him. She returned the courtesy. We're glad to know you. It will be helpful for Harry to reconnect with a father figure now that he's in this magic world of yours. Minerva sat up. Speaking of worlds, I think Sirius could use a break from ours. There is still so much pain and anger over his situation, not to mention he still needs to recover his health. I wanted to ask what you would think about him staying here, in the rooms you set aside for Harry and the others. He could very easily pay for it, and I thought, she looked a bit apprehensively at Sirius, perhaps a set of ears that hadn't spent the last 10 years hearing about the villainous betrayer of the Potters. Dr. Green looked him over. So, a bit of rest and some professional support. Any time frame in mind? I thought, perhaps, that if he stayed until December. December. That's 2 months, Minerva. She glared at him for the interruption. When Harry will be able to return here for Christmas? Sirius paused at that, admiring the practical, elegant beauty of it. The doctor seemed to catch on as well and offered a smile. A smile with some very cute dimples, Sirius noted. The 29th of October 1991. Harry and Justin were in the library after potions, wanting to check on something Snape had said in class about mistletoe that sounded odd compared to their knowledge of the plant. Hermione and Dean had left them in favor of the Ollery to respond to a letter from Dean's parents. The Grangers had convinced the Thomases to look for a new house in Nottingham, along with steering Jeff Thomas to a position with a small transport company that still used the Trent River as a route to Nottingham. Geoff's years on the docks of the Thames would serve him well there. Dean was grumbling at having to choose whether to support Notts County or Nottingham Forest behind his beloved West Ham. Harry brought a large index of potion ingredients to a table while Justin continued to search the shelves. He had just found a nice long entry on mistletoe when a scornful voice interrupted him. So, you're the great Harry Potter. Harry looked up, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the blond boy from Diagon Alley, whose father had unknowingly warned the group of the consequences if they had tried to stick to being educated in the normal world and study magic on the side. He deliberately raised his voice to alert Justin, as the other boy had reinforcements in the shape of 2 quite large fellows behind him. I wouldn't say, great, but yes, I am Harry Potter. Who wants to know? My name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe and Goyle. Our fathers are very well placed in wizarding society. You might want to think about the company you've been keeping. Someone from a pureblood family like your father's shouldn't be hanging around Muggle-born riffraff. Oh, you think I should network elsewhere? Harry bit the inside of his cheek to hold the smile in, enjoying the confusion on Malfoy's face. He continued, be friends with your sort. Malfoy stiffened, hearing the implied insult. You know, people that don't even know we've visited the moon. Malfoy scowled, realizing that Harry must have been part of the large group that day. The two boys behind him looked completely lost. Goyle, the larger of the two, even looked toward a sunny window, as if to verify whether the moon was still there after being visited by Muggles. While Malfoy searched for a way to respond, Harry concentrated on sticking the shoes of all three boys in place on the floor. He picked up the index, intending to ask the librarian about checking it out, but Justin rounded the corner. So, we meet again. Malfoy, wasn't it? Found some manners yet? I don't have to stand here and take insults from the likes of you. Malfoy attempted to stalk off, only to fall into Goyle as his shoes refused to budge. Goyle tried to catch him, but as his shoes were also stuck, he fell back as Malfoy's weight sent him to the floor. Crabbe stared at the two stupidly, then found himself also sprawled as he tried to bend and help them up. Harry and Justin snickered and Harry jeered, no, you don't have to stand. You can fall over and take the insults that way. You really should look for coordination, too, while you're searching for those manners. Malfoy had managed to pull his feet free from his shoes and clamber to his feet. Wait until my father hears about this. Justin shrugged. And I'll gladly inform my father what sort of people attend this school. Perhaps Downing Street ought to be informed that the supposed premier magical institution of the nation is allowing just anyone with delusions of grandeur to bully others. Harry smiled, hearing his friend assume what the others called his knob act. I'll have you know my father is a confidant of the Minister of Magic. Can your father or this minister request audience with the Queen? I would imagine that as British wizards are still British first, that she's a wee bit higher on the scale than a minister. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? I've been talking to some of the other students, and you magical people are shockingly ignorant of the world you live in. Do you even know where Buckingham Palace is? Would you even know where to begin to seek out an invitation? Why would I want to set foot in some Muggle palace? I didn't ask you if you wanted to walk into Buckingham Palace. I asked you if you could. Would you have the first clue how to dress, how to behave, how to address Her Majesty if given an audience? I don't believe you would. Justin picked up his satchel. Come on, Harry, we've got better things to do with our time than try to educate those who refuse to learn. Harry picked up his satchel and the book and followed Justin, leaving Malfoy sputtering and his cronies trying to work their feet free of their shoes. The 31st of October 1991. Hermione ground her teeth as the red-haired boy tried and failed again. Professor Flitwick's voice could be heard over the voices of students as they attempted the levitation charm. Saying the magic words properly is very important, too. She ducked as Weasley nearly poked her in the face with his wand. At that point her patience ran out. He had been ignoring the professor's instructions for the entire class and she was tired of being partnered with him. Putting a hand out, she ordered, Stop. Stop. You're going to put someone's eye out like that. You're saying it wrong. It's Wingardium Leviosa. Make the gar good and long and put the stress on the o in Leviosa, not the a. Weasley all but threw his wand down on the table. If you're so bloody smart for someone who didn't even know about magic until this year, you do it. Hermione rolled up her sleeves, took a deep breath, and began to focus her energy into the wand as she and the rest of their group had practiced since discovering the trick a fortnight ago. It was still tremendously easier to simply manipulate the magic directly as they had learned at Esperanza House, but they were starting to get the hang of the thing. When she had the energy flowing through the wand, she waved it in imitation of Professor Flitwick and spoke very clearly and decisively. Wingardium Leviosa. As the feather rose into the air, the tiny professor clapped. Well done, Miss Granger. She continued poking the air with her wand, but now had the feather floating through her will alone. Harry and Dean gave her a thumbs-up sign and she smiled. Next to her, Weasley slumped in his chair and glared at her. After charms, the students filed out of the classroom and began going their separate ways, some to put their satchels away for the day, others on a quick run to the library. Harry, Dean, and Terry charged ahead, poking good-natured fun at Seamus Finnegan for setting his feather on fire. Sally Ann was chatting with Padma Patil. Hermione had taken a moment to put her things away neatly in her bag and emerged to see Ronald Weasley talking to Michael Corner. "She's a nightmare, so high and mighty with her," Wingardium Leviosa saw. "She ought to know she's got no business telling real witches and wizards what to do." Hermione paused at that. Anger flared at hearing a variation of the prejudices spouted by Malfoy's father from someone who was supposed to be part of her own house. Her family, according to what Professor McGonagall had said before the opening feast. For the first time in ages, that feeling of a balloon swelling in her head surged. It was so quick and fast that she nearly sent Weasley into a nearby suit of armor. Beeping in a breath, she spun and made for the nearest girl's toilet, hoping to get herself under control before she caused a problem. Harry and Dean entered the Great Hall, taking in the giant pumpkins and live bats marking Halloween. They looked around as they headed to their usual seats. Dean addressed Neville as he sat beside him. "Neville, have you seen Hermione?" "Not since charms. She wasn't in the common room, was she?" "She wasn't in the library that we saw," Lavender Brown interjected, showing her impressive ability to follow many conversations at once as she was watching Fred Weasley and Angelina Johnson discuss the next Hogsmeade weekend. "But Parvati and I only went to turn in books." Most of the students had entered and sat down, and food suddenly appeared down the center of each table as usual. Harry and Dean looked at each other, indecisive about waiting for Hermione, when a familiar turbaned figure raced into the hall. He ran to the front where the other professors were seated and cried out, "Troll! In the dungeon! Thought you ought to know." As Quirrell dropped to the floor, out cold, pandemonium broke out among the students. Dumbledore produced a series of loud bangs from his wand to try and regain control. A red-haired girl from the Hufflepuff table made her way over to the Gryffindors. "Potter, Thomas, it's about Granger, she's in the girls' toilets. She chased Hannah and me out earlier after charms." Harry felt the blood drain from his face. "She won't know about the troll. We've got to find her and warn her." "I'll let a prefect know," Neville volunteered. Harry nodded his thanks and he and Dean slipped into the line of Hufflepuffs following their prefects, away from Gryffindor Tower. Hermione paced the length of the toilet, trying to channel her anger away from her magic. Her face was wet with tears and she scrubbed at them. She was furious at Weasley for his bigotry, furious at Corner for not arguing with Weasley, and furious with herself for not standing up to them right then and there. But she had been caught by surprise at the swiftness and strength of the upsurge in her magic and had run for the nearest place to try and get control again. She counted the steps from one wall to the other, spun, and counted again. 24 steps across. She remembered the surprised faces of the two Hufflepuff girls, almost shouting at them to leave, and felt ashamed. Then the surprise on the girls' faces morphed in her mind to the fright on her mother's the day she had wrecked the kitchen. The cracking of glass made her jump, and Hermione sidestepped away from the broken mirror. She took a few panicked breaths, but only made things worse as the stained glass window above her shattered and rained down trumpery gems. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" She flung herself to the floor, back to the wall. She squeezed her eyes shut and fought to get control. The owl and the cat went to sea, in a beautiful pea-green boat. They brought some honey and plenty of money, wrapped up in a 5-pound note. She could feel the floor beneath her tremble and pressed her hands to her head, trying harder. The owl looked up to the stars above, and sang to a small guitar, "Oh lovely, oh, my love, what a beautiful you are." The hoarse breathing registered just before a guttural growl sounded above her and Hermione looked up. A lumpish gray figure towered over her, with a menacing leer on its face. It tilted its head to one side, as if trying to decide whether she was a threat. Hermione tried to slide away from it, under the dubious shelter of a sink, and her movement seemed to decide things. The creature raised an enormous club to smash into her. She flung her arms up instinctively and instantly thought of the experiments with Harry's protective wall at Esperanza House. "Shield. I need a shield." The club descended, but bounced while still a half-meter from her head. It nearly recoiled into the creature's face, and that seemed to enrage it. It swung again, harder, and Hermione balled her fists, pouring more energy into the now visible protective barrier. She was in a bubble of swirling lilac-colored light, and she tried to expand it and give herself more room to move around the beast. The thing was watching her path, striking the shield repeatedly as if sensing that its prey was escaping. It changed its swing from overhand to sideways, trying to knock her back into the corner. In a burst of panic, Hermione moved to meet it and reinforced the shield yet again. A sudden sharp pain in her chest made her gasp, and the shield's light flared and dimmed. The creature's next blow made the shield dip inward, and Hermione tried yet again to bring more energy into herself. This time the pain spread up from her chest into her head, and she fell to her knees. The light began flickering, and she screamed in pain and despair as the troll wound up for another swing. Harry and Dean raced down the corridor until they found an intersection. Harry hesitated, glancing from left to right in indecision. He knew the boys' toilet was to the left, but had no recollection of a girl's toilet nearby. He pointed to the left. "Dean, you go that way, I'll go this way. Shout as soon as one of us finds her." Harry moved swiftly down the right-hand hallway, checking every door. He had just found the third broom closet in a row and was seriously questioning the logic of the castle when he heard a terrified scream. He spotted the door to the girls' loo and charged through. An enormous, repulsive figure was standing over Hermione, who was surrounded by a light purple bubble. As Harry ran toward them, shouting Dean's name, the troll brought a large club down on the bubble, shattering it into a splash of tiny shimmering sparks. Hermione collapsed, and Harry pushed at the troll with all the raw energy he could channel. It began sliding backwards across the stone floor until it was pressed to the far wall. Harry turned toward Hermione and tried to lift her. Her wand slipped out of a pocket in her robe and clattered to the floor. Dean burst in, and Harry looked up to see the troll roar and work one arm loose. "Get the professors." Dean hesitated for one brief second to argue, then turned and sprinted away. Harry was about to try and drag Hermione out of the toilet when the troll wrenched itself free and raised the club in both hands. Harry dropped to his knees and wrapped his arms around Hermione to shield her, and his panicked mind wished to be far away from this place, somewhere safe. His chest, his entire body felt constricted, as if being squeezed through a tiny tube, and the toilet disappeared. Sirius Black was at the table in the conference room. Dr. Green and Dr. Aimler had talked with him about the strategy of writing things down as a way of getting them out of one's head and in a form where they could be examined and organized. He didn't see the harm in it and was currently pouring out his hatred of Peter Pettigrew and his betrayal. The fact that he was using a Muggle bureau and that strange white paper that Lily had sometimes had made the experience a bit of a novelty, enough to keep him concentrating on the act of writing without losing himself in his anger. A sudden boom that shook the entire room had him on his feet and grabbing for his wand. He could hear the shouts of children in the distance, and the voices of staff rising as they tried to calm everyone. And then, through the open door, he heard a cry and realized he was not alone. Sirius moved across the hall and cautiously looked in his bedroom. He stopped in shock at the sight of the two children on the floor before him. Or better put, the two half-children on the floor. Harry gasped as the squeezing feeling led up and fell forward on Hermione. He tried to scramble up, but fell again as his knees wouldn't move. He managed to prop himself up, letting out a soft wail as he registered the pain in his knees. He stayed on all fours, trying to sort out what was happening. His head snapped up when he heard a voice full of astonishment. "Harry." Harry recognized the man from the pictures in the newspaper that many of the students read. This was Sirius Black, the man who was supposed to have raised him. He strode over and crouched next to them. "Mr. B.L. Mr. Black, it hurts. My legs hurt so much." "It's no wonder, Harry. You've managed to splinch both yourself and Miss Granger. I presume that this is Miss Granger." Hermione, the troll was about to attack her and she fainted. Sirius raised his wand and concentrated. Harry saw a bright silver light form and streak out of the room. "Help will be here soon. Let me take a look at you too." Harry watched as he ran his wand over Hermione's body and for the first time realized that she wasn't all there. Her left arm and leg were missing. He tried and failed again to move from his knees and realized that both his legs were gone from the knee down. The 31st of October 1991. Sirius saw the screams coming and quickly silenced the room before Harry could frighten those downstairs even further. He then returned to trying to stabilize the girl. She was not only thoroughly splinched, but had drained her magical stores almost to the breaking point. He cast a temporary link between her and himself to allow her to draw on his magic just to stay alive. As her breathing became less shallow, he turned to Harry and seized his shoulders, shaking him slightly to break off his terrified cries. "You're going to be okay. We can fix this. I've already sent for help. I'm going to numb the pain and then you can tell me what happened." Sirius cast a pain-blocking charm that Frank Longbottom had shared with him long ago, one that the Aurors found very handy. Some color returned to Harry's face and he drew a steadying breath. He looked to the girl at his side. "Do Hermione, too." Sirius was about to explain that while unconscious Hermione would not be feeling any pain, but the pleading look in those green eyes stopped him. He repeated the charm and noticed that the girl's muscles seemed to relax slightly. The pull on his magic also seemed to slow down. He was about to ask Harry to tell him the story when footsteps sounded down the hallway and Pippa, the red-haired nurse, appeared in the doorway. "Mr. Black, the doctors asked me to come up and check on you. We think there was a really bad accident out on the carriageway." She stopped and her mouth dropped open at the sight before her. "Harry, Hermione, oh my God, what happened to you?" Harry held out a hand toward her and she rushed in, crouching down next to him and gathering him in her arms. Harry's control crumbled and he began to cry, clinging to his first friend as she stroked his hair and murmured in his ear. A series of sharp pops had Pippa pulling Harry protectively closer, but Sirius breathed a sigh of relief at the arrival of Amelia Bones and a pair of wizards, one in healer's green and the other in the blue robes that marked him as a member of the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad. The healer began scanning Hermione with his wand while the other wizard addressed Sirius. "Any idea where the other parts of the children are?" Harry gulped and lifted his head from Pippa's shoulder. "Hogwarts. The girls' toilet on the ground floor. There was a troll attacking her and the only thing I could think of was trying to get us away." The man's eyebrows rose and he looked at Amelia. "Those wards were supposed to be altered to the modern type decades ago. I remember the discussion during Dippet's time as headmaster and he promised to make the changes." Amelia's expression hardened. "I will see to it personally that Dumbledore corrects that before the week is out. And I think it will be faster if I go and set the beacons on their limbs." "Which way do you want to send them, Haley? Isn't it easier to send them back to the point of origin?" "No." Harry struggled against his immobile knees and Pippa grabbed him to keep him from falling. "There was a troll in the toilet. It was attacking us. You can't send us back." After one wide-eyed glance at Haley, Amelia knelt next to Harry in order to be at eye level with him. "Take a deep breath. Then tell me what happened, slowly." Harry obeyed and began. "Just after we came into dinner, we were looking for Hermione. Then Professor Quirrell ran in, shouting about a troll in the dungeon. Dumbledore told the prefects to lead the students back to the dormitories. A couple of Hufflepuff girls came over to tell us that Hermione was in the girls' toilet. Sadine and I went to find her since she didn't know about the troll. One of the girls was related to you, I think. Susan Bones. She seems nice." He looked up at Amelia with a slight smile on his face. His eyes were dilated and he seemed to be looking through her rather than at her. Pippa put a hand to his face. "He's cold. I think he's going into shock, but we can't move him to lay him down." Amelia had also seen the signs and quietly got the healer's attention. "Myrist, have you got a calming draft on you?" The healer paused in his work on Hermione and dug into a deep pocket, passing her a vial. Amelia uncorked it and handed it to Harry. "Here, drink this." Pippa put out a hand. "Wait, just what is that?" "A potion to alleviate the symptoms. It will steady him emotionally and regulate his heartbeat and breathing." The nurse's eyes narrowed, but she helped Harry down the liquid. For good measure, Amelia cast a charm to warm him. After a moment, Harry was breathing more steadily and continued. "Dean and I split up and I found Hermione first. The troll had got in and was trying to hit her with its club, but she had a shield up. It broke the shield but I managed to stick it to the wall. Hermione passed out when the shield broke. I was trying to pull her out, but the troll was getting loose again. Dean came in and I shouted at him to go get help. Then the troll was coming at us again and all I could think of was wishing we were somewhere safe. Then we were here. So I'll be safe enough going into the front entrance, if someone already notified the professors where the troll was. Good lad, Harry. We'll get it all sorted now. She stood and looked at Pippa. If he looks like he might nod off, it'll be all right. Typical side effect. Harry blinked and nuzzled into Pippa's side, watching as the wizard in green continued to wave his wand over Hermione. Haley pulled out a pair of stone discs decorated with intricate carvings. Harry now knew enough about magic to recognize runes. Haley cast a spell to duplicate the discs, then made one pair glow a soft green and the other a sunny gold. With one more wave of his wand, two of the discs split again to make groups of 3 in each color. He took one of each and handed the rest to Amelia. Green for her, gold for him. One on each part, the Awaz rune against the skin. We'll begin the rejoining when you return. He patted Harry on the shoulder. Good show, lad. You at least got the both of you out of there. Harry nodded at him, feeling more distanced from everything around him. In a flat voice, he said, I hope Dean's all right. I'll check on that while I'm there. With that, Amelia apparated away with yet another loud pop. Pippa shook her head. It's going to be chaos downstairs. Sirius came to sit on Harry's other side. It should be all right. I silenced the room just after they arrived. Silenced it. That's right. No one can hear what's going on in this room until I lift the spell. Pippa shook her head and fell into contemplation, stroking Harry's hair and watching Hermione. Minerva would normally be at the front of any charge to the rescue of her lion cubs, but they were mob-handed as Dumbledore led the way to the girls' toilet. She hung back slightly, keeping Dean to her side as the boy was close to hysterics. They heard the guttural roars of the troll well ahead of them. Rounding the final corner, they saw the beast emerge from the toilet, slamming its club furiously into the walls. Dumbledore halted the group. Phileas, try to disrupt its footing. Aurora, see if you can separate it from its club. Severus, the strongest mental attack you can muster. Everyone else, stunning spells on my command. Minerva kept Dean to her side but pulled out her wand to add to the support. Trolls were notoriously difficult to subdue. Now, at Dumbledore's shout, the spells began flying. The floor was coated in a sheet of ice, causing the troll to slip. Professor Sinistra vanished the club, throwing it further off balance as the weight of the club disappeared. A number of red spells connected and the beast crashed down. Dean took off the minute the professors lowered their wands. Harry, Hermione, Minerva went after him, afraid of what might be waiting for them in that toilet. Dean charged in and within seconds her fears were confirmed as the boy began screaming. She burst in, steeling herself. She bumped into him and embraced him, trying to hide his view before she absorbed the fact that there was no blood anywhere. Then she realized what she was seeing and understood Dean's reaction. She knelt and put a hand to either side of his face to make him focus on her, ignoring the others as they crowded in. Shish, it's all right, it really is. They've only managed to splinch themselves. We'll find the rest of them and put them back together. I promise you, Dean, they'll be all right. She began getting through to him and he stopped trying to get away. He drew deep, ragged breaths and glanced again fearfully at the display of 3 legs and an arm. That's normal. That's something you people really do. Minerva stifled a laugh at that and pulled him into her arms again. Not willingly, trust me. I'm told it hurts something terrible when it happens. Have you heard of a magical method of travel called apparition? He nodded, trembling as the adrenaline began to leave. Yeah, that git who showed us where to shop mentioned it. Harry did it accidentally when he was 5. Dumbledore had been listening and made as if to speak, but Minerva glared at him and he retreated. So Harry must have tried to apparate himself and Hermione to safety. He might have thought of the common room or your dormitory since no one can apparate into or out of Hogwarts. We'll have the prefects begin searching. But because he tried to take her with him, he splinched them. Like I said, it happens regularly when one learns how to do it or when one is careless or in too much of a hurry. We can fix it. She pulled him close once more and this time he allowed it. It's all going to work out. Until the next time one of those things gets in. Minerva pulled back at that and looked into his eyes. There has not been a case of any dangerous creature getting into the castle for decades. We will take steps to make sure this doesn't happen again, I assure you. Whatever response Dean had was lost as Hagrid came in, booming, "Make way. Got Director Bones, herself, says she's here to help fix Ari and Hermione." "What's happened?" Dumbledore stepped forward. "Madam Bones, how did you get here so quickly?" She brushed him aside, moving to lift cuffs and find bare skin for the beacons. "The rest of your 2 students are at a location where Sirius Black is recuperating from his imprisonment in Azkaban. I have a member of the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad ready to rejoin them there and a healer standing by. They managed to get through the wards." Dumbledore's face paled at the implications. "They did get through, but the wards did what they were designed to do and splinched them. It seems that Dippet was advised to change them when the modern type of ward was invented but never did. You and I will be making those changes tomorrow, Headmaster." He nodded, recovering his composure. A misguided attempt at apparition was much easier to handle than the possibility that Harry Potter had the strength to force his way through wards powered by Hogwarts herself. Amelia stood and dusted off her hands. "I agreed that they would appear at the other location because Mr. Potter was afraid the troll was still here. And the healer is there and ready to assist the girl." "What's wrong with her?" Dean demanded. "I don't know for sure, but I would guess magical exhaustion. Mr. Potter described her as holding a visible shield against the troll, see where her wand fell when she collapsed. Maintaining a shield of any kind, much less one strong enough to be seen, takes a great deal of magical power. Now, I need to get back to the gates so I can return. I'll let them know I'm on my way." "Wait, Director." Dumbledore held out an arm. "Fox." Most of the others in the toilet jumped as a gout of flames appeared, taking the shape of a large golden bird on the headmaster's arm. "Core," Dean breathed. "Fox, would you kindly take Director Bones, Professor McGonagall and," he paused, catching Minerva's eye. "Mr. Thomas." At her nod, he continued. "Take them to Director Bones. Destination, please. You 3, gather around and grasp one of his tail feathers, but gently." Amelia gave Dumbledore a long, assessing look. "Thank you, Headmaster. I greatly appreciate this." She raised her wand and concentrated, sending a silvery Patronus message out to Sirius to alert the others of their unconventional arrival. The 3 of them gathered around. Dean looked admiringly at the phoenix and dared to stroke its chest before taking the feather. Fox trilled and then swept them all up in a torrent of fire. Sirius conjured one last comfortable chair in the parlor as Dr. Green carried in a tray of various bottles. Pippa followed with a second tray of glasses. Sirius added a quick table for them and both women hesitated briefly. Pippa gave one of the legs a kick before setting her tray down on the table. Sirius grinned at her and with a flourish cast a silencing charm around the room so the others could apparate in and out easily. Dr. Aimler entered and did a quick count. 12 chairs. I thought there were only 9 of us. Sirius stowed his wand in a wrist holster and pulled down his sleeves. You'll probably want Director Bones here to answer questions and I thought having the healer and the Magic Reversal Squad member available might be more efficient. Minerva popped into view with an explosive blast, holding on to the frazzled Grangers. I'll be back with the Thomases in a few minutes, they needed more time to arrange a sitter for the children. She disapparated again. Can someone please tell us what is going on? Viola ran a hand over herself as if checking that she was still in one piece. Sirius covered his mouth with one hand to try and prevent the laughter. He was reasonably certain that Viola would not appreciate the irony of her gesture. Dr. Green led the parents down the hall and across to the wing with the children's quarters. Opening a door, she let them look in. Both the Grangers smiled at the sight of Harry and Hermione deeply asleep, side by side in a large bed, and Dean dozing on a chaise beside the bed. A man in green robes was running his wand above Hermione and nodding. He looked up and shot a thumbs up with an encouraging smile. Dr. Green remembered what Sirius had said. I'll send Pippa in to relieve you. I imagine we'll have questions that only you can answer. He nodded and she led the Grangers back. Minerva had returned with the Thomases, and Dr. Green repeated the trip with them so they could see that Dean was safe. Once all the adults were settled with a soothing beverage in hand, they began eyeing the faces unfamiliar to them. Minerva took a deep breath and stood. She made a very quick round of introductions and then began. We gathered you here tonight because of a very serious incident that came close to causing serious harm to your children. I will be visiting the other parents in our group this weekend to bring them up to date as well. I apologize for the need to move you so quickly, but thought discretion and speed were the priority. Tonight a troll managed to get inside the castle. And yes, I mean a troll. There are different breeds, but this one was a 12-foot mountain troll. They are rather slow and stupid, but incredibly strong. It is difficult to bring them down unless one is part of a team. We don't know yet how it managed to get inside, but we'll be investigating thoroughly and strengthening the school's defenses. One of the teachers informed us just as dinner was beginning. Hermione was not in the hall at the time, but in the girls' toilet. Harry and Dean went to search for her, sending another student to inform a professor. They found Hermione, trapped by the troll, and Harry sent Dean back while he tried to help Hermione. Harry tried to use a form of magical travel called apparition, which is how I brought you all here. However, the school has wards against that method of travel for security reasons. The result was what we call splinching, where part of the person is left behind and the other part moves to the destination. Oh my God, how much blood did he lose? Viola nearly dropped her glass and Robert shifted to take it from her. Actually, splinching does not cause blood loss. The wizard is simply stuck in both places, unable to move. The nerves do react to the separation with great pain, however. But as you saw, we are able to reverse such situations and have done so with Harry and Hermione. Hermione, too. Harry was trying to take her with him to safety. Hermione's situation was further complicated by the fact that she had exhausted much of her magical power defending herself from the troll. Mr. Black here was able to stabilize her by creating a channel that allowed her to draw on his magic. Healer Myrist, am I correct in stating that he probably saved her life? The green-robed wizard nodded. I think that is a fair assumption. The Grangers immediately turned to Sirius, who held up a hand. Glad to help. Anything for one of Harry's friends. Minerva sipped her drink, a rather nice scotch from Aimler's stock. She made a note to ask him for the name of the distiller. At this point all three children are safe and being allowed to sleep. I will be sending you the full report from Myrist along with my notes to help explain anything that might be unclear. As tomorrow is Friday and the children will not miss more than a few classes, I had thought to let them either remain here or go home for the weekend. Aimler smiled. I think we're growing on you, Professor. That is exactly what I would suggest. At this point Amelia Bones stood. I would like to add my assurances that I will be spending tomorrow with the headmaster to change the wards so that apparition no longer results in splinching. Most of our wards simply prevent it from happening now. I'll also be looking everything over to help prevent another situation like tonight's from happening again. Minerva looked around the room. Are there any other questions I can answer? The Grangers and Thomases shook their heads. Andrea Thomas replied, You've answered all the questions I could think of already. Thank you very much for being so forthcoming. Minerva privately sighed in relief as they broke up into smaller groups, with the Grangers asking more questions of the healer. As the atmosphere shifted from formal to casual, she sipped some more from her drink. Aimler moved to stand beside her. That went better than anything we deserved. He shrugged, stroking his mustache with a thumb and forefinger. You did the best possible thing in being fully honest. It was a situation not of your making, but you reacted in full support of the children. We'll talk with all three of them this weekend, start helping them deal with the trauma. And it gives Harry a chance to meet Sirius. Minerva smiled at that. I'm glad something good is coming out of this mess. The 1st of November 1991. Harry burst into the toilet, skidding to a halt as he took in the repulsive gray giant between him and Hermione. He seemed to be moving in slow motion as it brought its club down to smash Hermione's protective glowing bubble and raised its arm for the blow that would kill her. Wake up. Shish, it's all right, wake up. Hands took her shoulders, shaking gently. Come on, it's all right, it's just a dream. Viola Granger shot up and gasped, looking around wildly. Robert was beside her, still holding her. "V, wake up." "I'm awake." She covered her face with her hands, trembling as she remembered her dream. "I'm awake." She drew in a ragged breath, trying to slow her racing heart. "Oh, Rob, we almost lost her." As she sank into his embrace, shuddering, she gasped out, "We have to take her home, put her back in her school." "No, V." His simple but firm answer stopped her short. "But look what almost happened. That school is too dangerous. First of all, in the middle of the night after terrible dreams is no time to make any kind of decision. Second, there's danger anywhere. It's just different danger there." "Rubbish, Hungerford." Viola had opened her mouth to continue, but was brought up short. Robert had family from Hungerford and two of his cousins had witnessed the violence on Hungerford Common when Michael Ryan had gone on his killing spree. She remembered that Ryan had broken into a school to hold off police before killing himself. What if it had been just days later, with term started and the school full of children instead of empty? Also, if we remove Hermione from Hogwarts, we either have to enroll her in another magical school or submit to having everything we know of magic taken from our minds. We're back to where we were last year, with a daughter causing inexplicable things around her. But she can control it now. Yes, she's got better about it, but who knows what could happen when puberty hits and her body changes radically. Or if she becomes ill with something that sends her into a delirium. And if they remove the knowledge of magic from her, she won't know that she has something that needs control. And V, there's the biggest reason of all. Which is, how can we possibly take her away from the two best friends she's ever had in her life? Viola wanted to keep arguing, to answer the need to have Hermione home and safe where no monsters would suddenly appear. But she remembered the long, lonely days of summer, of afternoons where Hermione retreated to her room and her books instead of playing with other children. The stark contrast to her interactions with Harry and Dean, with the other children in their group, was quite clear. But you're frightened. So am I. I don't think the answer is to run away. We learn what the dangers are and we guide Hermione to learn how to deal with them. We don't take her from where she belongs right now." Her arguments exhausted for now, Viola allowed her husband to draw her back down on the bed and hold her. But she stayed awake for a long time, considering the possibilities. Harry was at loose ends. The three of them had spent nearly 2 hours in a session with Dr. Aimler and Healer Myrist about the troll and the aftermath, working their way through the situation. Now Hermione was off with her parents and Dean had agreed to go home with his parents for one night and see his siblings. It felt like ages until tea. Pippa had brought up some books and games, but nothing there caught Harry's interest at first. He smiled at the box that held the first game he had ever played with Pippa, remembering the numerous rematches during his first years at Esperanza House. A sound in the next room reminded him he wasn't alone, after all. Sirius Black was also up here, had been staying here to recover his health after his wrongful imprisonment in Azkaban. Black had been his father's best friend since the two of them met on the Hogwarts Express their first year. Not stopping to think about the sudden impulse, Harry grabbed the game and went through the ensuite that connected the two rooms. He knocked on the open door. The man, his dark hair drawn back in a neat ponytail, looked up from a sheaf of parchment papers. "Hello there, Harry. How are you feeling today?" "Good, thanks. Am I interrupting you?" He gathered the parchment and tossed it to one side of the table. "Family finances and such. The goblins would like the Black estate to be active and earning a profit again. It's just been sitting there since my mother died, with a caretaker who only did just enough so that money wasn't being lost. You'll see when you come of age and they expect you to deal with the Potter estate. I was wondering if you'd like to play a game, Mr. Black." "That sounds infinitely more interesting than this stuff. You're on. And call me Sirius." Harry laid the box on the table. "This one's one of my favorites." Sirius looked at the brightly colored box. "I've never seen that game before in my life. I can teach you, it's not hard. First you pick your color." And he had roses coming out of his ears for 3 days before Moony worked out a counter curse. That was the last time he tried to give flowers to your mum until the first anniversary of them becoming a couple. Harry was sprawled on the bed in Sirius' room, having fallen over with laughter yet again. After playing a best-of-3 with the game, Harry had felt comfortable enough to ask a question or two about his parents. Sirius had responded happily, telling Harry several stories that jumped around from the early years at Hogwarts to when they began dating, to their life as parents. They both stayed firmly on the side of happy and funny memories. Harry sensed that talking about his parents' deaths might be difficult for Sirius, and he had to admit that he might not be ready to hear it. "So has Mr. Lupin come by to visit yet?" Sirius' face fell a little and Harry sat up. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked." "No, it's all right. It just reminded me of Mooney's situation. He had to go abroad in order to find work after everything happened. I've been in touch and he's working to save up enough so he can come back, but he won't take any money from me or let me set up an international portkey. He's off in Western Canada doing Merlin only knows what." Harry pursed his lips, thinking, would he take money from me if I begged for Uncle Mooney to come? Sirius chuckled. Perhaps. It'll still take a while to contact him. Why, wouldn't he have a phone? A phone? Yeah, a telephone. You know, pick it up, dial the number, ring ring. Oh, one of those things. Lily mentioned those from time to time, usually after a long flow call. I suppose it depends on whether Mooney is working in the Wizarding World or the Muggle one. I do know he's got an account at a Canadian branch of Gringotts, because when I tried to deposit some galleons for him he rejected them immediately. Harry sat up. Well, there's your answer, then. Deliver a message through Gringotts. Sirius stared at his godson for a moment. Harry, the goblins aren't messengers. Have you asked politely, or offered a fee for their services? No, so ask, or I can ask. The goblins seemed to like us when we went there this summer. Wait a minute, the goblins liked you. Sure. Hermione started it by being super polite and asking nicely for information since we were all from the non-magical world. They were all business, sure, but really helpful. Well, I'll be cursed. Sirius trailed off and looked out the window for a moment, considering. All right, nothing to lose by trying. He shuffled through the parchments on the table for a blank piece and picked up a quill. Let's do it. The 9th of November 1991. Hermione huddled close to Harry as the wind picked up. She could think of so many things that would be more enjoyable than sitting outside on a cold and cloudy winter's day, in stands that were elevated where they would catch the worst of the icy currents. But today was Quidditch, and the school had seemed to talk of nothing else for a week straight other than the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry absent-mindedly opened his cloak so she could wrap part of it around her. He and Dean continued arguing with Seamus and Ron about whether Quidditch or football was the better sport. But who's the better athlete, then? Someone who can run and kick and dribble and head the ball or someone flying around and catching things, We've all flown around, it's only a matter of sitting and steering on a broom. Dean's got a point there. Could you or me run flat out for more in 5 minutes? Seamus, you're not helping. The point is flying in a match takes real skills. You're not just steering in a line, you've got to be able to stop, change direction all at once, dive and pull up. Beaters need to be strong as well, in order to knock the bludgers about. The beaters are the ones with the sticks like cricket bats, right? Ron looked at Seamus, who had turned his attention to winking at Lavender Brown. Finding no more help from that quarter, he asked, Harry, how can a cricket hold a bat? Hermione snorted at that, which earned a glare from Ron, and shifted a little closer to Harry as a student's voice sounded out, booming around the pitch like an announcer on a speaker. On her other side, Parvati Patil scooted a bit closer to her and the bench creaked under them. While Hermione was not nearly as friendly to her housemates as she was to Sally Ann, Parvati was pleasant enough and a welcome addition to trying to keep warm. Hermione knew she could warm the air around her, but nothing in her first-year spell index listed anything that would do something similar. There were a few spells for conjuring fire, but that would hardly do for a crowd in a set of wooden stands. Harry leaned back to her as a whistle sounded and the teams took off on their brooms, eager to watch the flyers. Harry had been to nearly every practice that Madame Hooch offered on flying. The instructor had even let Harry chase after a spare snitch one day and told him he ought to try out for Quidditch next year. As he leaned forward, the wood creaked under them again and Hermione thought she felt the bench shift. She wrapped both her arms around Harry's arm. I wonder how old these stands are. It's all right, Hermione. Surely they do some kind of maintenance on them, just like real stands in a regular pitch. She was prevented from replying as one of the Gryffindors, Angelina Johnson, scored a goal. Harry jumped to his feet with most of their housemates, shouting approval as the announcer betrayed his loyalties by cheering just as loudly. She glanced over where the announcer was seated near the professors and recognized Lee Jordan, a boy from their house who was great friends with the Weasley twins. Some of the professors appeared as enthusiastic as she did about being at the match. Snape looked like a raven among peacocks in his black robes with arms crossed, and Quirrell with his ridiculous turban appeared to be staring through the action on the pitch rather than at it. Harry sat back down and Hermione definitely heard the wood pop and creak as he did. Harry, I don't think these stands are safe. Ron turned around to glare at her. They're perfectly safe, Granger. Just because you're afraid of heights doesn't mean you can ruin it for the rest of us. Leave her alone, Weasley. Dean snapped and rose to his feet again, with Harry beside him. Whatever retort Ron might have had was lost as the wood under Harry and Dean's feet gave way with a crack that echoed loudly enough to distract the players nearby. The wood parted and both boys began to slip through the hole. Hermione seized Harry's nearest arm, holding on as tightly as she could as his weight pulled her to the floorboards. Neville and Seamus were grabbing for Dean on the other side while Parvati's screams alerted the others that something was wrong. Her gloves made it difficult to get a firm grasp. Harry was using his free hand to try and get purchase on the broken beam. Hermione vaguely heard a shrill whistle in the distance, but focused solely on not letting him go, even as her arms and shoulders began to flare with pain. Hermione, they've got them. Hermione. Parvati's voice jolted her out of her concentration and she realized that the players had come flying under the stands to help. Madam Hooch and one of the Weasley twins were supporting Dean while the keeper, Wood, had got under Harry. Harry nodded to her and Hermione let him go to drop onto the broom in front of Wood. Everyone began sinking gently to the ground and she breathed a sigh of relief. Parvati helped her slide away from the jagged hole and get to her feet. Hermione saw that some of the professors had made it to the ground and were running across the pitch. Yells from below made her heart lurch again and she dropped to her knees just in time to see Harry and Wood thrown from the suddenly jerking broom. As the two boys fell she flung a hand out, thinking safe. With all her will. Minerva had her wand in her hand but slowed slightly, as Rolanda and two of the Gryffindor Quidditch team had got the boys and were beginning to descend. Her relief was short-lived, as she watched Wood's broom heave unexpectedly and fling both of her lion cubs off. She cast a desperate cushioning charm, even though she was still too far away to aim it properly. Wood's cry turned into a surprised grunt as both he and Harry seemed to bounce from the ground before they actually touched it. Harry landed on his feet while Wood instinctively rolled as he reached the grass again. Phileas had caught up to her and was leaning forward to catch his breath. "Oh, well done, Minerva," he panted out. "Marvelous distance." She hesitated briefly, and simply nodded her acknowledgement. "We need Poppy to make sure no one is injured." The 22nd of November 1991. Patrick and Emily filed out of the conference room with the rest of the audience and slipped out of the stream of humanity headed for lifts and stairs. They paused to tuck programs and notebooks back into the canvas carryalls supplied by the conference hosts. As they waited for the crowd to disperse, they heard a voice call to them. "Chandra." Emily recognized Dean Thomas's first doctor and moved forward to greet her. "It's good to see you again. How are you?" "Fine, fine. Is everything well with you?" "We're doing very well, thanks." Patrick stepped forward to shake hands. "What brings you to the conference this year?" Dr. Misra waved a hand. "I have family here, so I don't have to pay for a hotel room." "And you?" Patrick shrugged. "Well, we're only over in Coventry, so it's easy to drive into Birmingham each day. No reason not to attend with it that close. Would you be free for dinner? My family owns a restaurant not far away. It's the best korma in town." "That sounds perfect, Pat." Patrick was about to agree when a large blonde fellow barreled toward them and seized Dr. Misra's hand. "Doctor, it is good to see you again. Did you ever find any answers with your patient? Did you do the MRI?" Taken aback, she stammered, I found others who were able to help him. These doctors run a residence clinic for children with various problems and took him in. The newcomer seized Emily's hand and began pumping it enthusiastically. Yes, I remember you were in the audience as well. Tomas Eriksson. It is a pleasure. Emily blinked as he gave a wide grin. Well, your memory is frightening. Emily Green. And this is my colleague Patrick Aimler. Green, Aimler, yes. You run Sprinza House. SP Ransaw House, Emily corrected him. And what was it that brought you to my presentation last year? Patrick stepped in. Mainly curiosity. Always good to keep tabs on various subjects outside the mainstream. Never know what will be useful. Eriksson peered at him, as if trying to decide whether he was being insulted. Before he could respond, a young woman with the same blonde hair and Nordic accent rushed up. Doctor, you wanted to speak to the professors from King's College. They're waiting now. Ah, good, yes. Thank you, must hurry. Thank you. Eriksson allowed the assistant to lead him away. Emily and Patrick both relaxed slightly. Dr. Misra shook her head and muttered under her breath, idiot. She smiled and turned back to them. Now, I want to know how Dean is doing. The last I heard his parents had moved up north somewhere because the father landed a terrific job. Is Dean still with you? They shook their heads and Emily responded with the cover story they had prepared weeks ago. He recovered very well, has his issues under control now. He was offered a scholarship to a school up in Scotland. For art, I would bet. He's brilliant with a paintbrush. I pushed his mother to try someone experienced in art therapy, but they couldn't afford the fees. Emily smiled, happy to let the other doctor fill in blanks for herself. Yes, indeed, we may see his work hanging in the Tate 20 years from now. As the two women led the way to the car park, Patrick followed them, trying to shake off a sudden sense of foreboding that had begun with the intrusion by Eriksson. That crackpot with his ESP ideas had nothing to do with their work and was simply looking for new ways to spread his theories. Surely it was nothing. The 11th of December 1991. The Goblin observed a wizard entering into the bank. While this was a daily occurrence in any Gringotts branch, Beltdirk could smell the difference. This wizard was also a werewolf. And the London branch had put the word out, offering a hefty bonus from the heirs of a pair of prominent families in Wizarding Britain for locating a werewolf here in Western Canada. Beltdirk stepped forward, intercepting the wizard. How may Gringotts be of assistance to you today? The wizard looked down at him, slightly puzzled at being approached first. I need to access my vault and exchange some galleons for dollars. That can be arranged. Your name and your vault key. The wizard handed over a key. Remus Lupin. Beltdirk affected surprise, pleased that he had guessed correctly. Really, we have something for you, then. Please follow me to our director's office. I will be pleased to bring your dollars to you if you will tell me how much you need. The wizard blinked, taken aback at a goblin being anything other than barely helpful. I need $100, please. Beltdirk led him to an office, where a second goblin looked up from a desk as they entered. Beltdirk saluted. Director Strikeblade, this is Remus Lupin. Strikeblade opened a drawer and pulled out a bowl and a sharp knife. He tore a scrap of parchment from a scroll on his desk and dropped it into the bowl. I need to verify your identity. It only requires a drop of blood. Remus held out his hand with some hesitation, but the goblin was true to his word and only pricked one finger with the tip of the knife before running his finger along the parchment. The resulting red slash glowed, then began streaking out in thin lines, like an insect emerging from a cocoon. The lines quickly formed into words, Remus John Lupin. Strikeblade looked up with a satisfied expression. He scrawled a note on another parchment and handed it to Beltdirk. Take this to accounting for your bonus. Beltdirk grinned eagerly and left. Remus looked back to Strikeblade in confusion. Mr. Lupin, all Gringotts locations in this area were requested to keep a watch for you so we might deliver a message. Master Harry Potter wishes to pay your way back to England so he might spend Christmas with both his godfather and his honorary uncle for the first time in 10 years. Remus blinked in surprise. What? I told Sirius I wouldn't accept any money from him. Strikeblade nodded. Yes, we were aware of your instructions in regard to Mr. Black. This request comes from Master Potter. We have been asked to obtain a reply. Remus ground his teeth at the goblin's pedantic tone. Very well, but I don't think I'll make it in time for Christmas. I won't be able to travel between the 20th through the 22nd, and international portkeys before then are almost certainly booked. Do you have a passport? Remus raised his eyebrows at that. Yes, it makes things a little easier. Then airline tickets will be arranged well in advance of the 20th. You can leave as soon as you make your own arrangements, as soon as the day after tomorrow. Do you have a preference between flying from Calgary or Edmonton? Sorry. I wasn't expecting this. May I send an owl tomorrow? Strikeblade nodded and looked up at some invisible signal. Enter. Beltdirk came in with a money pouch and a rolled parchment. He handed both to Remus. This arrived from our Ottawa branch as I was returning from the vaults. Remus unrolled the scroll addressed to him and found a note. A few simple lines were scrawled across the parchment. Mooney, do not blame me. This was all Harry's idea. But please come home. Remus laughed in joy for the first time in a very long while. The 13th of December 1991. Emily exited the taxi and glanced around uneasily at the dingy London neighborhood. Sirius emerged behind her, followed by Pippa. Patrick got out of the front passenger seat after paying the driver, who drove off immediately for better pickings than a side street in Camden Town. They were standing in front of number 11, a week's worth of refuse sitting on its front steps. As they had planned, the three non-magicals surrounded Sirius so he could draw his wand. He waved it as discreetly as possible, verifying the existence of the new wards. Looks like the goblins did a perfect job. All the usual wards for a magical home in a Muggle neighborhood, repellers and concealers, with extra defense wards and the Fidelius as requested. Since I am the secret keeper, I can do this. He handed the three of them scraps of parchment with identical messages on them. The town residence for the Black family is located at number 12 Grimald Place, London. After reading the note, Emily looked up and blinked. There was now another residence between number 11 and number 13, looking in much better repair than its neighbors. Sirius poked his wand toward each of them in turn, muttering an incantation. When Pippa raised one eyebrow at him, he explained. Just something so you can pass through all the wards. Come on. Let's see how bad the inside is. I only paid the goblins to clear out any dangerous infestations and correct structural defects. Finally, Draco Malfoy signed his name to the letter and addressed it to his father. It had taken far too many weeks of hovering around students from other houses, trying to hide his interest as he listened in on conversations, dealing with Pansy Parkinson's annoying presence as she gathered and shared gossip. But he finally had the information his father wanted. Potter was going to spend the winter holiday at the place he had been living before coming to Hogwarts, with plans to visit Granger and Thomas. He had no idea why his father wanted to know this. Lucius Malfoy had gone very quiet since Black had been exonerated from his crimes, not even appearing for charity events like usual. Draco had even asked his mother about it in a personal letter, but received only assurances that his father was very busy with more important things. As he climbed stairs toward the Ollery, he heard voices coming from above. Recognizing the despised plummy tones of Finch Fletchley, Draco backtracked and hid behind a tapestry. Every time they had crossed paths, the dratted mudblood had been able to talk rings around him. As the steps grew closer, he heard Granger answer him and was doubly glad to avoid them. After a few missteps in the classes using wands, she had risen to the top of every single subject in their year, and rumor had it she was putting the second years to shame as well. As they passed him, Granger was chattering excitedly. And Mr. Black has invited all of us to his place in London for the new year. Do you think you'll be able to come? I don't know, but I'll ask Father. That's great that Harry gets to spend more time with him. And Harry said they made contact with the other friend of his dad, Mr. Lupin. So he might be there as well. Their voices faded as they continued down the stairs. Draco frowned. He slipped out and dashed up the stairs to the Ollery, seizing one of the bespelled self-inking quills from the pot and opening the scroll. His father needed this new information. The 14th of December 1991. Remus followed the other first-class passengers into the hallway that led to the terminal. He had not yet shaken off the dazed feeling of being in some other dimension, one where a werewolf like him rode on a plane, overwhelmed by top-notch customer service. He stepped through the doorway and was surprised yet again to see someone holding a sign that clearly bore his name, R.J. Lupin. Remus moved forward, looking from the sign to the man holding it. He waved uncertainly at the sign. I'm Remus Lupin." The man smiled, teeth peeking from behind an impressive walrus-like mustache. "A pleasure to meet you. I'm Patrick Aimler. Sirius should be back any minute." He wanted to read the display with arrival times again. Mooney. The bellow made them both jump, and then Sirius was on Remus, his arms wrapped around the other man in a bear hug. Remus returned the hug, laughing, and pushed back to get a look at his friend. His eyebrows quirked up at seeing Sirius remarkably turned out in jeans and jumper, topped by an overcoat. There wasn't a single wrong note to mark him as a wizard in disguise. Then he took in the pale tone of his skin and the prominence of his jawline and cheekbones. Remus pulled him close again. "Merlin, I am so sorry." "What do you have to be sorry about? We kept you out of the plan because we suspected you. No one would have believed you if you had known." Sirius pulled back and looked him in the eye. "It was a cock-up and it beeped, but it's over and we have a kid to get to know again." Remus blinked. This was not the Sirius he knew from a decade ago. "That is, remarkably mature of you." Sirius grinned and clapped Aimler on the shoulder, drawing him into the circle. "I've had some very good listeners the last few months. You should try them. Now, let's get your things and get out of here. There's a lot to catch up on." The 15th of December 1991. "Excuse me, Albus, but I don't think I heard you correctly." "No, my dear, you heard very clearly. The minister has no right to demand that Harry stay in Hogwarts for the holidays. He claims it's for Harry's own safety. And he hasn't been safe the last 6 years at Esperanza House." "My dear, I know. I am only sharing what the minister said because you are Harry's head of house. Have you contacted Sirius yet?" "I have sent an owl. I am awaiting a reply." Minerva grumbled, thinking of the speed of those telephone things that the Esperanza House doctors and parents used. The doctors, so far Patrick and Emily had been extremely clever in figuring out ways to work in the children's best interests no matter what the magical world demanded. She fished for a little more information so she could give them all the ammunition possible. It isn't like Fudge to interfere like this without being pushed. Who put him up to it? Dumbledore offered a cynical smile. Who else? Malfoy expressed concerns, based on a run-in he had with the group back in August. "I believe the issues involved the only scion of House Potter, a most important wizard in our society, continuing to associate so closely with Muggleborn riffraff. And if Harry gets on the train anyway, then my understanding is that Fudge will have his people meet the train in London and take Harry somewhere deemed safe for the holidays." Minerva snorted. "Like hell he will. Sirius was awarded custody in the magical world in October." "I know, but questions of Sirius' mental state after so many years of exposure to Dementors persist, especially as he has been keeping a low profile somewhere. And there were also concerns expressed about the presence of Remus Lupin, a werewolf." She let out an exasperated bark. "Harry won't even be arriving at Grimmauld Place until well after the full moon. This is ludicrous, Albus." "I agree, but I am not sure how we can avoid it. If Sirius is up to the task of stepping in." "Oh," Minerva threw up her hands. "Albus, your insistence on treating incompetent people like they're competent and evildoers like they're misguided is infuriating. I will handle this and Harry will go home for the holidays." She spun on her heel and left, slamming the door behind her. Emily was taking advantage of the empty upstairs rooms to organize the holiday gifts for the current residents and the staff. She was using Hermione's room to store and organize and the makeshift conference room for wrapping. She was almost to the point where she could bring Pippa in to help. She had filled a box with enough tissue to cushion the snow globe she had chosen for Pippa and lifted it to set it inside. A loud pop made her jump and lose her hold. Emily cried out as the glass globe crashed onto the hardwood floor and shattered. "Oh, I am so sorry. Here." Professor McGonagall whipped out her wand and pointed it at the drenched wreckage. "Reparo." Emily couldn't hold in the gasp as the pieces flew back together on the floor, the water regathering and the glitter swirling inside. "Is that right?" Emily nodded, staring at the recovered snow globe and remembering the Grangers, description so long ago of a destroyed kitchen fixing itself. She shook her head, bringing herself back to the present, and replied, "Yes, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Well, it's only fair since I'm the one who caused you to drop it." Emily put the snow globe in its box and closed the lid. The professor held up her wand again. "May I?" She nodded, puzzled. McGonagall pointed at the box with her wand and waved it in a zigzag motion. She intoned, "Involver." Pristine white wrapping paper appeared from nowhere, crawling up the box and surrounding it, followed by a sky blue ribbon with a glittery snowflake design. Emily stared at the beautifully wrapped package. Thank you. I'm tempted to ask you to stick around. I hate wrapping gifts." McGonagall smiled at that, but her expression faded. "Ordinarily, I would be happy to. But I came because I need your help." Emily paid fast attention. "Are the kids all right?" "Yes, it's nothing like that. But some of those problem pureblood families have decided to poke their noses where they're not wanted. They've convinced the minister to demand that Harry stay at Hogwarts for the holidays. For his own safety, although they're really trying to find a way to become an influence in his life." "I don't understand. We still have legal custody. In this world, yes. And Sirius has custody in the magical world. So why do they think they can dictate Harry's movements?" McGonagall held out her hands in a helpless gesture. "Because no one's ever told them they can't. At the time I objected to Albus dumping Harry with those awful Dursleys, but he was right in one regard. It was better for Harry to grow up away from the magical world, away from all these people trying to use him. So, how do we fight this? That's why I came to you. I was hoping you all would have some ideas." Emily thought for a moment. "Have you gotten in touch with Sirius yet?" "No, Albus sent an owl but he hadn't got a response before I left." Emily chewed her lip, recalling a discussion with the other doctors on getting pagers and whether mobile or car phones would be worth their expensive prices. Right now it would be very helpful to be able to find Patrick immediately instead of waiting for him to return from his Christmas shopping. "So, what's their plan?" The professor filled her in and Emily thought. "So we have two ways to approach this. One way is to send Harry back to London on the train and have Sirius and some of us be there to intercept whoever the minister sends to collect him. That has the advantage of making it clear that we won't tolerate others trying to interfere with Harry's life but also turns it into an incident that might cause retaliation. The other way is to have Harry stay behind and Sirius can just pick him up from Hogwarts that afternoon. That could keep the whole issue under the radar for a while if the minister or whoever doesn't bother to check up on him." McGonagall frowned. "I rather feel that we need to make a stand. If the minister thinks he's won this time, he'll simply try again at Easter. And then possibly the summer holidays as well." "Yes, I see that. But we can't expect Sirius to take on a whole squad of security officers or whatever. He just got out of prison. I can think of at least two others who could help him. Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom will be picking up their children from the train as well. If we forewarn them, we have more wands at the ready to make our point." Emily nodded slowly, considering the implications of having a leader in their parliament and their Lord Chief Justice equivalent standing next to them. "That might work. Let me see what Pat thinks and we can decide by tomorrow. Sirius said something about coming over, so we can tell him and have him tell you. Or I can send Nictamine to wait on your reply." "Who?" "My owl. She can stay here for the night and take your note whenever you are ready." "Oh, sure. That's a good idea. Although I wish we could just pick up a phone and call you in an emergency." McGonagall shook her head. Such a thing would be ruined the minute it entered Hogsmeade or the castle grounds. "But I've wished for the same thing several times since Harry and the others arrived." "Is there really no other way to communicate? Some people speak through the Flow network, but that requires a working fireplace that is connected. It's a potential breach of security if the proper wards aren't in place. The next best thing is a specific charm that can deliver a message with the caster's voice, but it is one way and is also a very difficult piece of magic." Emily pursed her lips. "All this magic stuff and there's no way to communicate effectively. We need to figure out something better." McGonagall nodded and got a thoughtful look on her face, as if an idea had just occurred to her. The 20th of December 1991. As the train slowed, Everyone stood and began pulling down bags. Dean and Justin helped Neville get his trunk down. "We'll get you a suitcase for Christmas, Neville. That way you won't have to bring a whacking great trunk home every hauls," Wayne said. He cuffed Neville on the shoulder as the other boy blushed. "I'm not sure what my gran would say." Hermione gave him a one-armed hug as she picked up her holdall in the other hand. "I would think she'd see the convenience of it, honestly." "Oi, Trevor." Terry scooped up the toad as he tried to hop out the door and handed him to Neville. "The boys can get your suitcase. Hermione and I are going to a pet shop and getting you a carrier for Trevor," Sally Ann declared. Hermione beamed. "That's a brilliant idea. We can give them to you at New Year's." Neville turned bright pink. You don't have to." Harry laid a hand on his shoulder. "No, but we want to. That's what friends are for. Now, come on." As they had arranged after Professor McGonagall had talked with them about the minister's plans, the other children surrounded Harry after they got off the train so that no one would be able to simply walk up and grab his arm. Harry added his baseball cap to hide his scar and part of his face. They all scanned for a trusted adult and Dean was the first to spot his parents. "There." He waved and his mother waved back. The two groups moved toward one another and the children continued to scan the crowds. Harry was the one to spot Claude and hissed to the others. "On our 6. The Claude." Terry shifted so he was between them. "Pippa," Hermione cried, and Harry's eyes snapped in her direction. His first friend was there, with Sirius Black next to her. They started to converge, and then another Hogwarts student shifted into their group. "Oi," Dean cried, itching to shove back as she had run her trolley over his foot. "Sorry, Auntie told me to find you lot and stick with you." Neville looked her over, tightening his grip on Trevor as the toad made a break for it. "Bones, why? She's going to help if Fudge's people try something. Keep moving." Harry peeked toward where he had seen Claude and they made eye contact. Harry bit back a curse and hooked his arm with Hermione's. "He saw us." But then Dean's parents and Sirius arrived at the same time. Sirius lifted 2 fingers to his mouth and let out an ear-splitting whistle. As the people around them jumped, Sirius bellowed, "Found them." Heading to the exit, he slid in and put a hand to Harry's shoulder. "Pippa's gone to collect the doctors and as many parents as she can find. We'll be out of here in a few minutes." "Black," a voice drawled near them and Sirius glanced over. "Malfoy," he replied in the same tone, adding an eye roll for good measure. Harry looked up to see the same man from Diagon Alley, with long hair the same shade as his son. 2 men in brown Auror robes were behind him. The man was toying with a cane and as Harry watched, the silver snake head lifted up slightly from the body of it. Harry wanted to laugh. This pretentious blighter had his wand made like a sword cane. He focused on the cane, making the head stick to the wood, while the men began verbally sparring. "I'm not sure why you're here, Black. Surely you received word that young Harry is staying in a secure location for the holidays. And as his legal guardian, I thank the minister for his concern and declined. Surely you received word of that as well." The press of people grew and Harry glanced around, relieved to see the doctors, the Grangers, and the Finch-Fletchleys. Another woman stepped forward, one eyebrow raised over a monocle, and Harry recognized Amelia Bones. "Malfoy, I am aware that you were told of Mr. Black's decision. There is also the claim of Mr. Potter's Muggle guardians to be considered. Please go collect your own child, and only your own child." Malfoy glanced around. The Aurors retreated at the sight of their immediate superior. Claude was trying to work through the crowd but was still too far away. And then Augusta Longbottom was there as well, reaching in for her grandson. "Ah, there you are, Neville. Shall we get a trolley?" Neville glanced at Harry, a bright look in his eyes that hadn't been there before. "No, Gran, thank you. My friends are helping me." Dean and Wayne straightened and Dean spoke. "That's right, ma'am. We've got it. Let's go." Outnumbered, Malfoy glared as the group moved toward the exit. As they began exiting through the portal, Sirius pulled Harry closer. "Oh, I wish Remus could have been here. That was perfect." Harry grinned and threw an arm around the man's waist. "This is going to be the best Christmas ever." The 23rd of December 1991. Harry woke up and stretched, relishing the feel of the firm mattress. He wondered if he could transfigure his featherbed at Hogwarts into something more supportive. It was early, but he didn't feel like he would go back to sleep. The empty morning stretched out before him, and Harry regretted that he hadn't accepted the Grangers' invitation to stay with them for the entire holiday. The few residents he had been friendly with before Hogwarts had either gone home for good or were with their families. The staff was taking full advantage of the low occupancy to allow leave time and complete maintenance projects. But the schedule had been set. Harry would go to the Grangers on Boxing Day, and he and Hermione would have plenty of chances to see Dean. Then on the 30th, they would all travel down to London to stay with Sirius. Pippa would be back after lunch and had promised to take Harry into Coventry for a bit of shopping with some money, converted into pounds, that Sirius had given to Dr. Aimler. He had ideas for books and yarn for Hermione and was debating between artist's supplies or a Nottingham Forest jersey for Dean. He got dressed and went downstairs in search of breakfast. The cook plied him with eggs and bangers, adding a cinnamon donut that she only made during Christmas, and he ate slowly. He begged a second donut and carried it to the lounge, thinking he might find a book or two to pass the morning. The second he crossed the threshold, he felt a warning tingle of magic. He paused, trying to find the source. The Esperanza House Christmas tree was in the lounge, with a number of packages under it. Harry had helped Dr. Green place them the night before. Most were gifts to the staff. The sensation got stronger as he approached the tree, and he held out a hand, trying to pinpoint it. And then he saw a large, loosely wrapped bundle that had not been there before. He moved forward carefully, close enough to see the name on the tag. He was not at all surprised to see his own name in a loopy handwriting. Harry backed out of the room and went looking for one of the doctors. As London was closer than Hogwarts, Patrick chose to send Hedwig to Sirius. Harry kept watch in the lounge, with 3 books and a plate of cookies as camouflage. So far no one else had come in. Sirius entered with Patrick, and Harry stood and pointed to the bundle. Sirius pulled out his wand and cast a few detection spells. No booby traps. It's just an enchanted object of some kind. He reached for the tag and turned it over, allowing Harry to see the writing on the other side. Sirius froze for a moment, then growled, "That son of a bitch." "What is it?" Harry leaned in to read the tag. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. Use it well." Sirius felt Harry recoil. He stood and moved quickly to hug the boy. The sudden reminder of his father's death was bad enough, but the implication that some wizard had snuck in to leave this was disturbing. Harry hugged back, hiding his face in Sirius' jumper. Patrick frowned. "Can we assume that someone walked in here to leave that? Or is there some magic way to just make it appear?" Sirius shook his head. "People can apparate and bring objects with them. They can banish or levitate them. But I'm not aware of any spell that can make the object leave one place and appear at another on its own." "Why?" "Because I can order a review of the footage from the security cameras and see if we have an intruder on tape." Sirius stared for a moment before making the connection to the work crews that had been in and out of the halls near the beginning of his stay, then threw his head back and laughed. "Oh, this could be perfect. I'm pretty sure it was Dumbledore, and he probably disillusioned himself. But if he didn't, being able to throw the proof back in his face when I tell him to stop trying to interfere in Harry's life." Patrick grinned back at him. "Let me go make a call." Harry looked up. "How do you know it's him?" Sirius pulled Harry over to a sofa and sat next to him. "First, it looks like his handwriting. Second, I think I know what's in there, and if I'm right, Dumbledore is one of the very few people your father would have trusted with it. I'm quite furious over that. In fact, I had no idea Dumbledore had kept it for so long. It might have helped you all escape when Voldemort attacked." "What do you think it is?" "Your dad's invisibility cloak. It's a particularly good one. Long-lasting and charmed to grow to cover anyone, even Hagrid. It's been in your family for generations." Sirius leaned back slightly, looking Harry in the eye. "You said you felt it was there." Harry nodded. "The minute I came into the room, I could feel there was something magical going on. And when I started looking, I could tell it was from the package." Sirius felt his eyebrows reach for his hair. "Really? That's interesting. How long have you been able to sense magic like that?" Harry shrugged. "Before I knew what it was, I think. It's kind of like the feeling I'd get when I'd do accidental magic. And then when we went to Diagon Alley in Hogwarts, it was everywhere. Can't you feel it? I suppose I could, if I'd grown up somewhere that wasn't saturated with magic. Harry was about to ask something else, but Mary came in with an armload of packages. Harry, darling, happy Christmas. When did you get here? An hour later, Patrick called them into his office. They stood to either side as he opened an electronic mail message and clicked on an icon. A rectangle popped up, showing a slider bar slowly changing from one color to another. Harry leaned in, curious. Sirius was gobsmacked. So this thing lets you send messages right away. Kind of like those telephone things Lily always talked about. Patrick nodded. It can store information. It can run mathematical computations, hence the name, if given the instructions. And now they've begun using the networking possibilities for sharing information on a platform called the World Wide Web. But here's what we want. Sorry it took so long to download. Even with them cutting it down to just the times we needed, it's a really big file. Patrick opened the file for them to view. Sirius watched as the footage began playing back, showing the hallway and lounge in slightly grainy black and white. Harry pointed to some numbers in the bottom corner. That gives the day and time. This was yesterday, around 11 at night. They all focused back on the screen as a figure shimmered into view from thin air. Sirius let out a triumphant, "Ha!" as they watched Dumbledore move into the lounge and lay the package under the tree with the rest. What's the time? Patrick paused the video and checked. 6 minutes past 11. Sirius straightened. I'll go to the security firm to make sure the employees don't talk about this. The last thing we need is a violation of the statute of secrecy. And then I'm going to see Dumbledore. He's almost certainly at Hogwarts. We may come back here so he can see the footage himself. Is that all right? Patrick nodded. Just pop in upstairs as you usually do. Harry grabbed Sirius' arm. Take Mr. Lupin with you. For backup. Sirius grinned at that. If it'll make you feel better. He'll be nice and cranky with the full moon just a couple of days ago. Want to come, too? Harry shook his head. Right now the last thing he wanted to do was see Dumbledore. No, I'll stay here. But let me know how it went. Dumbledore settled in his parlor, an afternoon tea laid out by the house elves. The entire castle was quiet, with only a handful of students staying, and there was time to relax. He flicked his wand at the bookcase, summoning the latest Gilderoy Lockhart volume to look over for a laugh. The flames in the fireplace turned green and Sirius Black's face appeared. Dumbledore, I need to speak with you. Permission to come through. His tone suggested that the question was for form's sake only. Dumbledore set the book aside, wondering what was wrong. Naturally, my boy. He straightened in his chair when not only Sirius, but also Remus Lupin, came through, brushing ash from their hair and clothes. Remus, I didn't know you were visiting. Welcome back. He held out a hand, but Sirius stepped between them. I want you to tell me what the hell you were thinking leaving James's cloak for Harry to find like that. Dumbledore blinked, trying to parse out the completely unexpected string of words that Sirius almost snarled at him. He stalled. I beg your pardon. I don't understand. What is this about? Remus rolled his eyes and Sirius looked even angrier. Why did you wrap James's cloak like a gift, put a mysterious tag on it instead of signing your name, and slip it into Harry's residence at 11:06 last night? Dumbledore's thoughts raced. He had intended to return the cloak to its rightful owner, of course. But he also wanted to see what Harry would do with such an item, once he realized what it was. Would he use it to prowl after curfew? Investigate places that were out of bounds? Would he share the secret with his friends or keep it to himself? He certainly had not expected Harry to open it early and then go to Sirius for help. That's a rather specific time. How could you possibly say that? We have video evidence of you apparating into the hallway of Esperanza House at that time with the package, leaving it under the tree with the presents to the staff, and disapparating again. You were wearing robes with snowflakes on them. We can go back there and watch it again, if necessary. What on earth does he mean by video evidence? Remus moved in front of Sirius. He's right. We've already had to go to the security firm and take care of things there. A very precise memory charm for the man who reviewed the footage, another one for his supervisor. Good thing she hadn't reported anything to the next level yet. And then a Muggle-repelling charm for the case holding the recording of the surveillance, since removing it outright would attract notice. So, since you've wasted most of our day, we would like some answers. What were you thinking? Sirius barked from over Remus' shoulder. I really don't understand what the problem is. Remus had to put a hand out to keep Sirius from lunging at him. Harry's quite upset, you know. That focused Dumbledore's attention from planning a defense against a younger and possibly faster Sirius. Harry, upset, why? Sirius snarled, why do you think? He gets a mysterious magical package with no clue as to the sender. He gets a reminder from out of nowhere about his parents' deaths. Of bloody course he's upset. Remus grabbed Sirius' shoulder and tried to keep his voice calm. Headmaster, you need to tell us the truth. Why did you try to sneak an enchanted item into Harry's residence to be found on Christmas Day? Possibly opened in front of staff members who aren't aware of the fact that he's a wizard. Dumbledore paled. That thought had not occurred to him. Students staying at Hogwarts for Christmas had their gifts brought to their dormitory and unwrapped them there. What was your purpose in anonymously giving him back something that belonged to him in the first place? Dumbledore dissembled. I thought it would be a nice surprise for him. That's all. Dragon shite, Sirius shouted. You don't even clean your teeth without at least 3 reasons behind it. Now you had better start talking or Harry will not be returning to Hogwarts. He wouldn't. We could enroll him in one of the schools in America, Remus observed. Where did you say the little Perks girl was transferring, Sirius? Tianesta. Dumbledore felt the blood drain from his face. Sirius brightened. Yes, that was it. Northern California, the school nearest her father's new job. Harry wouldn't want to leave England. Sirius shrugged, a confident smile on his face. He'd miss his friends, of course, but I'd gladly offer to pay tuition and expenses for any of them who'd like to join him there. James and Lily would never want that. At that, both Sirius and Remus went still and their expressions hardened. They glanced at one another before Remus turned back to him. As they are not here and assigned guardianship to Sirius, Remus' voice dripped with venom over that observation. Unfortunately there's no way to know that. But we can surmise that they'd want Harry to be safe and happy. And we'd like to think that Hogwarts is safe, but there's a lot of evidence piling up that says otherwise. A Death Eater hiding as a pet rat. Trolls getting into the castle. Quidditch stands collapsing underfoot. Headmasters who can't mind their own business. Sirius growled. I promise, I was simply returning the cloak to Harry, that's all. Sirius stared at him with such concentration that, even though he felt no touch on his mind or magic, Dumbledore reinforced his occlumency shields. Finally he traded glances with Remus, then spoke. I will give you one chance to come up with a better explanation than that and share it with Harry. If he is not satisfied with what you say, I will lay out his options for continuing his education elsewhere. You'd better be a hell of a lot more convincing to him than you are right now. The two marauders turned toward the fireplace. Remus looked back once. Good afternoon, Headmaster. The 26th of December 1991. Pippa had finished her rounds, hardly demanding given the low number of residents at the moment, and went looking for Harry. She wanted one more chance to talk with him before the Grangers took him for the rest of the holiday. They had traded gifts along with the rest of the residents and staff and Pippa was thrilled with the little haul Harry had given her. The woolly red and gold scarf was from Hermione, a product of her needles, and charmed by one of her professors to always keep her warm. Dean had sent a small sketchbook full of drawings of the castle and some of the sights in and around it. Harry's gift was a necklace with an enameled red and gold pendant showing a crest with a lion and a stylized G for Gryffindor, his house at Hogwarts. Harry said he'd got a pair of professors to add a protection charm to it that would repel most malicious magical spells. Dr. Aimler and Dr. Green had received similar gifts, just in case any of the three of them ran into a hostile magic user. Pippa looked into the lounge and stopped short. The sight of Harry, nose almost pressed to the glass of the picture window, had her vividly recalling when he had first arrived at Esperanza House and would watch from the window, waiting for his aunt and uncle to come back for him. But now Harry was taller, his palms on the windowsill instead of his chin and elbows. The thin and withdrawn child had become a handsome youth with an easy grin and a growing confidence in himself. As he turned, sensing her presence and smiling at her, Pippa had that first glimpse of the future, of a young man who would no longer need her as he once did, though he wouldn't care about her any less. She tried a quip to help get rid of the sudden lump in her throat. "Waiting for someone, I see." Harry shrugged. "Can't help it. I haven't seen Hermione or Dean for almost a week. I miss them." Pippa pretended to pout. "You're at that school with them all the time. We've seen you once since you left in September and that was an accident." He gave her a cheeky grin. "That's how boarding schools work." She crossed the room to him and ruffled his hair. "Smart ass," she said fondly. "But you love me," he replied in a sing-song voice, and Pippa was overwhelmed once more by a memory. The day she'd got through to him, drawn him into a game, and earned his trust enough that he had spoken aloud, had been the proudest day of her career until her graduation from uni with a full nursing degree. Now she surprised him by pulling him into a tight hug. "Yes, you impossible boy, I do love you and I am so proud of you. You're going to do amazing things, just you wait and see. And I'd be saying that even if you didn't have this magic thing going on." Harry's smile wavered, showing his uncertainty over her sudden praise, and he ducked into her. Feeling him mumble embarrassed thanks against her shoulder instead of her waist brought yet another wave of memory. Before she could go on, she saw movement through the window. The Grangers' car was coming up the drive. Harry felt her stance shift and turned, excitement lighting up his face. "They're here." He raced out to the foyer, trainers pounding against the tile floor. As she followed, Pippa heard the beep signaling that the entrance door had been opened. She paused in the doorway, watching as the car pulled up. The instant it had stopped, a rear door opened and Hermione and Dean tumbled out, racing to tackle Harry in a three-way hug. The Grangers got out more sedately, wide grins on their faces. Pippa's own smile was making her cheeks hurt as she watched the three children, bouncing in each other's arms, laughing, and talking a mile a minute. As precious as Harry had been to her when his trust was emerging and fragile, only for her, she could only feel grateful joy at seeing how far he had come and how bright his future was. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.